I was washing pots in the kitchen, steam rising from the hot water, when suddenly a cold agreement was slapped in my face. I looked down and saw that it was a divorce agreement, the kind prepared by my mother-in-law herself. She stood at the door, looking like she was seeing a strayed dog covered in mud, and her tone was as sharp as a rusty kitchen knife. Chun Fan, 50,000 yuan, leave my daughter. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out of the house. Mother-in-law Dong Jinping's voice pierced the eardrums without any warmth. I didn't say anything, just wiped my hands and picked up the document silently. I wanted to say something, but she called me a waste in front of me and said that my life was not worth more than a dog. It wasn't the first time she said this, but this time I listened. 15 years ago, when I was 9 years old, the Lin family kindly brought me back home, saying they were adopting me, but in fact they were just raising me as an obedient dog. They never really considered me a family member, but only treated me as an additional tool to impress others, to keep up appearances, and to make their daughter look loving. I understand all this. I've understood it since I was a kid. But so what? Even a dog, after being fed for 15 years, will lick its master's hand. But now, they are too lazy to even pretend and just drive me away and give me 50,000 yuan as a hush money. Now, they want to erase me from this fake drama and let the real rich second generation, Han Xiao, take my place. I am very familiar with the Mr. Han, she mentioned. The man who had pursued Lin Shuyu for 7 years now came back with glittering gold and began to hunt her. I know very well what kind of person Han Yansong is. His heart is colder than a knife, and there are shadows hidden behind his smile. Lin Shuyu's company was in a financial crisis, and he was like a shark that smelled blood, eager to devour her whole. I knew that once I signed, it would be over. But can I really hold on any longer? When the kitchen knife flew from her hand and almost smashed my cheek, I realized that I didn't even have the right to breathe in this family. I froze when the handle of the knife hit my cheek, the burning pain briefly waking me up. She cursed me and said I was a waste of oxygen by living. I laughed like a madman. While I raised my head, tears mixed with water stains blurred my vision. The divorce agreement in front of me finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back. I walked out of the kitchen, wiped the water off my face, suppressed the pain in my chest, and told myself that I couldn't fall down yet. The sound of the door opening interrupted my thoughts. Lin Shuyu is back. She is still cold and beautiful, so beautiful that no one can get close to her. The man behind her with light steps, wearing branded clothes, with an arrogant look and contemptuous eyes, was Han Yansong. His eyes swept over me as if he saw a disgusting beggar. But the mother-in-law's expression changed instantly, and she greeted him warmly, just like a madam welcoming distinguished guests in an ancient brothel. She diligently served tea and peeled fruits, and the wrinkles on her smiling face could kill mosquitoes. I just stood at the kitchen door like a superfluous corpse. When Lin Shuyu called me, I knew she had something to say. We went into the bedroom. Her voice trembled as she spoke of the company's predicament, the future of her employees, and how all her efforts depended on it. I know she can't hold on any longer. I also know that she didn't come to me for tenderness. Sure enough, she mentioned 5 million. The condition is that we must get divorced. I nodded and smiled bitterly. I understand that it's not that she doesn't want to love me, but that she simply doesn't have the chance to love me. This marriage never really had a beginning. She apologized and said she didn't do it willingly. I believed her, but what good was it? I can't give her anything, not even the most basic sense of security. When I left the room, I felt hollow. My mother-in-law was still scolding me, asking me to go buy vegetables and asking for lean meat. I nodded mechanically and turned to leave. Even the air was oppressive, and people in the community stared at me like I was a monkey. They were laughing, saying that I was cuckolded, that I deserved it, and that I was a coward. There was no pity in their eyes, only contempt. I gritted my teeth and walked faster, not wanting them to see that I was about to cry. I walked into the vegetable market, intending to buy some vegetables for a quick meal, but was blocked by a Rolls-Royce. I thought it was some playboy putting on a show, ready to scam people into paying for their money. But when the car door opened, I was stunned. That familiar face and that trembling voice instantly brought me back to my childhood. Uncle Lou is here. He was in tears and was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. He said that all those who wanted to hunt me down over the years are now dead. He said that the family crisis was over. I stood there in a daze for a moment, unable to believe that the news was true. I got in the car, my heart pounding and my body shaking, as if the answer I had been waiting for a lifetime had finally arrived. I couldn't help crying like a child. It turns out that I really made it through. I started fleeing when I was 9 years old and was sent to this city to survive. I have been an orphan, a piece of trash, and have been stepped on and looked down upon like a dog. I have endured humiliation and beatings. I have tolerated everything to survive. I even used marriage as a safe haven and became someone else's son-in-law. But no one knows that I am the only heir of the Chin family. That consortium that controls the world, that Chun family that once dominated the world, once belonged to me. And now, the storm is over. I, Chin Fan, am coming back. Those who humiliated me and trampled on me. None of you can escape. I stood there, breathing rapidly, the emotions surging in my chest, threatening to explode. I forcibly suppressed the sour urge and tried to calm myself down. The low-key and luxurious black Rolls-Royce in front of me, the familiar license plate, and the old man made me understand everything in an instant. My father sent him. He got out of the car with red eyes and was obviously emotionally unstable. He said that my mother had not slept all night and was just hoping that I would come home early to reunite with her. My heart was slightly shaken, but I didn't agree. The humiliation the Lin family had inflicted on me these days was still fresh in my mind. Being treated like trash, being looked upon as a burden, being insulted and trampled upon. I can't just leave like that. I owe the Lin family a favor. At least, I can't leave before Lin Shuyu is completely ruined. I told him that I couldn't go back for the time being and asked him to tell my parents that everything was fine. He was silent, sighed, took out a black card from his pocket, and handed it to me. There was 100 million yuan in the card. My father had expected that I would refuse. He didn't force me to go back, but just asked me to take good care of myself. I took the card and watched the old servant turn and leave. The tail of the car drove away, disappearing at the end of the street with a familiar smell and warmth. I laughed. The smile was a little cold. Today, I am no longer the Chan fan who was manipulated by others. I put the card away and went to the market to buy vegetables as usual, pretending to be ordinary as usual and pretending to still belong to this family. When I returned to the Lin family, the air became 3 degrees colder as soon as the door was opened. My mother-in-law changed her expression and said that it took me so long to buy groceries and it was completely useless. I replied to her expressionlessly and said I was walking away. She obviously didn't believe it and said that I was probably hiding somewhere crying and that I was the scourge of the Lin family. I didn't respond, but glanced coldly at Han Yansong, his face still as arrogant as ever. Lin Shuyu stood aside, avoiding my gaze, with guilt hidden in her eyes, but remained silent. I kept these emotions deep in my heart, said nothing, turned around and picked up the vegetables to prepare to cook. Suddenly, she said there was no need to cook, saying that today was her father's birthday and everyone should go to the hotel for dinner. I was about to leave quietly when I heard her ask me to go with her. As soon as I finished speaking, there was another round of harsh sarcasm, saying that I was only worthy of eating leftovers and should not disgust others. They started to act again, saying that taking someone like me to a high-end hotel was like letting the dogs see the world. I glanced at them indifferently, said nothing, turned around and got into a taxi. They drove away first in their luxury car. The mother and daughter smiled as if they had won the lottery, and I was arranged to take a taxi. The car was very quiet. I leaned back in my seat and silently watched the city flash by outside the window. They continued to humiliate me behind my back, saying that I was like a dog, that I was wagging my tail and begging for mercy, and that I was not worthy of Lin Shuyu. I heard it clearly, but felt no emotion. I know this is not the end, but the beginning. They arrived at the Wenxin Hotel first, where luxury cars were gathered, and the taxi I took became the shabby one. Passers-by looked at me and snickered, saying that the person who took the taxi must be a cleaner applying for a job. I ignored them and walked in as quietly and calmly as usual. The hotel was magnificent with carved beams and painted buildings. The hostess greeted everyone with a smile. I was wearing street stall clothes and looked out of place. But I don't care. I came here to watch the show. I looked from afar and saw Lin Shuyu smiling brightly, standing next to Han Yansong, as if she had already belonged to another world. I am just standing in a corner that is not worthy of being in the camera in their eyes, a speck of dust that is automatically ignored. Not long after I sat down in private room 808, Lin Shuyue's father also arrived. He was wearing an old-style Zhongshan suit. His hair was messy, but he had a simple smile on his face. This man has always been the only one in the Lin family who has never looked down on me. He didn't give me warmth, but at least he didn't treat me like a dog. When he came in, he kept saying it was too grand. I sat in the corner and looked at him quietly, with a little ripple in my heart. Han Yansong began to show his courtesy, saying that he had prepared a gift long ago and had spent more than 600,000 yuan to buy an antique porcelain vase. I looked up and saw that it was a blue-glazed jade bottle with a bright blue surface and smooth patterns. It looked really high-end. My mother-in-law's eyes lit up, as if she saw the god of wealth descend to the earth. Han Yansong explained proudly that this was taken from abroad and many people wanted to buy it, but he was reluctant to sell it. Lin Shuyu lowered her head and smiled, and there was no trace of me in her eyes. Dong Jinping smiled happily and immediately urged her daughter to thank young Master Han. Lin Shuyu responded shyly, with a tacit attitude, as if she had already handed her future over to someone else. I didn't say anything, my attention still focused on the porcelain vase, because I know this thing is fake. The real blue-glazed jade vase has long been kept in a secret room in my ancestral home. The bottle has a darker luster all over and a red plum blossom on the back. It is a secret that no one in the antique circle knows. My father is the chairman of the Chun Group and a big shot in the collecting world. This bottle is one of his most proud collections. And now, a fake has become a source of bragging rights in front of this group of people. How ironic. They use fakes to show off and flatter each other, while I, who truly understand the truth, sit in the corner like a joke. I watch them circling around the fake, their expressions as if they were worshipping some holy object. It was extremely funny. Han Yansong stood in the middle, looking very superior. He was almost floating with praise, and his face was full of complacency. I stepped forward without any emotion, simply wanting to teach this hypocrite a lesson on the spot. I didn't intend to reveal my identity right away, but I didn't mind tearing off his disguise first and making him lose face. I pointed at the bottle on the table and sneered inwardly. That thing is just a cheap fake. I have the real thing at home and have touched it more than once. My mother-in-law pounced on me like a mad dog, calling me an ungrateful person and saying that I was slandering others and daring to find fault even though I hadn't given any gifts. Han Yansong's eyes were as sharp as knives, looking me up and down, as if I didn't even have the qualifications to talk back. He said that I was just a poor guy who had never even seen this kind of bottle, and yet I dare to talk nonsense here, and I deserve to be a gigolo for the rest of my life. I ignored his expression and simply pointed out the key features of the jade purifying bottle and invited Lin Guozhong to check it out in person. The father-in-law hesitated for a moment and finally walked over to check the bottle, his expression gradually becoming embarrassed and complicated. He admitted that I was right. Lin Shuyue's expression froze, and she obviously believed me for the most part, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She began to doubt Han Yansong's intentions, but I remained calm and kept all my emotions in my heart. I told you more details about the authentic one, including the color changes after oxidation and the differences in the gloss and particles of the Tianshan sand. The bottle was unnaturally shiny all over, like a freshly baked handicraft, and it couldn't be more fake. Lin Guozhong leaned over and looked at it again, then nodded slightly, which was equivalent to giving me his stamp of approval. I know that from this moment on, Han Yansong must be looking unhappy. Of course, my mother-in-law was not convinced. She said that I was desperate and blamed Lin Guozhong for being dizzy and making a mistake. Lin Shuyu persuaded her to stop making trouble, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Han Yansong forced a smile and tried to smooth things over, saying that he would find an expert to identify it another day and that he would eat first. He put the bottle away with a stiff movement, his eyes avoiding me. I know he wants to kill me right now. He just bought the bottle from friend for only 60,000 yuan, but now he claims it was 600,000 yuan and ended up losing everything. The slap in the face was so severe that he couldn't pretend anymore. In order to save face, he waved his hand and asked the waiter to serve the most expensive dish. See cucumbers, abalone, prawns, Buddha jumps over the wall, and top-quality tuna. A meal costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. He said that this little money was nothing, as long as everyone had a good meal. I could see that he was holding his breath. He even whispered to the waiter and ordered me the cheapest rice for $2 and egg drop soup for $3. My mother-in-law was so happy that she said I was not worthy of eating high-end food and simply sent me to eat in the hall. I remained calm and continued to sit there, watching him finish his trick. Han Yansong gave me a smiling look, as if to say, no matter how tough you talk, you're still a beggar after all. I didn't say anything. I know this dinner is far from over. He ate half of it and suddenly started to challenge me, saying, how could someone like me be worthy of eating Australian lobster? He said that I was not a child anymore, but I still depended on women like a worm, and it was a shame for the Lin family to raise me. I put down my chopsticks and looked at his face with cold eyes. I said, "This has nothing to do with you." He laughed even more wildly and said that since I didn't give him any gifts, he would pay for the meal and let everyone see what I was capable of. He thought I would be humiliated by this move and bow my head. But I gave him a reversal. I said, "If I can afford this meal, you stay away from Lin Shuyu from now on. If you can't afford it, I will divorce you immediately and get out of the Lin family." The whole audience was silent. He agreed immediately, with a look of ridicule in his eyes. Lin Shuyu wanted to smooth things over and took out her card to pay for me. I stopped her, smiled, and shook my head, indicating that she should believe me. She hesitated for a few seconds, then actually put the card down and chose to remain silent. I stood up, walked to the cashier, took out a black card from my trouser pocket, and handed it over nonchalantly. My mother-in-law laughed out loud and said that I really treated the bank as a charity. How dare I use this kind of card to spend tens of thousands of yuan? Han Yansong was even more sarcastic, asking if I had sold my kidney to be so ostentatious. I'm too lazy to pay attention to them. The waiter took the card, and his expression instantly became respectful. He didn't ask for a password and just swiped it. Ding! Deduction successful. This transaction is 136,700 yuan. The sound was crisp like a slap in the face. I turned my head and looked at them indifferently, as if I were looking at a group of clowns. They were stunned, especially Lin Guozhong and Lin Shuyu, who were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. My mother-in-law lost control and asked me where the card came from and whether I stole it from Lin Shuyu. I said calmly, "I won the prize." There's no need for me to explain too much, since they won't believe my true identity anyway. I turned to look at Han Yansong and reminded him that our bet was still waiting for him to fulfill. The color of his face changed several times from red to white, and then from white to blue. I stood in the middle of the private room, staring at the face whose self-esteem had just been shattered, my voice lowered and cold to the bone. He couldn't stand steadily. His eyes were wandering. The smile on his lips had long collapsed, and he fled out in panic without even saying goodbye. I didn't even look at him. The mother-in-law kept calling out to him, but all she got in return was a cold look from him. The dinner was over, and the family went home in silence and took a taxi. When I got back to the house, I didn't say much and went straight back to my own room. In 2 years of marriage, she and I have never really slept in the same bed. To be precise, I have never even stepped into the bedroom door. My room is a storage room, less than 20 square meters, and it has an old single bed that she discarded. But even in this cramped space, I never stopped exercising, doing push-ups, boxing, and calm thinking every day without missing a single day. I transferred 3 million from the black card, replaced it with another card, and walked into the living room. She was curled up on the sofa watching a TV show, and I handed her the card. I explained the reason, saying that this was a reward for her care over the years, and asked her not to accept Han Yansong's funding anymore. I could see her surprise, and her expression changed slightly as she held the card in her hand. She has noticed a change in me these past 2 days, but she can't seem to say it out loud. In the past, she believed that I was a cowardly, unambitious loser. But today, when I faced Han Yansong's strong counterattack, her perception was completely overturned. What was even more incomprehensible to her was that I actually handed over the money without reservation. I could see clearly that she was feeling uneasy. Just when the atmosphere was almost quiet, my mother-in-law suddenly jumped out of the room. She still had the same expression, and my words instantly extinguished my emotion. She said I was lucky in the lottery, so what 3 million is not enough to repay the Lin family for raising me. I didn't want to respond. My father-in-law came out of the bathroom and tried to smooth things over as usual, but this time his tone was unusually serious. He advised her to shut up, then turned around and advised my daughter not to divorce me, saying that Han Yansong was unreliable and that I was the one who truly stood by her side. He is not a smart man, but he has never been a bad person and has never treated me as an outsider. He did not forget his father's instructions before his death. This marriage was a return of favor to my Chen family. The father-in-law still wants to maintain this promise, even though his wife wants to tear it apart. He looked at his daughter with expectation in his eyes, and she finally nodded slightly. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Han Yansong. I raised an eyebrow. I didn't hold much hope at first, but she actually cut off contact with that person. I didn't expect her to make the decision so quickly. Perhaps she was completely disappointed with the so-called rich second generation. She didn't accept me, but she chose to stand on my side, which is enough. That night, I felt happier than ever before. At the same time, Han Yansong was sitting in his car, stuck at a red light. His phone vibrated. He clicked on the message, and the next second his whole face exploded like a volcano. The anger burned through his disguise, and he roared like a mad dog and threw his cell phone into the back seat. Step on the accelerator and run all the red lights. A few days later, the Lin family's attitude towards me did soften a bit, but I knew in my heart that it was only a short-lived calm. In their eyes, I'm still that incompetent man who lives off his wife, but I have temporarily become the lucky version. She still hasn't changed my position in this family, but I'm not in a hurry. At noon that day, my mother-in-law asked me to go out and buy seafood, saying that her daughter wanted to eat braised prawns. I took my wallet and went out. On the way to the vegetable market, all the events of the past few days flashed through my mind. I know I can't stay here forever. The family crisis has been resolved, and I will eventually go back and face the responsibilities and identities that I once avoided. I know Han Yansong will not let it go. His vengeful character will not let him swallow his anger easily. I turned into a secluded alley. I stopped halfway through my walk. More than a dozen people appear at the front and back alleys at the same time, all dressed in black, holding steel pipes and machetes in their hands, with fierce looks on their faces. Then, Han Yansong appeared. He laughed like a madman, his eyes full of the pleasure of revenge, and he said he'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. He said I was blocking his way, and that Lin Shuyu would be his sooner or later. His words were like blunt knives, slowly cutting people. He said I was like Wu Dalong and not worthy of her, and then compared her to Pan Jinlian. I didn't move, but just looked at him with a sneer and asked him if he wanted to be Ximenqing. Before he could react, I raised my head and told him that Ximenqing's end was not glorious either. He laughed at me and said that I was not Wu Song and was only fit to be stepped on. He said that if I dared to crawl under his crotch, he might forgive me. He thought I would get him like a dog. I made a fake move and said I would drill. He approached triumphantly, standing in front of me with his legs spread wide open. I raised my hand and slapped him hard. It was a crisp and loud blow, and he was hit so hard that he spun half a circle on the spot, and the blood on his face evaporated instantly. His teeth flew out, and he was stunned. Even his reaction was a beat slow. Then he went crazy. He roared and ordered, "Kill him. Kill this bastard. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 100,000. A dozen men in black followed the order and pounced like vicious dogs. I stood there, motionless, feeling a long-lost fighting spirit boiling in my heart. It has been hidden for too long these years. These hands weren't meant to exist just for endurance. I stepped on the wall to gain leverage and rushed forward, kicking the 3 people over on the spot. The wind from my fist was mixed with anger. I locked the wrist of a man in black and twisted it slightly. The sound of broken bones was clearly audible. I grabbed the iron rod and knocked down 2 guys who tried to attack me. Among the dozen or so people, not one could meet me head-on. Their movements seemed to be replayed in slow motion in my eyes. Since I was 6 years old, the Chun family arranged for me to learn various martial arts from 6 hidden masters. I am good at Wing Chun, fighting, Jeet Do, and practical grappling. I have never stopped practicing over the years. The group of people fell down one by one. Some lay on the ground holding their stomachs and wailing, and some rolled to the entrance of the alley and dared not get any closer. I stood in the middle of them, my breathing still even, as if I had just finished warming up. Han Yansong hid at the back, his face twisted and his legs weak with fear. He wasn't here to fight. He just wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. But now, the knife was broken, and even the handle flew away. His gang fell to the ground, wailing, some with dislocated arms, some with broken ribs, like scarecrows swept by a hurricane. I just flicked the corner of my clothes, as if I had just finished sweeping the dust, picked up the shopping bag casually, and walked towards him step by step with the steel pipe in the other hand. He wanted to run, but his legs were as weak as noodles soaked in water, and he almost fell to his knees as he retreated. His throat was rolling up and down, cold sweat was on his forehead, and his face was pale, as if he would faint at any time. I approached him, my tone calm and emotionless, and just gave him a final warning. He understood. He was completely terrified. At that moment, he was not a rich second generation, nor a prominent figure, but just a clown struggling to save his life. He fled, tumbling and crawling, knocking over several of his men along the way. His face was full of terror, and he fled the scene like a mad dog. I threw away the steel pipe in my hand and turned to look at the thugs lying on the ground, all lying in a mess. I didn't last hit him, not out of kindness, but because I couldn't be bothered. Han Yansong is not worthy of me wanting to kill him. If I teach him a lesson once, he will behave himself if he is sensible. I carried the bag back home. Back in the kitchen, I was in a good mood and made her favorite braised prawns with oil. I'm not the kind of man who likes to stay in the kitchen for a long time, but over the years, my mother-in-law's words, "the money you earn is not even enough for her pocket money," have made me become a nanny. She does everything, including buying groceries, cooking, cleaning, and picking up children without saying a word. Her company grew bigger and bigger, and I was trapped in this house and became a tool to serve others. I put the food into an insulated box and took a car to her company. Her company is located in the tallest building in the city center, and the rent on the top floor is cheap, so she chose that place. As I walked into the elevator, the staff around me looked at me strangely, but I didn't care. I pressed the 38th floor and went all the way up. I opened the office door and she was not there. The front desk assistant told me that she went to the Faden group. The name instantly alerted me. Shuyu, the notorious guy who has a thing for beautiful young women, especially married ones. I remember that he had publicly revealed his despicable nature on many occasions, and no one dared to touch him because the person behind him was not easy to deal with. But today, if he dares to touch a hair on my wife's head, he'd better prepare a coffin for the entire group's building. I handed the lunchbox to the front desk and turned to leave without any hesitation. I called a taxi and headed straight to the Phaeton group with only one thought in my mind. Nothing could happen to her. Absolutely not. The car sped along, my heartbeat gradually accelerated, and my clenched fist became so tight that the knuckles turned white. If that bastard dares to touch her, I will make him regret living in this world. Meanwhile, she was sitting in Shun Huey's office, which was decorated like a hotel suite, and she was growing increasingly uneasy. This office is so luxurious, with a wine cabinet, sofa, bedroom, and bathroom. It doesn't look like a negotiation venue at all, but more like a trap. Shin Hui was reluctant to mention the cooperation, but instead kept looking at her body like a wolf staring at a sheep. She felt unwell and stood up to leave, but Shun Hui stopped her and persuaded her to drink with a smile. She refused, saying she was allergic to alcohol, but the man didn't listen and just smiled and handed her the wine. He drank one glass and deliberately left the other. She could taste that the wine was not right, but she didn't dare to completely break off relations with him. She finally suppressed her disgust and decided to sign the contract. She handed over the contract, but Shun Hui didn't even bother to look at it. He leaned closer and closer, his breath full of disgust. She felt dizzy, her consciousness blurred, her hands and feet became weak, and her whole body gradually lost control. Shun Hui's smile became more and more unbridled. He finally showed his fangs. He didn't want a contract. He wanted her. He stood up, dropped the papers, and approached her, licking his lips. She fell on the sofa and struggled to scream, but even her tongue was no longer under her control. Tears rolled down her eyes, and she suddenly realized that she was about to lose her innocence. At that moment, the anxious sound of high heels hitting the floor and a woman's scream were heard outside the office door. The next second, the door was slammed open. The sound of a fist tearing through the air exploded in the room. Shun Huey's greasy head was smashed away by my punch, and he hit the wall with his body and collapsed to the ground. Half of his face was collapsed, and blood mixed with wine flowed down his chin like pig food. I stood at the door, filled with murderous intent, and walked in step by step, with no warmth in my eyes. She lay on her side on the sofa, her face pale, her mind unclear, her clothes disheveled, and she looked like she had been trampled by a demon. I was furious, but I suppressed my anger and gently helped her up. Shun Hui struggled to get up, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and looked at me with gritted teeth. I didn't give him a chance to speak. I elbowed him in the chest with my backhand. I heard a bone crack, and he flew backwards again. You should be thankful that I don't feel like killing anyone today. After I kicked the disgusting man away, he actually struggled to stand up, the fat on his face twitching, and he stared at me fiercely. The secretary wanted to explain, but he just glared at her coldly, and the words immediately died in her throat. He ordered the security guard to come up, his face full of the declaration of "I want you to die," but I didn't care. My eyes were always on her. She wasn't violated, at most she was drugged, so I came not too late. But at that moment, my chest felt like it exploded, and anger rushed to my forehead. She is my wife, even in name only. I haven't touched her yet. Why should she be coveted by others? And this greasy, bald guy in front of her actually dared to drug her? She looked at me in a daze. A familiar look of dependence flashed in her eyes, and then she fainted softly. I supported her, and after checking that she was fine, I slowly stood up. He growled and asked who I was. I only told him one thing. I am her husband. Seeing his fat and big-eared appearance, my tone was already filled with murderous intent. Drugging, forcing, threatening, these beasts have no bottom line and are not even worthy of being human beings. But he laughed wildly and kept saying, I just like this kind of excitement. He thinks he is very powerful. I walked up to him and gave him two choices: apologize or live a life worse than death. He thought I was crazy and mocked me for being a gigolo. He even brought up how I married Lin Shuyu to humiliate me. Unfortunately, he said the wrong thing. I will no longer tolerate it. I rushed forward and hit him directly in the face with a left hook. His fat head spun around on the spot and fell to the ground, spitting out 2 teeth. He covered his face and laughed, laughing like a madman. He said I was finished, that Lin Shuyu would climb into his bed sooner or later, and that the Phaeton group could destroy me. He said that no matter how strong I was just a peasant. He said power and money are the truth. I listened to these words and laughed. You're right, but you got one thing wrong. He wanted to mock me, but I punched him in the chest, and he fell to the ground again. He said he knew someone. He said he had a background. I didn't bother talking to him, so I took out my cell phone and dialed a familiar number. As soon as the voice on the other end of the phone rang, I said, Uncle Lou, I have a company here, Phaeton. The owner's surname is Shun. Check him out, pack him up and deal with him, and notify his father to come to the store in person. The other party just responded with okay. After hanging up the phone, I looked up and saw Shun Hui still laughing at me for showing off by using a Huawei 1,000 yuan phone. I punched him in the stomach, and he flew out, knocking over the bookcase. I asked him, have you shut up? He yelled in defiance, still shouting, do you know who my father is? I lost my patience and slapped him in the face again. I've been suppressing it for too long. Today, I'm not that gigolo loser. Today, I am the messenger from hell who has come to collect debts. I don't allow anyone to touch my wife, even if she doesn't understand my feelings for her. Footsteps were heard, and more than a dozen people came in. A middle-aged man walked in with a dignified look on his face. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. As soon as Shun Hui saw the man, he pounced on him like a mad dog. That's his father, the real boss behind Phaeton. Shun Hui pointed at me and shouted that he wanted revenge and wanted me to die. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. He glanced at Lin Shuyu, who was slumped on the sofa, then looked at me, and then said nothing. Bang! He raised his hand and slapped Shun Hui hard in the face. The sound was so piercing that the whole place fell into dead silence. I looked at the father and son, one lying on the ground like a fool, and the other burning with rage, but enduring it silently. This plot seems a little wrong. In the messy office, I looked coldly at Shun Hui's swollen face. His expression was shocked and confused, as if he had suddenly seen a ghost. He didn't expect that I, a loser in his eyes, could actually turn the tables and force his own father to slap himself in public. I stood there motionless, watching him struggle and roar at his father. He had lost his usual cynical expression and instead looked like a dog with its tail stepped on. Shen Weisheng was completely furious. He raised his hand and slapped his stupid son again. The slap was clean and cruel, as if he had been putting up with him for a long time. I didn't say anything, but just glanced at him coldly. Shen Weisheng's expression changed instantly, and he immediately turned to me, his face full of caution and flattery. He even humbly admitted his son's mistake and said he was willing to apologize and asked me to show mercy. I snorted coldly. It's not that easy to let them go. I questioned him whether, as a father, he should be held responsible if his son did something wrong. He immediately nodded rapidly and said that it was his father's fault. I pointed at him and told him to slap himself. He said, yeah, bro, and actually started slapping himself. There was a clattering sound, so merciless that even the dentures were knocked away. The whole office was dead silent, and everyone was stunned. The head of the Phaeton group was so humble in front of me, a seemingly poor son-in-law. Shun Hui cried and rushed over to hold his father's hand. I sneered in my heart. I was afraid that this incident between father and son would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. I gave the order and told them to get out. Shen Weisheng immediately nodded and bowed, saying yes repeatedly, and pulled Shen Hui out as if he was avoiding the plague god. When they hid in another office, I could imagine Shen Hui looking so confused that he was about to explode. He doesn't understand why a waste like me scares his dad so much. But no one would answer his questions. I picked up Lin Shuyu and left. Outside the Phaeton group building, A dazzling Rolls-Royce was already waiting. Uncle Lou stood by the car, his body straight and his eyes anxious. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he saw me holding Lin Shuyu in my arms. I told him to take Lin Shuyu to the hospital. She had been drugged. Fortunately, we arrived in time. He nodded in agreement and opened the car door for me. I put her in the car, moving very gently as if I was afraid of breaking her. Uncle Lou looked at me with complicated eyes, and his words were full of concern. I just responded indifferently and said that I would go back to see my parents when the time was right. Then I took out Lin Shuyue's cell phone and sent a message to the secretary in her tone, telling her to rush to the hospital. The car started, kicking up a cloud of dust. I stood there and watched, but something came to my mind. Contract. Lin Shuyue came here to negotiate and sign a contract. If this matter fails, it will be a huge blow to her. My face darkened, and I turned around without hesitation, heading straight back towards the Phaeton Group building. Chapter 8. In the hospital ward, Lin Shuyue woke up at this time. She sat on the hospital bed, her face pale and confused, her eyes wandering between the ceiling and the back of her hand, as if confirming whether she was still alive or had just woken up from a nightmare. I watched her clutching the corner of the quilt tightly, her knuckles turning white. It wasn't because she was afraid of the cold, but the aftereffects of the shock. She was almost defiled in Shun Hui's office and almost lost her dignity. The name Shun Hui is a poisonous thorn hidden in my heart. When I think of his face, a kind of suppressed anger in my body rushes to my chest like a tide, burning my internal organs. Two of her old subordinates have arrived, one calm and the other hot-tempered. They attacked me as if I had been sentenced to death. In their eyes, I was worthless, even worse than a watchdog. I didn't object, there was no need. The accusations came like a tide, pushing me into a passive position. She said I didn't show up and that I should stand up, but she didn't know that I was on my way there and just deliberately slowed down my pace. She escaped that disaster. Although she was drugged, she wasn't actually violated. I know that if I had been a step late, the blame would have fallen on me, but I'm willing to bear all the blame for her. Because I have seen with my own eyes her dealing with the vicious wolves in the mall alone and helplessly. I have seen her secretly rubbing her neck while working overtime late at night, and I have also seen her silence when she collapsed. But I can't say anything. Zhou Donglin cursed more and more vigorously, and every word was like a dagger stabbing into my chest. She didn't know that sometimes true strength does not come from fists, but from forbearance. She said I was a coward, saying even a dog would protect its owner. I listened, neither arguing nor arguing. She was right, I did not show up in time, and I did not save her from Shenhui, but I am not a waste either. If I want Shenhui to kneel down and beg for mercy, he will come. I just don't want her to know that those coincidences and reliefs she thought were actually the result of my secret manipulation. I wasn't supposed to be there, but Xiao Yuan informed me that she was in the hospital and that something had happened. I couldn't pretend to be indifferent, so I had to come, even if I had to be scolded. When she saw me, her eyes were extremely complicated at that moment. It was not hatred, nor gratitude, but confusion, as if she was trying to recall whether I was worthy of trust. I know that she is already shaken. When I handed her the glass of water, she looked away and didn't say anything. It wasn't that she wasn't thirsty. It was that she didn't want to face me, the man who had failed to protect her. At that moment, I suddenly understood that what a woman really wants is not an explanation, but for you to stand up for her when she needs you, even at the cost of your life. So I said, Shenhui will come to apologize. It's not a boast, it's a verdict. They all laughed, as if they had heard a huge joke, and laughed so hard that tears were about to burst out. In their eyes, I am just a coward who is not presentable, a laughingstock who can't even protect his wife. But they didn't know that Shun Hui would soon bow his head, appear in front of Lin Shuyue in person with a humiliating apology, and beg for forgiveness like a dog. But I'm not in a hurry. Let him jump around for a few more days. The more arrogant he is, the harder he will fall, and the more real it will seem. I was about to open my mouth to speak when Lin Shuyue had already pulled out the foreign needle. Her movements were as decisive as if she had just won a battle. She picked up her bag and was about to leave, insisting on going home to change into new clothes and dress decently before attending her grandmother's birthday party. I was stunned. Can I go too? Without looking at me, she handed me a bank card and said, withdraw some money and buy a gift for Grandma. Today is the day for the whole family to get together. I waved my hand. No, I have my own money. She turned to look at me with a rare hint of surprise in her eyes. You have money? Before she could say anything else, Zhou Donglin, who loved to step on me the most, sneered, Huh, A guy who relies on women for support actually has hidden money. She laughed exaggeratedly. That little bit of money, you couldn't have collected it from the leftover change from buying groceries, right? You really worked hard. I didn't say anything, just smiled faintly. Lin Shuyue's face darkened and her tone turned cold. Zhou Donglin, this is our family matter. Don't get involved. She turned around and stood in front of me, her eyes stern. Even if you were my colleague, you are still my subordinate. Don't cross the line. Zhou Donglin seemed to have been slapped in the face. She immediately wilted and agreed in a low voice. I understand, Mr. Lin. I don't know whether Lin Shuyue was genuinely speaking for me or felt that my embarrassment would bring shame to her, but I remembered this moment. She had already put on her coat and stood straight like a queen in the workplace. Even though she was still a little weak, she could not be ignored. Xiaoyun wanted to stop her. Mr. Lin, the doctor said she can't be discharged. Grandma is good to me. I can't go to see her dressed like a patient. She said only this and turned away. Zhou Donglin quickly chased after him. Boss Lin, I'll take you there. Xiaoyun nodded at me. Mr. Chun, I'm leaving too. I also stood up. Let's go together. We walked side by side in the corridor. The smell of disinfectant was pungent, but I could still smell Xiaoyun's faint body fragrance. It's that clean, unadorned natural scent that can easily make people uneasy. Xiaoyun has always been a special person. She has never looked down on me because I am a live-in son-in-law. In fact, maybe some appreciation. She could see that although I was down and out, I was devoted. I was too familiar with her gentle and restrained gaze. I suddenly felt the air was so quiet that it felt a bit oppressive. To break the awkwardness, I asked, by the way, what's your full name? She answered softly, my name is Sun Yuan. I couldn't help but laugh. Sun Wukong's sister? She froze, not understanding the not-so-funny joke. I laughed dryly. Sorry, I was just kidding. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a medical cart suddenly rushed over from behind Sun Yuan at an extremely fast speed. My eyes jumped. The scissors and syringe were heading straight for her legs. If they were stabbed, this beautiful leg would definitely be ruined. Without thinking much, I took a step forward, put my arms around her waist, turned her around suddenly, and kicked the cart away. My back was against the wall, and she was in my arms. We were so close that we could almost breathe. She let out a soft cry, and her face turned red all of a sudden. The next second, a slap hit me hard in the face, and she pushed me away in panic and ran out. I stood there. My face didn't hurt much, but I felt a surge of anger in my heart. I saved someone but got slapped in the face. Haha, it fits my personality as a giant rice man. Memories came flooding back. I married Lin Shuyue because of her grandfather. The old man treated me very well and treated me as his own grandson since I was a child. He and my grandfather were brothers in life and death. 20 years ago, when the Lin family enterprise encountered a financial crisis, my grandfather gave all his money to help. The Lin family can be what it is today, thanks to my family's life-saving money. The old man was grateful and promised his granddaughter to me, his son-in-law, to repay the favor. But the day after his death, the situation in the Lin family changed. The old lady of the Lin family took over the power and completely settled all the old accounts. From then on, life as an outsider in the Lin family became difficult. But I gritted my teeth and persevered. Although the Lin family's business is not as big as my family's in the past, it is still a well-known family in Lu City and is listed as one of the 4 major families. And the old lady, the 80-year-old woman with supreme power, is now the helmsman of this family. Today is her birthday party. Everyone in the Lin family had to be present, including me, the most unwelcome son-in-law. Logically speaking, our family should have received advance notice of such a big occasion as Grandma's 80th birthday. But the reality is that he was only notified at the last minute on the day of the birthday party and was so hastily invited that it seemed as if he was just called in passing. All of this is related to the separation of the family. After the old man died, Grandma drew a clear line with her youngest son and held all the property and power tightly in her hands. But my father-in-law, Lin Guizhong, didn't ask for anything and was kicked out of the house without a single word of argument. For so many years, Dong Jinping scolded him every day, calling him a fool who didn't even take a sip of soup and was extremely cowardly. For 2 years, the 2 brothers had almost no contact. Every year during the holidays, she visited the old lady and never brought me with her. Because I am a son-in-law who lives with the family, I am a shameful existence and am regarded as the root of the rift in the family. The only reason the youngest son was able to attend the birthday party today was because the old lady asked him to, and he reluctantly called to inform her. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was still light. I came here by taxi alone, and the car just stopped in front of the courtyard gate. What caught the eye was a row of luxury cars, Bentley, Porsche, Maserati. Each one represented the face of the Lin family. As soon as I got out of the car, a uniformed security guard rushed towards me. "Hey kid, are you a sewer repairman? Hurry up, the kitchen is leaking." I frowned and said calmly, "I'm not a plumber. I'm here to attend the birthday party." He was stunned for 2 seconds, then began to look at me with a sharp look in his eyes. I was wearing ordinary street stall goods and an old pair of Urk shoes. I didn't look like I was going to party at all. "Get out of here right now. How can you get into this kind of place? And you're still thinking of stealing food and drinks? Don't dream on." He spoke arrogantly and pushed me, but I didn't move. The muscles in my body are not developed in the gym, but are hard bones honed in silence. "Wow, you have a pretty strong body." He pushed again, angrily. I raised my hand, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it slightly. "Ah!" He screamed, his face distorted. I spat coldly, hitting him right in the eye. "You idiot, you don't even deserve to be beaten by me." He howled and retreated. I was about to let go when a familiar female voice came. "Stop." I turned around and saw Lin Shuyu had arrived. I let go of the security guard's hand. She frowned. "What happened?" Seeing this, the security guard immediately changed his expression and pointed at me and shouted, "This guy tried to sneak in and even attack people." Bang! Lin Shuyu slapped him hard in the face. "Are you lying? I saw it with my own eyes. You were the one who pushed him first. This is my hometown's birthday party. If you don't have eyes, get out." The security guard was stunned, and the red marks on his face were clearly visible. He covered his face and tried to defend himself. You are? My grandmother is the owner of this house." "Miss, I really didn't know you were. I'm sorry. As I was speaking, my father-in-law and mother-in-law arrived. They came here in the delivery truck of Lin Chiuyu's company. They didn't dare to park the car at the door for fear of embarrassment, so they got out of the car early and walked over. "Chiyu, what's wrong?" asked mother-in-law Dong Jinping. Lin Xie was about to speak when she was interrupted by her. "He's just a guard dog. He bit someone, and you're still trying to reason with him." She glanced at me with disdain and cursed in a low voice. "You only know how to stir up trouble. You're always causing trouble." I felt like a stone was pressing on my heart when I heard these words. Lin Guizhong quickly came to smooth things over. He smiled and patted the security guard on the shoulder, offering him a cigarette. "Brother, you new here, right? I'm Lin Guizhong, the old lady's eldest son." Lin Guizhong. The security guard looked confused, but the face shape did look like that of the old lady. His expression changed, and he bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry. Please come in. It's just a misunderstanding." Just as we were about to enter, a sarcastic voice sounded from not far away. "Hey, isn't this Big Brother's family? What? You've gotten so poor that you can't even get into your own house. TSK, how shabby." I looked in the direction of a voice. A woman in a bright red pleated skirt walked out of the courtyard gate. Her makeup was as thick as a mask. Her figure was slightly plump but full of charm, and the seductive gleam in the corners of her eyes could not hide her artificiality and arrogance. Her name is Yu Jing. She is the wife of the youngest son of the Lin family and my aunt. She raised the corners of her mouth, put on a condescending attitude, and looked at our family. My mother-in-law Dong Jinping reacted the fastest and greeted him with a smile. "Oh my, sister, you're getting younger and younger. Your skin is as smooth as a boiled egg. What kind of moisturizer do you use? An international brand, right?" Yu Jing's lips curved up, a sardonic smile. "Haha, women, you have to know how to take care of yourself. Unlike you, with so many wrinkles on your face, people who don't know you would think you have a fish pond on your face." Dong Jinping's face turned green, but she still managed to smile, forcing out a word through her teeth. "You really know how to joke." How could she not hear how harsh these words were? But he was now in a good position, so she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Yu Jing looked at Lin Chiuyue again, her eyes as if she was examining a commodity. "Chiuyue, doesn't your company sell cosmetics? Why don't you give it to your mother? She can't even keep her makeup on." Lin Chiuyue said in a cold tone, "My mother doesn't usually wear makeup. She's getting older, and if she wears too much makeup, she's afraid she'll be called an old witch." She said the last 3 words with great emphasis, and Yu Jing's face changed immediately. Lin Chiuyue smiled faintly and raised her delicate face. "I use our own Yidai series. What do you think of the effect?" It's okay. Yu Jing smiled as if she had swallowed poison. She had just humiliated Dong Jinping, but Shuyu hit her back, and she was so angry that she almost collapsed on the spot. But she was thick-skinned enough to quickly switch tactics and turn a look at me. By the way, Shuyu, is your husband here? Here I am. Lin Shuyu pointed at me. Stand on your left. Yu Jing was stunned and looked in the direction he was pointing. I nodded, and she looked me up and down as if I were a joke, her eyes full of sarcasm. Are you Chun Fan? Tisk, it's been 2 years, and you're still dressed the same, like a scrap collector. I came in a hurry and forgot to change it, I said. Where do you work? She asked knowingly. Stay home and unemployed. She nodded, as if she had known this all along. I heard that you always ranked last in the class on exams and didn't even get into university. It's normal that you can't find a job now. But don't worry. My factory is short of security guards. Do you want me to arrange for you to go to the house? She spoke seriously, but her tone was as if she was throwing a bone to a beggar. I didn't say anything and was about to say something back to her. Dong Jinping suddenly interrupted. Sister, don't worry about it. Our Shuyu company makes millions a month. It doesn't matter whether Chen Fan works or not. We are not short of money. This sounds scary, and I know it's all exaggerated. Shuyu company is still on the brink of a debt crisis, so how can it have any plans to go public? But I understand her, for the sake of face. Yu Jing snorted coldly, turned around and walked in, twisting her waist. Before leaving, she said, Hurry up, the dinner is about to start. Dong Jinping looked at her from behind and stuck out her tongue. You stinky woman, you're really nosy. We didn't say anything and followed him into the courtyard. The house is antique, with a mahogany structure, flying eaves and corners, rockery and flowing water, full of luxury and sophistication. We walked along the cobblestone path, passed through the vestibule, and finally arrived at the reception hall. The hall was filled with noise, relatives and friends, and it was very lively. But when our family walked in, the atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. I could clearly feel everyone's gazes passing over me, and in the end, they all brushed me off like dust, treating me like air. Shuyu lowered her voice and whispered in my ear, Is the gift ready? I nodded. Ready. Okay, don't talk for a while. Just be mute today. It will embarrass you. I smiled and didn't refute. I've long been accustomed to the fact that in this family, I'm just an unnecessary shadow. Shuyu, you're here. Shuyu, today is Grandma's birthday. Why are you here just now? Oh, Shuyu has become much more beautiful. What gift are you preparing for Grandma? Relatives gathered around one by one, their faces full of enthusiasm, but that enthusiasm was only for Shuyu and her parents. As for me, no one even gave me a glance. Some people even thought I was a driver who followed in from some other company or a random person, and they looked at me with disdain and a sharp smile on their faces. That's how this family is. Whoever has money deserves respect. Lin Shuyu is a female entrepreneur who started from scratch. It is not easy for her to achieve what she has today. This is also what makes these people admire her, so they are willing to greet Lin Shuyu and perhaps have business dealings in the future. Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping were selectively forgotten, with only a few elderly relatives asking the questions. The couple also stood behind Lin Shuyu, knowing the situation. I've long been accustomed to this kind of scene. Being treated like air is better than being despised and turned into a stench. Unfortunately, this time, someone just doesn't intend to let me go. Lin Xiangtian, Lin Shuyue's cousin, had just returned from studying abroad and was a self-proclaimed God's child. His mother was the noble lady who had been making indirect accusations at the door a few days ago. He also has a younger sister who didn't come back from the UK after taking the TOEFL test. Both brother and sister are returnees, and their faces are full of superiority. He was wearing shiny leather shoes, dressed neatly, and greeted Lin Shuyu with a smile. Sister, long time no see. I heard you're married. He smiled gently, but I could sense the tension in his words. Yes, Shao Yan, you're back from studying abroad. Lin Shuyu kept a polite distance. They have not been close since childhood and have rarely met each other. But Lin Xiangtian came this time not just to say hello. 2 years ago, the Lin family split up, but they didn't sever ties. When Mr. Lin passed away, he left a strange will. His assets were temporarily kept by his grandmother. As soon as she dies, the 3 children of the Lin family will be eligible to share the property equally. Therefore, whoever can make the old lady partial to him may have the opportunity to take over the entire Lin empire. The old lady dotes on Lin Xiangtian the most, but she also looks at Lin Shuyu differently. Lin Xiangtian keenly sensed the crisis. If the old lady changed her will before her death, Lin Shuyu would most likely be the ultimate winner. I heard that you married a husband who lived with his wife. Lin Xiangtian suddenly turned to me with a raised corner of his mouth. Lin Shuyu forced a smile. It's him. His name is Chun Fan. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, looked me over, and smiled in a way that made me want to punch him. Brother-in-law, this is a typical gigolo. I admire you so much. Living off a gigolo is a skill. Thank you for the compliment, I said calmly. By the way, sister, what gift have you prepared for Grandma today? As soon as he finished speaking, he started bragging again. This time, my family is giving me an authentic painting from a private collector in China, Zhao Ji's ink pine, cloud, and crane. He spoke excitedly, as if he had already won everyone's applause in advance. In the distance, his father, Lin Guixiao, shouted, "Xiao Tian, come and hang up the painting so that everyone can appreciate it." Lin Xiangtian ran over triumphantly, and Lin Shuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. I quietly took out a mottled mahogany box from my pocket. The paint on the surface is peeling off. There are no patterns, and it looks like a shabby thing. This is a gift I prepared personally. To my grandmother, it is more valuable than any other collection. Shuyu, my dear niece. A woman wearing a Persian shawl and wavy leather pants rushed over and hugged Lin Shuyu tightly. She is Lin Meiyun, the old lady's youngest daughter. His personality is warm and kind, but he is actually calculating deep down. She and her second brother Lin Guoxiao are of the same kind. They're eyeing the family property and are planning to kick Lin Guozhong's family out after the old lady passes away. She didn't even look at Lin Guozhong and his wife, but was extremely enthusiastic towards Lin Shuyu. "Aunt, where is Jia Yi?" Lin Shuyu asked. "That girl sticks to Grandma all day long." Lin Meiyun responded with a smile, but her eyes couldn't help but drift towards the wooden box in my hand. "Chun Fan, that thing in your hand, is it a gift for Grandma?" Her eyes became sharp. "Yes," I replied calmly. "What is this?" "A broken box," she said sarcastically, with a mocking smile on her lips. "It's an ordinary gift, but more valuable than all the gifts today." I looked determined. Several relatives around burst into laughter. "Shuyu, is your husband suffering from paranoia?" Lin Meiyu laughed exaggeratedly. "Ah." I listened to the laughter without any emotion. Lin Shuyue's face darkened slightly, but she said nothing. Inside, she was furious. "I asked you to prepare a gift, but you only brought a broken box. Isn't this embarrassing for the whole family?" Lin Shuyue looked at me angrily and said that it was not that she didn't want to give me the bank card in the first place, but I insisted on preparing it myself, and now I'm embarrassed. She sneered and said, "You can't help but feel like you're just a piece of rotten wood." I didn't say anything, walked silently to the altar, and placed the prepared wooden box on it. A row of expensive gifts were displayed on the altar, including deer antlers, ginseng, pu'er tea, Wuliangya liquor, mink coats, purple clay cups, gold and silver jewelry, all of which were bright and beautiful high-end goods. My wooden box looked extremely out of place, like an urn, and even the packaging was shabby. Lin Meiyun walked over, her tone suddenly becoming sharp. "Chill, this is too perfunctory, isn't it? Today is the old lady's birthday, and you didn't even prepare a decent gift?" She pointed at the mink coat and proudly showed it off. "Look, this is real mink with gold embroidery. It's 380,000 yuan, not expensive but worth showing off." I stood aside, silently watching the superiority in their eyes. Lin Shue stood there, her face flushed with shame, wishing she could tear me apart right then and there. She gritted her teeth and walked to the altar, picked up the wooden box, and opened it with a look of suspicion. With a click, in the wooden box lay a white, round bead the size of a walnut. It was not as translucent as ordinary pearls, but instead had a faint misty sheen. She was stunned for a moment, then picked it up tentatively. The bead was heavy and icy cold, yet felt soft and smooth to the touch. This is a night-shining pearl from the Jingguan period of the Tang dynasty. According to experts, it was the first one collected by Wu Zetian. I had just said 2 sentences when the crowd went crazy. Stop making it up. Have you read too many novels?" Someone laughed out loud. "Night pearl? The kind that glows? You must be kidding. Wu Zetian, why don't you say it was left behind by Niwa repairing the sky?" The taunts and laughter came in waves, piercing my ears like knives. Lin Shuyue's face darkened little by little. She silently put the night pearl into her bag, obviously not wanting to embarrass herself again. "Shuyue, It's right for you to put away. If the old lady saw it, she would definitely be sad. Lin Miyu came over at the right time, patted her shoulder, and pretended to comfort her. If your husband has no money, you can tell your aunt, I will help you. She said it nicely, but it was all sarcasm. My family is not so poor that we can't even afford a gift. Lin Shuyu retorted, holding back her tears. Then the problem is your husband? Lin Miyu asked in a playful tone. Every word she said seemed caring, but in fact it was sarcasm. The more Lin Shuyu listened, the more depressed she became, and her hatred grew deeper. Just recently, she decided not to divorce after being persuaded by her father. But now, she has made up her mind. This marriage must be divorced. Marrying a loser who gave fake beads to his grandmother will sooner or later make people laugh at you. Suddenly, there was a noise not far away. Come quickly. The ink pine, cloud, and crane painting that Xiaotian brought back from abroad is now hanging up. The crowd rushed towards the east wall, where an antique ink painting was hung high. Lin Guoxiao looked proud as he walked to the front of the crowd with his wife Yu Jing in his arms, waving his hand. This is what my son bought from a foreigner at a high price. It was personally written by Emperor Huizong of Song. He raised his voice and said, the pine trees and cranes symbolize longevity. I wish the old lady a long life. There was thunderous applause and praises one after another. How much did this painting cost? Yu Jing asked deliberately. Lin Xiangtian raised 5 fingers and said with a smile, 500,000. Bought from a private collector. It's worth at least 5 million. If we auction it, it could fetch 10 million. The onlookers exclaimed and nodded in praise. This is a real birthday gift. It's nothing like the stuff Chun Fan gave me. It's not even as good as the street vendor stuff. He has no money, no skills, and his character is rotten. I couldn't help but frown as I watched this group of people kneeling down to lick the calligraphy and paintings while belittling me. Lin Shuyu also blushed and lowered her head without saying a word. I wanted to comfort her. Actually, that night, Pearl. She pushed me away violently, her voice cold to the bone. Don't touch me. You've humiliated me. She turned and rushed out of the reception hall, her eyes slightly red. Seeing this, Lin Xiangtian deliberately raised his voice. Brother-in-law, you are really amazing. You actually gave Grandma Wu Zetian's Night Shining Pearl? You are so bold. The crowd burst into laughter. Yu Jing looked disdainful and said, don't waste your time talking to this kind of person. He's trying to lie in such an occasion. He's not even worthy of entering our house. I spoke calmly. I'm faking it. I glanced around the room and asked, can anyone here tell that this so-called ink pine, cloud, and crane painting is fake? The hall suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. I said the painting was fake, and the whole audience was stunned and silent, as if they had heard me say something utterly ridiculous. Then Yu Jing started swearing and called me a waste. Lin Xiangtian was even more furious, pointing at me and yelling, saying that I had given him a fake bead and still had the nerve to slander him. He said he bought the painting abroad from a private collector named LeBron Walton, and it was passed down from generation to generation. I didn't respond, and he spoke more and more excitedly, as if he was telling a legend. Lin Wuxiao also came out to support the event, saying that he had asked an expert to look at the painting, who confirmed it was an authentic work and had a market value of over 10 million yuan. Then the 3 of them acted like crazy and made me kneel down and apologize, scolding me for talking nonsense. The people around me also started to make a fuss and accused me of pretending to know everything. They said that I was a son-in-law who lived off his wife, so how could I be qualified to appraise paintings? Every sarcastic remark stabbed my ears like a knife, but I remained standing still. Those guys who usually even write pinyin incorrectly have now become treasure appraisers. I ignored them, my eyes always fixed on the painting. At this time, Lin Miyu also jumped out and asked me to apologize quickly, and ridiculed me for pretending to know calligraphy and painting. The atmosphere in the hall became increasingly heated. Dozens of people surrounded me and started cursing at me. It was as lively as an arena. Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping had already hidden outside the door, fearing that they would be implicated by me. They always draw the line when I'm in trouble and never really help me. At this time, Lin Shuyu rushed into the hall with an ugly face and cold eyes. She heard the noise and came back because she was worried that something had happened to me. When she saw me being besieged, she was obviously shaking with anger. Even though she was usually extremely disappointed in me, she was still somewhat moved when she saw me being surrounded. Yu Jing came forward to complain, saying that I was belittling the painting that Xiaotian bought from abroad. I didn't back down and stood up again and said, that painting was fake from the beginning. Lin Xiangtian suddenly wanted to rush over and hit me, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. After all, today is the old lady's birthday party, and they dare not take action in public. Lin Shuyu walked up to me and whispered, stop making trouble. Don't embarrass yourself. I looked at her and didn't respond. Instead, I slowly walked to the painting and stared at it for a few seconds. Then I turned and spoke, my voice calm but powerful. Song Huizong Zhao Ji was indeed good at painting flowers and birds, and he also had paintings on cranes, such as the auspicious crane picture, which is collected in the National Museum. But apart from this, he never left behind any other similar paintings. And this ink pine, cloud, and crane painting is realistic in style, which is completely inconsistent with Zhao Ji's usual style. What's even more ridiculous is the signature on this painting. Zhao Ji was good at the slender, gold style of calligraphy, with its slender and strong lines. But this signature is clearly ordinary running script. Even the font is different. How dare you say it's an authentic work? As soon as I finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone stared at the signature on the painting, and the atmosphere began to waver. Someone murmured quietly, it's definitely not the slender gold style. The expressions of Ling Xiao and his family of 3 suddenly became very ugly. I looked at them and sneered, now, tell me who is faking it. Lin Xiangtian was furious and pointed at me and yelled, why are you pointing at me? I didn't give in and continued, you know best where you bought this painting. Someone will sell you an authentic work for $500,000? Don't you have any idea? You're pretty good at passing off a fake as the original. Did you pocket the 500,000? As soon as I finished speaking, Lin Xiangtian looked as if he was struck by lightning. His expression was dull and his face was pale. He was still stubborn. Don't slander me. You can't ruin my reputation. But his tone had softened, and there was a hint of guilt in his eyes. I stared at him, sneered, and shouted, you're showing off. Your whole family is showing off. The crowd was in an uproar again. Some people continued to support Lin Xiangtian, but many people also looked at the painting and fell into deep thought. I stopped arguing and just stood there. In recent years, in addition to practicing martial arts, I have also read extensively, especially about antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. My grandfather was the manager of the Chun Family Collection Museum. He once said, if you know the treasure, you can protect the family. I have been influenced by this since I was a child, so I naturally know how to distinguish the true from the false. Lin Shuyu looked at me with a complicated expression. At that moment, it was the first time she didn't blame me. She pulled me and gave me a gentle look as if telling me, don't be afraid, I'm on your side. At this moment, an old voice came from the door of the hall. Why is it so lively here? The crowd stood up and fell into silence. I looked up and saw that it was the old lady of the Lin family who had arrived. She was wearing a crimson silk robe. Her face was peaceful, and there was a hint of kindness in her majesty. The person holding her arm was Kit Yi, the apple of Lin Meiyun's eye. She had a high ponytail and wore a well-cut dress. She had delicate features and a calm expression. She and her daughter have always held a very high status in the family. This time the old lady showed up in person, and the entire venue fell silent instantly. Mom, you're here. Lin Guoxiao respectfully brought the armchair and invited the old lady to sit on it. The old lady had her silver hair tied up and pinned with a golden hairpin. Although her face was full of wrinkles, she looked energetic and looked like someone who controlled the power of the family. Before she could say anything, Yu Jing came forward with a smile and said, Xiao Tian is a filial son. He bought a painting for your birthday. As soon as he hung it up, Chun Fan said it was fake. As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at me, her eyes full of provocation and contempt. Shuyu stepped forward, held the old woman's hand, and called her grandma, trying to ease the situation. Shuyu, you don't come to see me often. There was a hint of blame in the old lady's tone. Shuyu whispered that she was busy with work, but the old lady didn't respond. Instead, Yi Jie jumped out. Her tone was sour, mocking Shuyu for having an easy job as a boss and not even having time to visit her grandmother. Shuyu was too lazy to argue with her and just responded casually. But Yi Jie immediately added to the story, saying with a smile that she still had to support a useless husband. No wonder she was so busy. I listened but said nothing. The old lady waved her hand, signaling us to stop arguing, and asked someone to help her stand up and walk to the painting. She put on her reading glasses, looked carefully for a moment, then returned to her chair without saying anything. My heart skipped a beat, and I wondered what she had seen. Shuyu mustered up the courage to speak for me. Grandma, this painting is fake. Chun Fan saw through it. The old lady's face changed, and her expression suddenly became stern. Lin Guixiao's family's expressions tightened noticeably, and they began to look uneasy. I know they feel guilty. Lin Xiangtian bought the painting for 20,000 yuan, but he claimed 500,000 yuan. The old lady controls the family finances and hates it most when someone tampers with the accounts and takes money away. As long as she admits that the painting is a fake, Xiangtian will be finished. But she slowly said, "This painting is real." That one sentence was like a bucket of ice water being poured over my head. The whole place was still. Shuyue's eyes widened, and I was completely stunned. I pointed out all the flaws. How could she not see them? She is a history teacher and has been learning calligraphy and painting for many years. How could she not see that the signature was not in the slender gold style? Lin Xiangtian was also stunned, but he quickly reacted. The old lady stared at me with sharp eyes and asked directly, "Chun Fan, why are you slandering my grandson?" I opened my mouth to explain, but she interrupted me. "If I say it's true, it's true." Her cane fell to the ground with a harsh sound, like a verdict. I stood there in a daze, knowing that the next moment was when everyone would kick me when I was down. "Chun Fan, why don't you apologize to Xiao Tian now?" Lin Guixiao's voice came with oppression and anger. I smiled, but that smile was full of helplessness. I could tell that the old lady was not unable to tell that the painting was fake, but she just didn't allow me to expose Lin Xiangtian in public. I am an outsider. Xiangtian is her grandson. How could I, a son-in-law, be allowed to bring him down? Bang! Before I could recover from the shock, a slap landed on my face. It was Shuyu who hit me. Her face showed disappointment and anger, but there were tears in her eyes. I didn't dodge, nor did I fight back. She's my wife, and I took the slap. She also spat at me with such force that it was painful. I gave a wry smile, not even wiping my face. Compared to the humiliation I'd endured over the years, this was nothing. "I am sorry, Shuyu. Maybe I saw it wrong." I looked at her moist eyes and said softly, "Don't apologize to me. Go apologize to Xiangtian." She pointed coldly at the complacent Lin Xiangtian. I nodded, walked up to Lin Xiangtian, and whispered, "I'm sorry." "Ah, speak louder. I'm hard of hearing," he said with a smile. His smile was extremely arrogant. "I am sorry." I raised my voice. "That's more like it." He leaned close to my ear and sneered. "Don't blame Grandma. If she doesn't protect me, who will she protect? You are nothing but a useless gigolo, and I am her grandson and the legitimate heir. So what if the painting was bought for 20,000? If I said 500,000, it's 500,000. The bill has been approved. What can you do about it?" As I listened to these words, my heart felt like it was being stung by a wasp again and again. The old lady defended him, even though she knew it was fake. I had no way to defend myself. It's not about losing in painting, but losing in identity. After the dinner started, Shuyu and I were arranged to sit in the corner. She whispered, "I owe you a slap. You can pay it back tonight when we get home. You can slap me however you want." I was stunned for a moment and didn't understand what she meant. "It's the slap I just gave you. I don't want to owe you anything. We want a divorce." My heart sank, but before I could say anything, she continued, Chun Fan, will definitely pay you back the 3 million from the lottery. Then we'll be even." Chapter 17, Chapter 017 Store. Chun Fan looked at Lin Chuyue's resolute expression, and a fire rose in his heart. "Chuyue, if I change, will you promise not to divorce me? Just one word from you, and I will make everything change." "Maybe." Lin Chuyue gave a bitter smile. After the meal, the birthday banquet was not over yet. People could still enjoy tea and chat in various places in the courtyard. Some people left first because they had things to do. Lin Guizhong and his family left the courtyard first. It wasn't that they had something to do, but it wasn't a good place to stay for long. This is no longer a place of right or wrong, but a place of shame. If it weren't for such a big event as Grandma's 80th birthday, Lin Guizhong and Dong Jinping wouldn't have wanted to come at all. When they got outside, Lin Chuyue said to Chun Fan, "Take a taxi home. My parents and I will go home first." After taking a few steps, he turned around again. He took out the fake pearl that Chun Fan had prepared for the old lady today from his pocket and said, "Tell me the truth. Where did you buy this and how much did it cost? And I'll give it to you." Chen Fan looked at the night pearl with mixed emotions. Replenish it for me? He had someone bring this night pearl from the family storehouse. It was an inconspicuous night shining pearl in the storeroom, but it was far more valuable than the gifts at today's birthday banquet. Now Lin Xiaoyue says she wants to make up for it, but even if she sells their company, it won't be enough. Xiaoyue, no need to make up for it. If you think that the Tang Dynasty night pearl is fake, you can return it to me or throw it away. It's up to you. Lin Xiaoyue sneered, pulled out the so-called night pearl that had brought shame upon her from her pocket, and handed it to Chen Fan, saying, "Take it. In the 2 years since I've been married to you, I don't care whether you earn a penny or how much you contribute to the family. I just hope you won't brag or lie. Now, you can't even do that. You've crossed my bottom line, understand? I didn't lie to you. You're still like this. When I married you, I didn't ask for a single penny in betrothal gifts, and I've never even worn a diamond ring. Everything you eat and wear is mine. Did I say anything? It's okay if you don't give me a ring or a necklace. But how can the things you gave to my grandma be fake? I must divorce you. Please think about it." Suddenly, mother-in-law Dong Jinping rushed over angrily, snatched the night pearl from Lin Shuyue's hand, and laughed strangely. "You idiot. You bought this fake stuff as a gift. You've ruined our family's reputation. And now you want to make my daughter cry? How could this kind of rubbish fool so many people? Do you think those people are kindergartners?" After saying that, Dong Jinping threw the night pearl away as if she was throwing away a piece of garbage. The night pearl drew a parabola and fell into the grass beside the road. "You, a piece of rubbish, are using street vendor merchandise to cheat people. Shuyu, let's go. Today's matter isn't over yet." Dong Jinping had already made up her mind. After returning home, she would continue to persuade her daughter to divorce and get relief sooner. Although that loser was very cowardly before, he was still honest and reliable. Now he has learned to lie. It really brings shame to our family. Dong Jinping pulled Lin Xiaoyue away. 5 minutes later, an old man who was collecting trash was looking for a drink bottle in the bushes. He suddenly found something shiny and picked it up. Chen Fan walked alone in the cold wind, thinking back on the past few years with many emotions. His family crisis has been resolved. Logically, he can return to his family with full justification and inherit the wealth that is as rich as a country. But he chose to continue to conceal his identity, initially wanting to help Lin Xiaoyue and help her company get back on track. Now this goal has been achieved. These days, Chen Fan has been hesitating whether to leave Lin Xiaoyue. Even if he left, he would still complete the divorce procedures to avoid ruining Xiaoyue's life. Besides, Lin Xiaoyue was still a virgin and had never lived with him, so it shouldn't be difficult for her to find a good man after she got married. His mistake was that Chen Fan realized he had fallen in love with her. He hadn't revealed his true identity because he wanted to impress Lin Xiaoyue with his true love and treat each other with sincerity. If he had revealed his true identity all at once, Lin Xiaoyue might have been even more wary of him. He knew his wife's temper and personality all too well. On the other hand, he was also making plans for the future, a period of observation. The family crisis was said to have been resolved, but if there were still potential risks, then Xiaoyue's home would still be his safe haven. Most importantly, Chen Fan resented his grandfather and parents. For over a decade, he'd been treated with contempt, yet not a single member of the Chen family had shown up, not even offering a glimpse of concern. Suddenly having to go back to see his family was so abrupt. Where was the affection? What was the difference between them and strangers? Now, Lin Xiaoyue filed for divorce again, and Chen Fan was unwilling to give up and wanted to save the relationship again. He was already familiar with the life of being a son-in-law, and he also hoped to move his wife's cold heart. "Xiaoyue and I have been married for so long, and I really haven't given her any expensive gifts. I even gave the Tang Dynasty night pearl to her grandmother, so why shouldn't I make it up to her?" Although he gave Lin Xiaoyue $3 million when her company was in crisis, that could not replace the charm of jewelry. Women have a natural affinity and desire to own gold, silver, and jewelry. Chen Fan took a taxi and did not go home. Instead, he went to the commercial district in the city center and found a jewelry store. As a first-tier city in China, Lusher has a developed economy and naturally has many luxury goods and jewelry stores. At this moment, the lights are on and the nightlife in Lusher has just begun. The taxi stopped at a Cartier boutique. After Chen Fan got off the car, he went straight in. He usually has a lot of knowledge about antiques, calligraphy, and painting, treasure appraisal, traditional Chinese medicine, and of course a lot of knowledge about international politics and weapons, but he doesn't know much about jewelry. It doesn't matter. Expensive ones should be good ones. He walked around the store and finally sat down somewhere in the middle. because the jewelry here is very expensive and should be high quality. Waiter, Chun Fan called out softly. A waiter dressed in uniform and dressed very beautifully came over. I want to buy these earrings, diamond ring, necklace, and gold bracelet. Take them all out for me. Let me calculate it. I need to pay by credit card. The waiter glanced at Chun Fan's clothes, his eyes flashing with disdain, and said coldly, I'm very busy. Please stop teasing me, okay? If you want to swipe your card to cash out, we don't have that service right now. Cash out? What do you mean? Stop pretending. I've seen a lot of people like you. You're clearly here to cash out, but you have to pretend to buy something and swipe your credit card. Less than a day after buying it, you come to return the goods and then put the money on your card. It's clearly cashing out. I've seen a lot of people like you. Can't you be a little honest? The waiter snorted coldly and was about to leave. Chapter 18, Chapter 018 Quarrel. I really want to buy these. Is this your service attitude? Chun Fan frowned slightly. Ha, that's hilarious. The things you just ordered, the blue diamond ring and the rhinestone necklace. These two items alone cost 700,000. Can you afford them? The waiter's tone was full of sarcasm. Stop talking nonsense and swipe your card. Chun Fan took out his black card and slapped it on the counter. He didn't want to haggle with such a lowly, ant-like waiter. The waiter stared at the black card on the counter with a stiff expression. If I'm not mistaken, this is the world's Supreme Centurion Black Card. This is the World Bank Supreme Black Card. How did you get it? The waiter was shaking with excitement. This kind of black card has a credit limit of at least 100 million yuan and can be overdrawn for 1 billion yuan. How could it be possible that she, a waitress and deputy store manager working in a Cartier store, had not received similar business knowledge training? You're right. This is the Centurion Black Card, Chun Fan said calmly. With this card, besides spending money, I can also charter a plane, stop trains, close highways, and even call in the military to protect my safety. Well, yes, this card is a symbol of identity and status, the waiter almost shouted excitedly. But the man in front of me was dressed very ordinary, even a little sloppy, and didn't even have the temperament of a wealthy man. How could he possibly hold a Centurion Black Card? Hurry up, okay? Don't waste my time. Chun Fan reminded the waiter when he saw him, standing there in a daze. Yeah. Okay, sir, excuse me right away. The waiter quickly brought the POS machine, picked up the black card with trembling hands, and put it into the machine. Ding. Transaction successful. Current consumption, 846,700 yuan. This black card is made with the world's cutting-edge technology and has a smart chip. The holder does not need to enter a password. As long as the card is within 3 meters of the host, it can automatically sense the host through the human iris, and the card can be swiped successfully. The waiter was completely shocked. Unexpectedly, I really made a big shot. Sir, wait a moment. The waiter, with great excitement, packed up the diamond rings and other jewelry, as well as the invoice, and handed them to Chun Fan respectfully. Okay, thanks. From now on, don't judge people by their appearance. Chun Fan said this with a calm expression, then took the gift package and walked out. The waitress finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Chun Fan's back, she muttered to herself, rich people these days like to play like this? After Lin Shuyu returned home, she lay alone in her bedroom and sulked. In the living room, Lin Guozhong sat on the sofa, smoking with a gloomy expression. But his wife Dong Jinping put her hands on her hips and started to act like a tigress again. You still have a nerve to smoke 18 yuan cigarettes? Starting tomorrow, you'll be smoking 8 yuan ones. What does today's incident have to do with my smoking? Lin Guozhong said innocently. Look at your brother Lin Guoxiao's family and your sister Lin Meiyan. What financial strength do they have? Then look at us. Back then, when the old man died, his last words were to let that loser Chun Fan marry into the family. If you hadn't done that, the family wouldn't have been divided, and our family wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. Speak less. I'm going to say this. I was the most beautiful girl in town back then. I rejected so many wealthy families pursuing me. Later, I was really blind. I thought I would live a life of wealth and glory by marrying into your Lin family. But I didn't expect that in the hands of a weakling like you, my life would get worse and worse. Your brothers and sisters drive luxury cars, live in villas, send their children abroad to study, and even have the priority to inherit the family property. What about us? It's all your fault, you know? The old man was dying, his mind was confused, and he asked Shuyu to marry Chun Fan. And you took it seriously? You're such a blockhead. Others say you're a filial son, but I say you're a fool. You're so unlucky. Dong Jinping was completely stimulated today. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Her face flushed and her neck thickened, and she became extremely aggressive. Lin Guozhong's face was very ugly, showing the word embarrassment. He was a good man, but also a henpecked husband. He could only endure his wife's violent outbursts. After so many years, he has long been accustomed to it. Anyway, what I mean is that Shuyu and that damned loser Chun Fan should get divorced. The sooner they divorce, the easier it will be. Even if I can't live the same privileged life as your brother, I don't want to be laughed at and stabbed in the back because of that loser in the future. At this time, Lin Guozhong extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, raised his head, and said seriously, "Before he died, Dad held my hand and warned me not to let Shuyu and Chun Fan get divorced. He also said that Chun Fan had a bright future. You know all this. I know you're stupid. Whoa, I'm so mad." Dong Jinping sat down on the sofa and wiped her tears. "You blockhead. I'd rather commit suicide than marry you. I've suffered so much. I've served you for so many years and run this family. Do you know how hard it is? Now I just want to have a few days of good life and want my daughter to live with dignity. Is that wrong? How much help have you given to my daughter in starting her own business? Others can make money as leaders, but you are a factory director, but you only get a fixed salary? My daughter drafts and makes money by cheating and supports that loser. Don't you feel bad? She is your own daughter." Woo. Lin Guozhong also felt that his daughter's entrepreneurial journey was truly difficult, practically starting from scratch, and he regretted not having been able to provide financial support. At that moment, the pain on Lin Guozhong's face was hard to conceal. If he had been more assertive, he wouldn't have moved out after the old woman split up the family property. He bore the greatest responsibility for the current situation. But he couldn't make the decision about his daughter and son-in-law's divorce. On the one hand, he was a filial son and had to obey his father's orders. On the other hand, according to current laws, divorces were a mutual decision and parental interference was unnecessary. Furthermore, he didn't want his daughter to remarry. What if she was accused of being secondhand? Lin Guozhong silently walked out of the house, leaving Dong Jinping throwing a tantrum and even throwing things at home. This is an apartment in the community, and they live on the 4th floor. Lin Guozhong stood on the balcony at the foot of the stairs and looked down. The community was full of people enjoying the cool air in the evening. If I jump from here, I won't necessarily die. If I get crippled, I'll become a troublemaker and spend the rest of my life lying in bed. This thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly slapped himself hard in the face. He reminded himself that he must never have such wrong thoughts in the future and must live a good life. Thinking of this, he sat on the stairs and took out another cigarette. "Dad, why are you sitting outside?" Chun Fan came back at this moment. He saw Lin Guozhong sitting at the door smoking and realized that there might be another quarrel at home. Chapter 19, Chapter 019, I am not wronged. I'm just smoking a cigarette. It's okay. Don't worry about me. After saying that, Lin Guozhong ignored Chun Fan. Chun Fan shook his head helplessly and prepared to push the door open. The door was open and Lin Shuyue's voice came from inside. "Mom, I've thought it through. I won't divorce Chun Fan." Lin Shuyue walked from her bedroom to the living room and said to the sobbing Dong Jinping, "Even though you kept urging me to divorce in the taxi earlier, I've just thought it over and decided to forget it. Let's just live like this. Daughter, what's wrong with you? Are you really planning to spend your whole life with that loser?" Dong Jinping wiped the tears from her face with toilet paper, her red and swollen eyes wide open, and said in disbelief, "Girl, you have to think it over carefully. I've made up my mind. For the past 2 years, he's made no money, has no future, and is a loser. But he's like a full-time nanny in our house, doing all the dirty work, whether it's buying groceries and cooking, carrying gas tanks, fixing sewers, or cleaning toilets. He's responsible for everything. Even if we had a dog, we have some feelings for it. Not to mention, he's a human being. He is worse than a dog." Dong Jinping said firmly. "Mom, don't get excited yet. Just listen to me." Lin Shuyue continued. "I think the so-called knight shining pearl that Chun Fan gave my grandma as a birthday present is fake, but Chun Fan didn't forge it. He's an honest man, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with using his hard-earned money to buy a gift for my grandma. He might have been deceived by a bad person and bought a fake. He definitely wouldn't lie. He's my husband, and I know him too well. I didn't say he was wrong about what happened today. My daughter, I just want you to live a good life and not suffer in the future. Mom, I understand. My company has weathered the storm and is growing stronger. Our financial situation is improving, so we won't have to endure any hardship. I will also be filial to you and my dad. Oh, I'm sorry for you, my dear daughter. Dong Jinping sighed, stood up, and hugged her daughter. Mom, I'm not wrong. I am very happy. As Lin Shue spoke, 2 lines of tears flowed down her face unconsciously. Chun Fan, who had been standing at the door, felt relieved when he heard the conversation between mother and daughter. He had already made plans to give Lin Xiuyue some jewelry today to make amends with her. If Lin Xiuyue still refused to accept and insisted on getting a divorce, he would grant her wish. But now, he finally knew that Lin Xiuyue had him in her heart and had feelings for him. Lin Xiuyue said divorce today when she was angry and brought it up after suffering a great injustice. Now that she'd calmed down and thought about it, she realized that the useless gigolo had become part of her life over the past 2 years. They had never slept in the same bed or even held hands, but this man who had slept in the utility room next door for 2 years had become a part of her life. That was love. Mom, I'm sorry. I may have fallen in love with him, Lin Xiuyue said with a trembling voice and choked. At this time, Chen Fan pushed the door open and walked in. He came to the living room and looked at his wife with tears streaming down her face, and his heart felt like it was bleeding. Dong Jinping saw Chen Fan come in, glanced at him, said nothing, and went back to her bedroom. Chen Fan stood in front of his wife Lin Xiuyue, reached out his hand, and gently wiped away the tears from her face. Feeling these warm tears, they're so precious. This should be the first time he touched Lin Xiuyue's cheek. For a moment, Chun Fan was even more determined to love her. Don't cry, Xiuyue. Chun Fan, you said that you can change everything with just one word from me, right? Yes. Chun Fan nodded, his eyes firm. Lin Xiuyue said in a serious tone. Okay, I know you won't lie. Listen, from now on, I don't want to be laughed at or looked down upon. I want those who look down on me to pay the price they deserve. Can you do that? Abel, I'm a little tired. I'll take a rest first. After Lin Xiuyue finished speaking, she returned to her bedroom. Chin Fan also walked towards the utility room. He was carrying the Cartier jewelry packaging bag in his hand, but he didn't give it away. He was going to give Xiuyue a surprise when he went to deliver lunch to her company the next day. In the utility room, Chun Fan was sweating profusely, lifting dumbbells to exercise. He decided to take some time to meet his parents, whom he hadn't seen for over a decade, to discuss the issue of becoming the heir. The next day, Chun Fan woke up before dawn. After making breakfast for his family, he went out to exercise. I went to a familiar little corner in the back hill of the park and performed a full set of Wing Chun. After I was sweating profusely, I trotted away. When I arrived at the park entrance, as usual, I bought a newspaper for my father-in-law and mother-in-law. The bespectacled newsstand owner, who was familiar with Chun Fan, exclaimed, "Young man, you are so punctual and hard-working every day. For 2 years, Chun Fan has appeared here on time every day, rain or shine." The boss initially speculated about Chun Fan's identity, thinking he was a policeman or a student at a sports school. Later, he found out that Chun Fan was the son-in-law of the Lin family. But the boss also understood him very well. Every family has its own problems. If it weren't for the pressure of life and the unspeakable secrets, who would want to be his son-in-law for such a handsome man? Boss, it's not good for your health to guard the newsstand every day. You should also exercise properly. Chun Fan reminded with a smile. Here's today's newspaper. The boss handed a newspaper to Chun Fan. While giving him the change, he couldn't help but ask casually, "Brother, although I see that you're not a rare talent, you are tall and strong, unlike ordinary people. How did you marry into the Lin family? How am I not an ordinary person? I eat, sleep, and exercise just like ordinary people." Chun Fan said as he showed off his strong biceps. "I mean, I really admire your endurance." The boss had, of course, heard about Chun Fan's life as a live-in son-in-law. To be honest, he felt humiliated and a little sorry for the man before him. "Really, you're incredibly strong-minded. If it were me, I would have collapsed long ago in the Lin family." Chun Fan smiled faintly. "In the eyes of outsiders, I am such a person who can endure humiliation." But Chun Fan felt even more distressed for his wife Lin Xiuyue. "Oh, my wife endures more than me." Chun Fan sighed. The boss nodded, thinking that what Chun Fan said made sense, and didn't say anything more. After returning home, Lin Guizhong and Lin Xiuyue, father and daughter, went to work. Chun Fan took a quick shower, cleared the dishes from the table, and started washing the pot. Just after washing the pot, Chun Fan heard a scream coming from the master bedroom. The sound was a bit tragic. It should be the voice of my mother-in-law, Dong Jinping. Chen Fan was shocked and quickly washed his hands and rushed out. Chapter 20 Chapter 020 Saving people is important. If it were any other day, Dong Jinping would be sleeping in right now. What happened today? What happened? Mom, what's wrong? Pushing open the bedroom door, there was a yoga mat on the bedroom floor. It turns out that Dong Jinping has recently become obsessed with yoga. Dong Jinping was seen wearing a purple tights, standing barefoot on a yoga mat, with her hands clasped together and raised above her head, then doing stretching exercises with her waist sideways. Although Dong Jinping is a sharp-tongued woman and doesn't like to dress up, she is naturally beautiful. She was only 18 when she gave birth to Shuyu, and now she is at the age of being as vigorous as a wolf. Her curvy figure, slightly plump, wrapped in a tight-fitting outfit, looks round and cute. Whether it is the plump aorn, the slender waist, the fair skin, the long legs, the lotus-like feet, all show the beauty of maturity. Maybe this is the legendary middle-aged woman. Get out! Dong Jinping's face turned red, and she yelled when she saw Chen Fan suddenly break in. Mom, are you okay? Get out of here. Call 120. Oh my, help! Before Chen Fan could leave, Dong Jinping screamed. Her whole body lost its balance, and she fell backwards. Chen Fan was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He took a step forward and accurately hugged Dong Jinping, who was about to fall. Mom, be careful. Chen Fan gently placed her on the yoga mat. At this time, he found that Dong Jinping had a painful expression and a weird posture. She was still maintaining the yoga posture with her hands clasped together and was extremely stiff. It seems that my mother-in-law twisted her tendons due to improper movements during practice. Chen Fan nodded slightly. With the vast amount of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge in his mind, he had already figured out how to treat Dong Jinping. Chen Fan pressed her arm, and Dong Jinping screamed in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Don't touch me, you loser. Chen Fan pressed her waist again. Dong Jinping wanted to struggle, but she couldn't move at all. It should be due to excessive exercise, which caused sprains in the tendons and veins and congestion in the acupoints, so the body cannot move. Chen Fan explained. Don't talk nonsense. Call 120 for me immediately, or send me to the hospital. If something happens to me, you won't have a good ending either. After Dong Jinping said this, she felt that all the muscles in her body were pulled together, as if twisted into a rope, making her extremely painful, and tiny beads of sweat seeped out of her face. It's too late to get to the hospital. Let me help you. Chen Fan spoke seriously, aiming at several important acupuncture points on Dong Jinping's body. You don't touch me. What are you looking at? You little brat. You don't want to. Mom, don't think too much. I'm saving you. Let me go. Someone come. Murder. Murder. Dong Jinping began to scream frantically, making sounds almost like slaughtering a pig. It's too late. If you don't get help, the tendons in your arms will become blocked and die, leaving you with a lifelong disability. Chen Fan did not hesitate and grabbed Dong Jinping's arm. He began to focus on acupoints such as Tianjing and Tsuan, while massaging the entire arm to keep the blood flowing. Woo-woo, someone come. I'm going to be raped. Dong Jinping cried out, tears welling up in her eyes. Chen Fan, let me go. I'm your mother-in-law, you beast. Dong Jinping struggled to retreat like a mouse seeing a cat. Chen Fan grabbed her other arm and pressed other important acupuncture points. Since Dong Jinping refused to cooperate, with his slurp, the purple yoga tights were torn. However, Chen Fan didn't have any other thoughts. Saving lives is important. 10 seconds later, Dong Jinping's acupoints were opened, blood flowed smoothly, and her tendons and veins gradually returned to normal. Her arms moved freely, but her waist was still stiff and achy. How is it? Can your hand move now? I didn't lie to you, did I? Chen Fan showed a relieved smile. What else do you want? Dong Jinping was sweating all over and extremely nervous. Mom, I want to cure you completely. Don't move around and cooperate. Don't come over. Please. Dong Jinping was completely scared. Chen Fan pounced on her and grabbed Dong Jinping's waist with both hands. Because it was too slippery, he pulled it onto her pants. You beast! God damn it! Dong Jinping screamed angrily, holding her pants tightly with one hand, and slapping Chen Fan's arms and head with the other hand, falling into a hysterical and crazy state. To practice yoga well, Dong Jinping bought this super thin, silky tights. The most embarrassing thing was that, perhaps out of laziness, she rarely wore underwear. If Chen Fan pulled them off, wouldn't she be completely exposed? This violent struggle made it impossible for Chun Fan to press the acupoints on her waist. If any further delay is made, Dong Jinping might suffer paralysis of the lower body due to severed tendons in her waist. Without further ado, Chun Fan took advantage of the moment when Dong Jinping's defense was a little weak and made a move with his left hand to attack her from above. Dong Jinping was so scared that she quickly protected her chest with both hands. Chun Fan seized the opportunity, and with his other hand, he quickly and accurately hit Dong Jinping's Shuyu and Yaoji points. Finally, Chun Fan breathed a sigh of relief. With his own strength, he ensured that Dong Jinping would not spend the rest of her life in bed. Dong Jinping breathed a sigh of relief. She suddenly felt the pain in her body disappear. Furthermore, not only did the pain disappear, but waves of extremely comfortable, numbing sensations spread throughout her bones and joints. The whole person feels like floating in the mother's amniotic fluid. Incomparable comfort and ease. This feeling is really amazing. For a moment, Dong Jinping felt dizzy and her whole body collapsed like a slime monster. Chun Fan hurried forward and hugged her to prevent her from falling to the ground and causing secondary injuries. Suddenly, the bedroom door was pushed open. Chun Fan, what are you doing? Chun Fan. Lin Shuyu was standing at the door, watching all this with her eyes wide open in fear. Bang! Lin Shuyu angrily used all her strength to slap Chun Fan hard, and then cursed. You beast! How dare you molest my mother? Bastard! I'm gonna beat you to death. Lin Shuyu had just arrived at the company when she realized she had left an important document at home, so she rushed home to retrieve it. As soon as she entered the house, she heard her mother's angry roars coming from her parents' bedroom. She rushed over to see Chun Fan holding the unconscious Dong Jinping in his arms. The picture was so beautiful that she was a little afraid to look at it. Lin Shuyu subconsciously thought that it was Chun Fan who molested Dong Jinping. I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. You're worse than an animal. Lin Shuyu took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. Chapter 21, Chapter 021, I Wish You Happiness. Lin Shuyu's heart was broken. I just developed some real feelings for Chun Fan yesterday, but I didn't expect this to happen today. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain, and her heart was broken. Chun Fan knocked Lin Shuyu's phone away and said coldly, I can tolerate other misunderstandings, but I have to warn you that this kind of thing that involves my character and personality cannot be tolerated. Then, Chun Fan turned to look at Dong Jinping and said, Mom, tell me what happened just now. I need to clear my name. Dong Jinping finally came back to her senses from the dizziness. It felt like an electric current was running through her body. It was so comfortable. Dong Jinping stood up with the help of the wall and found that she was fine. She knew that Chun Fan had indeed been treating her illness and not molesting her. However, her eyes rolled slightly and a plan came to her mind. Dong Jinping sneered. What happened just now? Don't you have any idea? My clothes are torn. Dong Jinping wholeheartedly wanted her daughter to divorce this loser, and now was the perfect time. She couldn't help but praise herself in her heart for being a smart woman. You've been married for over 2 years, and you haven't slept with my daughter. You're thinking about me? Dong Jinping feigned indignation. If my daughter hadn't come back, you scumbag would have succeeded today. Chun Fan was suddenly startled, and his scalp went numb. Mom, what do you mean? Are you trying to accuse me of innocence? Chun Fan stared at Dong Jinping with a sharp gaze. Bang! What does that sound? Lin Shuyu felt her hands were numb. How dare you molest my mother and pretend to be innocent? You have no sense of admitting your mistakes at all. You are really a beast. Lin Shuyu shouted angrily with tears in her eyes. Chun Fan was slapped twice on the face. Although it stung, at least it was his wife who slapped him, not someone else. Furthermore, the slaps, one on the left and one on the right, were symmetrical, which diffused the pain. As I was thinking this, suddenly, everything went dark in front of my eyes. Lin Shuyu raised her foot and stepped her size 36 high heels directly on Chun Fan's size 40 face. These are 10-centimeter high heels. They're like swords. Laugh. A piercing pain came, and the corner of Chun Fan's I was stepped on and blood gushed out. Fortunately, it was 1 centimeter away, otherwise it would have stepped on his eye, and he might have become blind and disabled now. Chun Fan felt streams of hot blood flowing down his cheeks and dripping down. He clenched his fists. However, when he saw Lin Chuyue's sad sobbing, he loosened his fist again. After wiping the blood off his face, Chun Fan smiled bitterly, glanced at Dong Jinping, and stood up and left the bedroom. Because of the impact of this incident, Lin Shuyue did not go to work at the company. The mother and daughter came to the living room and sat on the sofa. Dong Jinping poured a cup of hot water and said to her daughter, who was still sobbing, "Don't cry. Mama's fine. She hasn't been bullied by that dog yet. Drink some water." "Mom, what should I do?" "Call the police, but don't air your dirty laundry in public." "Then Chun Fan must apologize to you." "Ah, apologize?" Dong Jinping snorted coldly. "I don't want him to apologize. I want him to get out." Click. At this moment, the door of the utility room was pushed open. Chun Fan walked out with a Band-Aid on the wound at the corner of his eye and a luggage bag on his back. "I'll grant your wish. I agree to divorce Lin Shuyue," Chun Fan said coldly. "Okay." Dong Jinping's eyes lit up. "You said it." "Chun Fan, what did you say?" Lin Shuyue stood up and asked in disbelief. "I want to divorce you." Lin Shuyue's heart was already broken, and now it was even worse. She stared at Chun Fan in amazement. It was obvious that he had made up his mind to divorce her and had even packed his bags to leave this house. The mother and daughter did not expect that Chun Fan, who always disagreed with divorce, would be so tough and decisive this time. According to the mother and daughter's initial assumptions, Chun Fan should have knelt in front of Dong Jinping, crying bitterly and begging for forgiveness. After all, Chun Fan made a huge mistake by molesting his mother-in-law, which is an unforgivable crime. Now, Chun Fan insisted on divorcing Lin Shuyue. Dong Jinping looked indifferent and even welcomed it. But Lin Shuyue's heart was in turmoil. "Chun Fan, you really want to leave? I wish you happiness." Chun Fan said indifferently, "I won't cause you any more trouble, and I won't let you be ignored. But, Shuyue, hurry up and bring your household registration booklet. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right away and get a divorce," Chun Fan said decisively. Lin Shuyue's 2 slaps and 1 kick had sobered Chun Fan up. It also extinguished his last glimmer of hope for the two of them. Lin Shuyue had never considered him her husband. Otherwise, how could she not believe Chun Fan was innocent before she had a clear understanding of the situation? Between husband and wife, the most basic trust was zero. How wonderful it would be if time could go back 15 years. Back then, Chiyue was still a little girl with pigtails, able to distinguish right from wrong, good from bad. "Ha ha ha, that's great. I've been waiting for you to say that." Dong Jinping laughed and urged, "Chiyue, hurry up and go. Don't miss this opportunity. This loser can finally stop living off my family and eating and drinking for free. Free food and free drinks." Chun Fan sneered and took out several exquisite jewelry boxes from his pocket. "This is the packaging box for Cartier Jewelry, a top international brand. I'll show you this. When we got married, I didn't even buy her a decent piece of jewelry. Now I'm making it up to you." Chun Fan placed all the jewelry on the coffee table. "Oh, is it real?" Dong Jinping sneered and went to check. "It's not like that night shining pearl you gave the old lady, a fake from a street stall. Here are the invoices." Chun Fan threw a string of invoices over and hit Dong Jinping in the face. "Hey, little brat, be gentle. This invoice is fake too, isn't it?" Dong Jinping unfolded the invoice and first checked the seal on it. It was indeed a legitimate invoice from the State Taxation Bureau. Having studied accounting, how could she not recognize the authenticity of an invoice? "Oh, this invoice is real." Dong Jinping looked down at the amount of money below. 846,700 yuan. After reading it, she felt her blood pressure rise slightly. "Huh? Where did you get so much money? Did you win the lottery and have some money left over? How much did you win? Tell me." Dong Jinping opened her eyes wide and opened the Cartier boxes while threatening and questioning. Suddenly, the dazzling light from the blue diamond ring almost blinded her titanium dog eyes. There are also rhinestone necklaces, gold rings, gold bracelets. "Didn't you say that I like to make counterfeits? Tell me, are there any fakes among these jewels and jewelry?" Chun Fan pressed. Chapter 22 Chapter 022 Divorce. No fucks. They are all real." Dong Jinping was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. "Now let's get a divorce." Chun Fan pointed in the direction of the door. Lin Shuyue looked embarrassed and hesitant, looking at her mother. Dong Jinping originally hoped that Chun Fan, this trash, would get out of the house as soon as possible. However, when she confirmed that these jewelries were real and cost more than 800,000 yuan, she immediately changed her mind. This little bastard Chun Fan must have been hiding something. He said he had won millions in a lottery and gave all the money to Shuyu. Now it seems that this guy must have been hiding the truth. The lottery win he made was definitely worth more than just a few million. Dong Jinping was reading a newspaper a while ago when she saw a piece of news. A man in Lushur had bought a lottery ticket and multiplied his money many times over, winning a massive 450 million yuan jackpot, nearly emptying the jackpot. The winner received the prize wearing a hood to hide his true identity. Could it be that coward Chen Fan? He won a huge lottery, became rich overnight, and deliberately concealed that he only won a few million? Now he is looking for a reason to divorce, and then take the remaining hundreds of millions and live a wealthy life? Haha, you wish. Our Lin family has raised you for so many years. How could we possibly let you abscond with the money? Hey, Chen Fan, what qualifications do you have to file for divorce? Dong Jinping's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Chen Fan was also shocked. Do you think that giving your wife, Shuyu, some jewelry, some gold and silver jewels, can repay our family's kindness in raising you for so many years? This little bit of jewelry is just what Shuyu deserved when we got married. But the kindness of raising you is priceless. You are such a good talker. Chen Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his mother-in-law in his heart. Am I wrong? The ancient said it well. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Our kindness to you, let alone a drop of water, should be as vast as the ocean. Tell me, how will you repay us? Stop talking nonsense. I just want a divorce. I don't want to have anything to do with the Lin family anymore. Chen Fan said firmly. Dong Jinping chuckled and said, Okay, let me put another way. Let's not talk about the kindness our whole family has shown you. Let's talk about your wife, Shuyu. There's a saying that goes, a husband and wife for a day are bound by 100 days of grace. It doesn't matter if you don't respect me and Lin Guizhong, but at least treat your wife well. The grace of raising a child, the love between husband and wife, these are things that money can buy. In your eyes, it should be, because you only like money. Chen Fan said coldly. How much do you want? Just tell me directly. Dong Jinping wanted to test his abilities, so she held up a finger and asked, 100 million. Do you have it? Have. As Chen Fan spoke, he pulled out a black card from his pocket, held it between his fingers, and said, There is 100 million on this card. Wow. Dong Jinping couldn't help but have her eyes shining and her mouth grinning. If they could get this 100 million, how happy their family would be for the rest of their lives. But don't be happy, Chen Fan snorted coldly, pouring cold water on Dong Jinping. I can only give you this 100 million yuan after the divorce. And I want to give it to Lin Shuyu personally, not you. Huh? Dong Jinping's mouth opened into an O shape, and she couldn't utter a word. Chen Fan said to Lin Shuyu again, I'll be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hurry up and bring your household registration. After saying that, he walked out of the house resolutely. After leaving the residential complex, he arrived at the bank of the Lu River. Chen Fan walked between the trees, feeling a gentle breeze blowing through him. It was so pleasant, as if it had blown away all his worries, leaving him feeling relaxed and carefree. The scenery on the long river bank is beautiful, but there are few pedestrians. Chen Fan, stop right there. A sharp shout came from behind. Chen Fan turned around and saw Lin Shuyu, who was out of breath, standing a few meters away. It was obvious that she had run over. Have you got your household registration? Do you want to take a taxi together? Chen Fan, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to look down on me? Do you want to abandon me? Chen Fan. What does Lin Shuyu mean by this? Why do you want to divorce me? Lin Shuyu pouted and said angrily, Haha, a woman who can't tell right from wrong, good from evil, should be divorced sooner rather than later. My mother just admitted that she lied. You went to her bedroom to help her treat a sprain. Lin Shuyu continued, Do you have a brain now? Chen Fan asked back. I am sorry. Lin Shuyu lowered her head and said, I really wronged you. I hit you. You can pay me back in full. Come on. After Lin Shuyu finished speaking, she closed her eyes and raised her face. Chen Fan took a few steps forward, wanting to slap her a few times, but after thinking about it, he held back. If word got out that he hit a woman, he would be laughed at, especially since she was his wife. How could I hit you? As long as you and your mother apologize to me, everything will be fine. Chen Fan's mood returned to calm. Lin Shuyu opened her eyes and felt a little relieved. You are such a magnanimous man. It's okay. Chen Fan was a little embarrassed. How can this be considered magnanimity? In this society, there are so many men who can live well even with a vast grassland on their heads. You know medical skills. How come I don't know? I usually study Chinese medicine on my own, and I only know a little bit. It's just a hobby. It's never been useful to me. But today, I heard your mother screaming, and I couldn't help it. I see. Thank you so much. Lin Shuyu said, can I apologize to you on behalf of my mother? You know her. She will definitely not admit her mistake. At this moment, a breeze blew, blowing Lin Shuyue's hair and gently touching Chun Fan's face. For 2 years, Chun Fan and Lin Shuyue lived just a wall apart. He lived in the utility room, but he strictly followed the rules and never entered Shuyue's bedroom, let alone had any physical contact. How many times has Chun Fan longed for Lin Shuyue to open the bedroom door and say to him, come on, let's sleep together. However, this fantasy gradually shattered and became blurred. Your mother, well, forget it. She still has some conscience and admitted that she slandered my innocence. To force me to divorce, your mother did everything she could. But when she saw that I was rich, she changed her attitude. I really give in. Chun Fan shook his head helplessly. I've endured a lot of slander in your family, but this time is undoubtedly the worst. Do you understand? Well, I'm sorry. Let's not get divorced, okay? Lin Shuyu suddenly asked very gently. Kneel down and beg me. Chun Fan said coldly. Huh? Don't go too far. I'm just kidding. Chun Fan pulled Lin Shuyu into his arms. This was probably their first hug as a couple. It sounds ironic, but it was indeed a big step forward in their relationship. Lin Shuyu said coquettishly, Humph, have you ever hugged other women? I have. Ooh, your mother. Chapter 23, Chapter 023, 4S Store. In a Lin family's living room, Dong Jinping finally breathed a sigh of relief. She slapped a cucumber on her face and muttered to herself, that stinky boy Chun Fan won a huge prize, but he's still so good at pretending. He even wants to divorce my Chiu and go out and live a carefree life. He's overthinking it. Your money is all our money. Ha ha ha. She picked up the newspaper on the back of the sofa and glanced at it. Suddenly, a line of large words on the newspaper caught my eye. Surprise. A beggar in our city found a Tang Dynasty-era knight shining pearl worth 30 million. He became rich in an instant. Dong Jinping was so shocked that the yellow light flakes on her face fell off. She looked carefully at the news below and found that the place where the beggar picked up the night pearl was near the Lin family's ancestral courtyard. Recalling the scene of that day, Dong Jinping suddenly stood up, suddenly realizing something. Could it be that the knight-shining pearl Chun Fan had given to the old lady at her birthday party was actually real? Yet everyone suspected it was fake. Finally, after Dong Jinping threw it away, it was picked up by a beggar. Dong Jinping's head buzzed, and she was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. She was so regretful that she couldn't help but slap herself twice. What we can be sure of now is that Chun Fan has definitely won the 450 million yuan jackpot. We must trap him and never let him divorce his daughter. Chun Fan took a taxi and sent Lin Shuyu to work. In the car, Lin Shuyu asked Chun Fan where he got the money to buy the jewelry worth more than 800,000 yuan. Chun Fan had no choice but to make up a white lie, saying that he won 5 million in the lottery, gave you 3 million, and had more than 1 million left as his private money. Lin Shuyu didn't doubt it and suddenly suggested, why don't you buy a car? I take a taxi every day to go to work, which is very inconvenient. Didn't you learn to drive last year? After that, you haven't touched the steering wheel yet, right? Traffic in Lusher is very congested, especially during rush hour. Sometimes it is extremely difficult to get a taxi. Good suggestion. Chun Fan agreed to his wife's request immediately. Don't buy something too expensive. Save some money. Something around 100,000 will be okay. Lin Shuyu wanted to keep a low profile, so of course Chun Fan had to go along with her wishes. How about the Volkswagen La Vida? Chun Fan asked. Sure. Lin Shuyu blushed slightly and said, now that we have a car, you can pick me up and drop me off at get off work every day. Of course, leave it to me. You want to be my full-time driver? Will you take other girls for rides? Won't. The taxi driver also laughed, thinking that this young couple was quite sweet. Little did he know that they had just had a divorce dispute that morning. After sending his wife off, Chun Fan called Uncle Lu from his family. Uncle Lu, do we have a Volkswagen La Vida, Jetta, or something like that in our garage, or a car worth around 100,000 yuan? Please drive one over to me. I'm too lazy to buy a car from 4S store. It's too troublesome. Chun Fan asked. Master, there aren't any cheap cars in our garage. The lowest end car is a 3 million BMW. Huh? I remember when I was a kid, didn't my family have a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Master, that was more than 10 years ago. Money was valuable back then. Besides, hundreds of thousands also refer to US dollars. Oh, then I'll buy it myself. Chun Fan didn't want Uncle Lu to send someone to help him buy a car. If you buy a cheap car and it gets out, you might become a laughingstock when you return to your family. It's better to do it yourself. Okay, Master, send me the coordinates so I can see if the nearest 4S store near you is one of our businesses. Soon, Uncle Lu reported the situation back. A 4S dealership on Bin South Road was owned and invested in by the Chun Group. Chun Fan only needed to walk 200 meters to see it. Uncle Lu had already contacted the owner, and Chun Fan could go in and drive off any car. Soon, Chun Fan came to a 4S store on Bin Road. This store is quite large and has cars of different grades and brands. Would you like to buy a car, sir? A female salesperson came over, with heavy makeup on her face and a bit of a pretty face. Yes. Oh, this is the high-end exhibition area. If you want a low-price car, please go to the other side and don't enter this door. If you want to apply for a mortgage, you have to wait until tomorrow. If you have nothing to do, just leave quickly, the female salesperson said impatiently. As a 4S store employee with considerable sales experience, Leah is confident that she can tell what kind of car a customer can afford from his or her dress, language, and temperament. Hey, sir, the low-price cars are on the other side, didn't you hear? Leah continued to remind. She didn't want to see Chun Fan staying here and affecting her business. It's like a beef noodle restaurant, and suddenly a smelly beggar comes in to beg for food. Will other customers still come in to eat? Chun Fan finally understood that the saleswoman mistook him for a country bumpkin. She was a woman who specialized in serving those big bosses. Just tell me, what kind of car do you want to buy? Leah asked anxiously when she saw Chun Fan not leaving for a long time. La Vida, Jetta is also fine, preferably a high-end version. Puff. Leah couldn't help laughing. She quickly covered her mouth. As she guessed, he was indeed a poor bastard. He didn't feel ashamed at all when buying a low-end car. Instead, he was full of confidence and even insisted on getting a high-end model. It's really hilarious. Are you blind or deaf? Leah suppressed a strange laugh and said, I told you, all the cars here are high-end. None are under 200,000 yuan. If you want to buy a car under 100,000 yuan, go to the showroom over there and turn right. Thank you. Is this your service attitude? Chun Fan asked calmly. Oh, are you still being aggressive? That's my attitude. What's wrong? Go ahead and bite me. I have never seen a guest like Leah. Those who actually came to buy luxury cars were polite and courteous, while the nouveau riche or the poor would get angry if they were told a few words. Once, a jerk who came to buy a Wuling Hongguang almost got into a fight with her, and a security guard intervened to defuse the fight. Leah's attitude, which she attributes to her focus on luxury car buyers, often led to minor friction with regular customers. The manager of their 4S dealership was aware of this, but Leah's sales performance was always among the best in the store, so the manager turned a blind eye. Hurry up. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I'll have the security drag you away. Leah's tone became increasingly louder. I'm telling you, if you can't afford a car over 200,000 yuan, don't come here and embarrass yourself. If you dare to cause trouble, I'll make sure you don't suffer any consequences. Chun Fan became furious and clenched his fists. At this time, several people walked into the store and heard a strange voice. Xiaoya, what happened in the store? It's a bit lively today. Chapter 24, Chapter 024, Brother Long. A man wearing a casual suit, sunglasses, a gold chain around his neck, and a fashionable mohawk hairstyle walked in staggeringly. Looks very arrogant. He was followed by two lazy-looking younger brothers, who were obviously hooligans. As soon as she saw this person appear, Leah happily went to greet him with a flattering smile on her face, and the unhappiness she had just felt seemed to disappear in an instant. Brother Long, you're here to change cars again. Where's the Land Rover in front? Give it away. Brother Long is really rich and generous. A rich boss like you should drive all kinds of luxury cars to make poor people envious. Brother, our store has recently received a batch of the latest models. Take a look and see if there is anything you like. Leah smiled like a flower and deliberately got close to Brother Long. Xiaoya, what's going on today? What does this guy do? Brother Long pointed at Chun Fan and asked. Brother Long is a moneylender, offering everything from high-interest loans to scam loans to online loans. He also runs an underground casino. His wealth is undeniably huge. His hobby is regularly upgrading his luxury cars. Brother Long, look at this poor guy. He said he wanted to buy a La Vida, but he insisted on staying in this luxury car and refused to leave. That's enough. Leah leaned against Brother Long, as if she had found a backer, and glanced at Chun Fan with a squint. She had to curry favor with Brother Long. He was her biggest financial backer, and every time she sold a car, she would get a good commission. She might even be promoted directly to store manager based on her performance. Chun Fan was furious when he saw the two of them, especially the saleswoman, who was obviously snobbish and looked down on the poor and loved the rich. Hey, your quality is worrying. Those who buy Land Rover are customers, but those who buy Volkswagen are not. Ah, poor bastard. You hit a sore spot. Leah laughed sarcastically and said to Brother Long, Brother Long, look at this guy. He's so shameless. He has no money, but still wants to be a big shot. Unlike you, you have money, but you are still low-key. Call your manager. I think you don't want to do this anymore. Chun Fan was furious. It was his first time buying a car, and how could he meet such a disgusting salesperson? Brother Long, this man looks like he wants to hit someone. He has such poor character. I'm so scared. Can you protect me? Stop him, so I can call the security guard to kick him out. I'm so sorry, Brother Long, that this kind of person has spoiled your fun. Leah pretended to be weak, leaning against Brother Long like a little bird, begging for his help. Okay, don't be afraid, Xiaoya. I want to see what this person is capable of to dare to pretend in a 4S store. I'll take care of it for you. Brother Long said arrogantly. Brother Long swaggered up to Chun Fan, looked at him with displeasure, and snorted, This salesperson already told you. The lower price is on the other side. If you don't want to buy it, get out of here. Don't bother me here. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit. Chun Fan looked up and saw Brother Long's face covered in acne, a sausage-shaped mouth, and upturned nostrils. With this appearance, he actually said that looking at others made him want to vomit. Why didn't he go home and look in the mirror? Do you think you are rich or awesome? Chun Fan asked in a low voice. I'm just better than you, richer than you. So what? Don't you agree? Believe it or not, I'll crush you to death. You little chicken. Bang. A muffled sound. Brother Long let out a scream and covered his sausage mouth. 3 teeth were knocked out by Chun Fan's punch. Brother Long wiped the blood. His face flushed with anger, and he was furious. You little bastard. Are you looking for death? I'm going to break your legs. Brother Long suddenly rushed forward and punched Chun Fan in the face. Chun Fan dodged diagonally to the back, causing Long Ji's punch to miss. He then reversed and threw a huge elbow, directly hitting Long Ji's jaw. Click. The bones in the jaw area were directly shattered. Brother Long also spun 360 degrees on the spot and fell to the ground with a bang. When the 2 younger brothers saw their eldest brother being knocked down, they rushed over shouting, Kill him. Come on. Revenge for Brother Long. The 2 men attacked from the left and right. One used a right hook, and the other kicked out, attacking Chun Fan's head directly. You're a jerk. Chun Fan remained calm. He first grabbed the man's arm and twisted it violently. The man screamed and dislocated his arm. Another man, who had just attempted a flying kick, was hit hard in the stomach by Chun Fan's punch. He flew 7 or 8 meters through the air and crashed into a Lamborghini, shattering the car window. The 3 of them were beaten to the ground, rolling and screaming. Chun Fan straightened his slightly messy hair and said calmly, There are always a few scumbags who are like walnuts and must be cracked and eaten. Boy, if you have some skills, do you dare to tell me your name and address? I will meet you some other day. Brother Long was helped up by Leah and asked while panting. Chun Fan sneered and replied, I'm your father, and I live in this 4S store. Another thug who was beaten to the ground said, What? You scare me, brat. You don't even dare to tell me your home address? It's a 4S store. Who are you trying to fool? Don't believe it. Chun Fan said playfully, You'll believe it in a moment. At this time, Lee was also very angry. She helped Long go up and shouted loudly, Someone come. Security, come quickly. There are people making trouble here. They are destroying the place. Quick help. 6 security guards rushed over upon hearing the noise. Seeing this scene, they drew their batons and surrounded Chun Fan, who was unarmed. Let's see how you can beat 6 people by yourself. Leah commanded, This guy knows some martial arts. Don't attack him one by one. Attack him together. Beat him hard. Beat him like a dog. Yes, beat him to death. Whoever knocks him down will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Brother Long also patted his chest and encouraged. When the security guard heard that there was a reward mechanism for beating people, they were instantly excited and became furious. 100,000 yuan. How much is their monthly salary? 30,000 yuan a year at best. If you can defeat the guy on the other side, it's like getting 3 years' salary for free. Why not do it? Moreover, this area is Brother Long's territory, so even if he injures or cripples someone, there's no need to worry or take responsibility. The security guards rubbed their hands and rushed forward. At this moment, a loud shout came from not far away. Stop! Huh? Manager Zhang. Leah turned her head and saw that it was Zhang Tao, the manager and general manager of the 4S store. This was a middle-aged man with a simple appearance and a little bit of fatness, followed by 4 or 5 shop assistants. Manager Zhang should still be on a business trip. Why did he suddenly appear in the store? When a security guard saw that it was the boss who appeared, they all stopped and stood still. Leah, what happened here? Zhang Tao frowned and glanced at everyone present, and had already guessed what happened. Leah quickly straightened her clothes, bowed, and explained. Manager Zhang, someone is causing trouble. Chapter 25, Chapter 025 Cruel. Zhang Tao's expression was startled. Who? That's the guy. Leah pointed at Chun Fan, her face gloomy, and feigned innocence as she complained. He acted like a scoundrel the moment he arrived, buying a low-priced car in the high-end car showroom. I tried to persuade him, but not only did he refuse to leave, he even got into a fight with one of my customers and started assaulting them. Manager Zhang, you have to take care of this for us. As she spoke, Leah started crying, looking very helpless and pitiful. Zhang Tao walked to Chun Fan, nodded slightly, and asked in a deep voice, Sir, may I ask your name? My last name is Chun. Zhang Tao suddenly realized that this person should be the young master mentioned above. In order to further confirm his identity, Zhang Tao continued to ask, What car do you want to buy? I'm not buying a car, I'm driving it. Can I drive my own car? Yes, absolutely. Zhang Tao was certain this was the mysterious boss of the Chen Group, a figure he couldn't afford to offend. It could be said that his 4S dealership was just a tiny speck of dust in the vast Chen Group. In front of him, what difference was there between a 4S dealership manager and an ant? If he really angered the Chan family, not only would he lose his job, he might even disappear from the face of the earth. This family was too powerful, beyond his comprehension. Ahem, did I hear it right? Leah was bewildered, looking at manager Zhang Tao, who was so humble to that guy. Others, including the security guards, were also stunned. Before anyone could react, Zhang Tao bowed deeply to Chun Fan respectfully and said sincerely, Mr. Chun, we are truly sorry. Please don't be angry. We are willing to take full responsibility. This, Brother Long scratched his head, confused. Just now, this guy said his family was in the 4S store. Could it be that he was the actual controller of this store? Impossible. If it is your own shop, do you still need to buy a car? What's going on? Boy, what kind of magic did you use on that manager? Brother Long couldn't help but ask. Who are you? How dare you speak to Mr. Chan in such a tone? You're so uneducated. Zhang Tao turned around and shouted angrily. Where did these hooligans come from? They're running wild in this 4S shop. Security guards, are you here for nothing? How did these hooligans get in? Get them out now. Yes. The 6 security guards responded in unison, and then surrounded Brother Long and the other 2. When Brother Long saw that the situation was not good, he winked at his 2 younger brothers and hurried to the door. Stop them. Chun Fan gave an order. The security guards blocked the door. The 3 of them looked at each other, watching Chun Fan walking towards them step by step. Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive the 3 of us. We were blind and didn't recognize you, and we offended you. This really is your home. We broke into your house. Can't we just get out now? Brother Long suddenly changed his attitude and became very cowardly. Yeah, big brother, you treat us like a fart. Just let us go. Another gangster cried. Didn't you want to break my legs just now? Chun Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his tone was cold. Brother Long's head buzzed, and he quickly slapped himself in the face. Brother, look at my stinky mouth. I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense. Haha, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Chun Fan smiled femininely, and then, with lightning speed, he suddenly raised his foot and stepped on Brother Long's right knee. Snap! A few crisp sounds echoed above the 4S store. Immediately afterwards, Brother Long let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He lay on the ground, holding his broken leg, crying and screaming heart-wrenchingly. The 2 younger brothers were so frightened when they saw this that they started shaking all over, and one of them even wet his pants. Chun Fan's ruthless methods and vindictive behavior also made the other people present silent and shocked their hearts. Especially the female salesperson Leah, who suddenly knelt down on the floor with a dazed expression and tears in her eyes. Get lost! Chun Fan shouted, and the security guards made way for him. The 2 younger brothers carried Brother Long, who was in a state of despair, and fled the 4S store. I am Soda Vuvuvu. I'm really sorry. I looked down on you. Please forgive me. I'm just a car salesman, and I don't know who you are. Before Chun Fan could even speak, Leah started to apologize tearfully and was about to kowtow. Mr. Chun, how should we deal with Leah? Should we fire her directly? Zhang Tao asked. Chun Fan looked at Leah, who was crying and begging for mercy, and said, no need to fire her. Transfer her to the Wuling Hongguang showroom next door and train her for a year. Teach her how to respect working people. If she performs well, transfer her back. Leah, did you hear that? Mr. Chen showed leniency to you, and you're not grateful. Zhang Tao said in a loud voice. Leah didn't want to lose her job. She had just been officially hired, and her company paid for her 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, which was quite stable. But she couldn't afford to look for a new job because of this incident, as that would be like throwing away all her previous efforts. Thank you, sir. I will always remember your kindness. Li Yajin kowtowed several times, which made Chun Fan a little embarrassed. Is this the power of power, to force such a proud woman to this point? Then, without staying, Chun Fan drove a La Vida car with a license plate and left the 4S store. All the store clerks, security guards, and even the old man guarding the door stood in a row, bowed, and watched the car speed away. At noon, Chun Fan drove his newly bought car to pick up Lin Shuyu from Get Off Work. On the way here, he bought a set of genuine Armani clothes and leather shoes. After putting them on, he looked radiant, and there was no trace of a loser temperament at all. He looked more like a male god. Chun Fan had never bought a gift for Lin Shuyu. He knew that women needed bags and cosmetics. So he first went to the Chanel store and bought the most expensive cosmetics. Perfume for $270,000, lipstick for $180,000, essence for $30,000, face cream for $310,000, eye cream for $10,000, nail polish for $140,000, mascara for $50,000. The total cost was nearly $1 million. Then he went to another specialty store and bought an Hermes handbag with 1,500 small black and white diamonds on the surface, spending $500,000. After changing his clothes, he entered every specialty store. The sales clerks no longer looked at him with disgust. Instead, they were as enthusiastic as if he were seeing his father. There was even a young female clerk who insisted on asking for his phone number, which annoyed Chun Fan so much that he had no choice but to add her on WeChat. Within 10 minutes, the woman sent a message saying she didn't mind being kept, so Chun Fan quickly blocked her. After all, I'm a good man with a wife. How could I possibly do something as shameless as keeping a mistress? Chun Fan planned to go to Lin Shuyu's company to give her these small gifts as a surprise. He was going to go to Lin Shuyu's company and give her a gift in front of her colleagues to change those people's views of him. Chapter 26, Chapter 026 Gift. Huanhai Group. President's Office. Shuyu, you and I are college classmates and founded Huanhai Company together. What I just said was for your own good. Zhou Donglin seemed to be trying to persuade her earnestly. She is the director in charge of the company's finances. Today she came to see Lin Shuyu to report the accounts and sign them, and they chatted for a while. Zhou Donglin is still unmarried, a leftover woman of advanced age. Highly educated and well-off, she has always had high standards. Of course, she often goes on blind dates, but rarely finds anyone she likes. If she does find someone she likes, she's often dismissed as underachieving. Tell me, does Chun Fan have any good qualities? We've been married for over 2 years, and what has he ever given me? A bouquet of flowers or a bag? Even if he's a gigolo and doesn't have much money, he should at least show some appreciation. Is he still considered a man? Donglin, although Chun Fan has never given me a gift, he really likes me. This should be the best gift. Lin Shuyu frowned slightly, obviously a little angry. This Zhou Donglin always likes to pay attention to her private affairs, no matter what, and advises her to divorce and find a man with better conditions. If they had not worked together for many years, she really wanted to lose face and criticize him severely. Really like? Ha ha ha. In this society, do you still believe in love? Zhou Donglin said with a sarcastic laugh. Nowadays, only those with money are qualified to talk about love. Penniless losers are only suitable for downloading Japanese movies on their computers. Chun Fan, that poor bastard who lived a life of idleness and waiting to die, can make you experience the feeling of true love? No one believes it. Donglin, you are too extreme. Lin Shuyu was a little angry. Let me tell you this, Shuyu. A while ago, I had a blind date with the son of a developer in the east part of Lushur. He took a fancy to me and gave me a Maserati. However, I refused because I didn't like him. He wasn't handsome, hadn't been to college, and was just a rich guy. Even a rich guy like him was much better than Chun Fan, way better than him. Chun Fan has no education, no skills, and no abilities. Yeah, if you follow him, you'll suffer in the future. Lin Shuyu sighed softly and smiled in response. Dongli, you don't have to say all this. I understand your good intentions. However, money, luxury cars, and material enjoyment are not my interests or hobbies. I just like to live an ordinary life with Chin Fan. Chin Fan loves me. That's enough. Uffed. Zhou Donglin suppressed her laughter, shook her head, and continued to refute. Hey, idiot. Why are you always so naive? That kind of person is really not worth wasting your time on. As a good colleague and good friend, I advise you against divorce. You have such excellent conditions. I can introduce you to someone better. Donglin, stop talking. There's no point in saying more. Lin Shuyu was really angry this time. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. Since Chen Fan and I are husband and wife, our relationship comes first. I don't care if he's poor or a loser, and I will never divorce him in this life. We've been friends for many years and could talk about anything, but I hope I won't hear you urging me to divorce Chen Fan in the future. As the ancients said, it's better to demolish 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Please respect me. Zhou Donglin shook her head and sighed heavily. There was really nothing she could do about this stubborn sister. She also had a big question in her mind. What strengths did a poor, useless, coward like Chun Fan have that made Lin Shuyu so devoted to him? Even at Lin Shuyu's wedding, as a good friend, she only came to the scene to give a gift money and then turned around and left without eating the banquet. Because she really despised Chun Fan, a good-for-nothing loser. At this time, Secretary Sun Yuan knocked on the door and came in, saying, Mr. Lin, Mr. Chun is here. Tell him to wait for me downstairs. He said he brought something for you and has already come up. Then let him in. Then, Chun Fan entered the president's office carrying several large bags. The moment he entered the door, he accidentally touched Sun Yuan's body. In an instant, Sun Yuan's face turned red as an apple. He remembered that Chun Fan had saved him in the hospital and felt really sorry for him at that time. Mr. Chun, Xiao Yuan, it's okay. Chun Fan smiled. His polite conversation and elegant temperament made Sun Yuan's heart surge with emotion, and a seed of spring had been planted. Chun Fan, why are you here? Lin Shuyu murmured. When she saw Chun Fan wearing a new set of clothes and showing an alternative temperament, she felt incredible, as if she had changed into a handsome husband. Zhou Donglin was also dumbfounded. She had never expected Chun Fan to be wearing new clothes. They were clearly high-end and expensive. However, after the surprise, she felt even more disgusted. This worthless person, who couldn't earn a penny, was using Chuyu's money to buy expensive clothes for himself. He was truly shameless. Oh, Chuyu, I came up specially to give you a gift. Huh? A gift? Chun Fan smiled and placed a packaging bag and brand-name bag in his hands on the desk in front of his wife, Zhou Donglin and Sun Yuan. Is this Hermes? Zhou Donglin's eyes widened as she stared at the label on the handbag. Moreover, the 1,500 small diamonds almost blinded her titanium dog eyes, making her dizzy. Zhou Donglin never thought that Chun Fan would send such a luxury item. Wow, that Chanel makeup. Sun Yuan covered her mouth, her heartbeat quickening in surprise. With her girlish instincts and keen sense of smell, she could tell that if this makeup was genuine, it would be quite expensive. Did you buy all this? Lin Shuyu asked with a slightly trembling voice. Wife, since we got married, I have never given you a decent set of cosmetics or a bag. Now, I will make it up to you all at once. Chun Fan maintained a confident smile and looked at Lin Shuyu's moved eyes. Snort. Suddenly, a disdainful snort was heard. Chun Fan, why are you not being honest? Zhou Donglin looked at him with contempt. What's the meaning? Do you think Shuyu is an idiot? You actually deceived her by passing off fake goods as real ones. Zhou Donglin walked to the desk, picked up a lipstick box, and said with a smirk, This box should be real, but the product inside is fake, right? Tell me, how much did you spend on this box? And how much did you spend on the fake goods inside? And this bag is also a high-quality imitation, right? Zhou Donglin also had a set of Chanel cosmetics at home, so she naturally knew the authenticity of the packaging. However, Chun Fan, this scumbag, actually put the fake goods into the real box to deceive Chuyu and win her favor. He was really shameless. Chapter 27 Chapter 0 27 Scan code successfully. Chun Fan almost fainted after hearing what Zhou Donglin said. The night shining pearls I gave to an old lady last time were questioned as fake. Now, the cosmetics and bags I spent over 1,000,000 yuan on are also fake. What is real? Women's minds are like a needle in the sea, so unfathomable. Haha, he really lives up to his reputation as a pauper. Even the gifts for his wife are fake. I am convinced. Zhou Donglin sneered, firmly believing that these gifts are all fake and there is no possibility that they are real. Because her voice was so loud, other colleagues came in thinking that there was some conflict. However, when everyone heard Zhou Donglin's words, they immediately started talking about it, and the public opinion was surprisingly one-sided, with everyone criticizing Chun Fan. Ah, marrying a man like this will really shorten your life. I've heard that Ms. Lin's husband is a loser, but I didn't expect him to be a liar. This really changed my worldview. Humph, it's like a flower stuck in pig manure. It's outrageous to both humans and gods. Being poor and living off his wife is fine, but he actually bought fake goods and gave them to his wife in front of everyone. Is this something a human being could do? There's definitely something wrong with this person's character. Suddenly, the office erupted in chaos. Some people even pointed their finger at Chun Fan and cursed him, wanting to defend their CEO. All manner of contempt, abuse, ridicule, and cold stares were directed at Chun Fan. However, Chun Fan didn't care about the gossip of these rabble. With his current status and identity, and the resources he controlled, he didn't need to pay any attention to these ants. Lin Shuyu was very sure that her husband Chun Fan would not lie. These cosmetics are definitely genuine products that Chun Fan bought in the store, and there are no fakes. Then again, even if it's fake, so what? Chun Fan gave her a gift, and she was so happy that she couldn't contain herself. So, Lin Shuyu ignored the opposition and coughed to quiet everyone down. Thank you, husband. Lin Shuyu said to Chun Fan happily with a happy face. Chun Fan also responded with a smile, but he was extremely excited inside. This was the first time Lin Shuyu called him husband. Hey, Shuyu, you're still as naive as you were in college. Zhou Donglin shook her head, stepped forward, picked up the Hermes bag, and sighed. This bag must be fake. I often visit this brand store, and I've never seen anything like this. Those densely packed so-called diamonds are probably just stones. Yes, Mr. Lin, this man has a bad character. Don't trust him. A colleague next to him also echoed. Stop talking, Lin Shuyu said seriously. Even if it's fake, so what? I still like it, because it's a gift from my husband. But, besides, I don't need you to judge my husband's character or label him as a liar. He is who I think he is. Lin Shuyu said this with a bit of irritation. She turned to Zhou Donglin and said coldly, Zhou Donglin, stay out of my family affairs. If you try to get me and my husband to divorce again, please resign from my company. Remember, our friendship is based on mutual respect. Lin Shuyu's words startled Zhou Donglin, and then she was furious, but she couldn't say anything else. In front of so many people, Zhou Donglin felt a little embarrassed. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never seen Lin Shuyu so angry before. Moreover, she was angry at her longtime friend Zhou Donglin. We can tell whether it's real or fake by verifying it. A young man in the crowd interrupted. Zhou Donglin spread out her hands, indicating that what the man said made sense, and if she had the ability, she could verify its authenticity. It seems that you must admit defeat sincerely and slap yourselves in the face, Chun Fan said calmly, picking up the Chanel lipstick box. You poor bastard. I thought you'd stay there forever, terrified. You actually dared to speak. It seems you still have some courage. Zhou Donglin pulled out her phone and said, in that case, I'll scan the QR code to verify it. Hee, if these cosmetics are genuine, they'd be worth at least 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. How can a gigolo like you afford that? Gossip girl, stop talking nonsense. Check the goods quickly. Chun Fan shouted. Of course the box is real. Open it and check the product inside. Good. Without saying a word, Chun Fan opened the lipstick box and took out the small and exquisite lipstick. This kind of high-end luxury goods usually have QR codes on the genuine products to prevent counterfeit and inferior products. Zhou Donglin opened WeChat and scanned it, snatched the lipstick from Chun Fan's hand, and started scanning it. Ding! A crisp prompt sound indicates that the code has been scanned successfully. Then, the whole crowd gathered around as if they were watching a movie in the dormitory. Everyone held their breath and stared at Zhou Donglin's mobile phone screen, waiting for the moment when Chun Fan's scam would be exposed. Lin Shuyu pursed her lips, her face looking calm. but her heart was beating fast and her palms were full of sweat. Although she completely believed that Chun Fan would not lie, she couldn't help but think of the worst. If Chun Fan was really exposed on the spot, the scene would be extremely embarrassing. However, Chun Fan was calm and composed. He was not nervous or uneasy at all, but felt at ease and calm, as if he had done nothing wrong and was not afraid of ghosts blowing out the lights. The couple exchanged glances, and Chun Fan nodded slightly, giving Lin Shuyu some peace of mind. Huh, I want to see what kind of trouble I can find. Zhou Donglin stared at the screen of her phone. As the progress bar filled up, the official website of Chanel China was opened. Then, a message appeared. The product you tested is genuine, serial number J8978. Thank you for purchasing this product and wish you a happy life. Zhou Donglin was stunned. This is indeed the brand's official website. Both the website address and the style are correct. She has visited it many times. Below this message, not only is the picture of this lipstick exactly the same as the real thing in hand, but it also has the official suggested retail price. Enchanting Night. International limited edition lipstick, 168,000 yuan. Sister Donglin, is this true? Sun Yuan pulled Zhou Donglin, who was in a state of dementia, and asked anxiously. Others also urged, hurry up and tell me. Is it true? Zhou Donglin turned off her phone, paused for a few seconds, nodded, and whispered, really. The lipstick is real. Boom tilde. The whole office was almost in an uproar, and people were extremely surprised. No one expected that the plot would turn around so quickly. Chapter 28 Chapter 028 Formal Invoice. A lipstick worth 168,000? Seriously? Oh my god, where does that live-in son-in-law get so much money? Ah, you're really willing to spend money on your wife, what a man. I also want a lipstick like this, but unfortunately no one gives it to me. Only someone can bring you sausages, hee hee. Colleagues started talking about it again, but this time, instead of mocking Chun Fan, they started praising him. Chun Fan looked at these people's fence-sitter behavior coldly, smiled helplessly, and said nothing. Zhou Donglin's face turned red instantly, and her mind was in a mess. She couldn't understand how a pretty boy who was supported by women could have the money to buy a lipstick worth 160,000 yuan. I don't believe it. Zhou Donglin opened her mobile phone again, pointed it at the QR code on the label of the Hermes handbag, and scanned it. Ding. Similarly, when I visited the Hermes official website, it was shown that this bag was undoubtedly authentic. Moreover, the price is an exaggerated 500,000. Seeing the price tag, Zhou Donglin quickly turned off her phone so that no one could see it. Her heart was broken. A bag and a lipstick alone cost more than 600,000 yuan, and with other luxury items, the price will definitely exceed 1 million. As the company's financial director, Zhou Donglin knows Lin Shuyue's financial situation better than anyone else. She even knows the balance on each bank card that has been opened. All of Lin Shuyue's money was invested in the company's account for the successful implementation of a project. Lin Shuyu simply couldn't come up with so much money. In other words, this 1 million was not money Lin Shuyu gave to Chun Fan in advance. Could it be? Zhou Donglin suddenly had an idea and praised herself for her wit. She pointed at Chun Fan's face and said loudly, Chun Fan, you stole these cosmetics and bags, didn't you? Chun Fan. He nearly fainted. This woman's train of thought is too bizarre. This is really a melodramatic and offensive rhythm. With your financial resources, how could you possibly afford these things? This only proves one thing. You're a thief. A thief. When the other colleagues heard this, they all had an idea. Yes, how could Chun Fan, a freeloader and a poor bastard, possibly afford luxury goods? There was only one plausible explanation. He stole it. Ah, so he's a thief. I thought he was a warm-hearted man. He looks handsome, but what he does is despicable. If it's really stealing, then it's against the law and you'll go to jail. For stealing millions, he should probably get a life sentence. I hope this scum stays in prison forever. Dai Bi, go, and turn yourself in and try to get leniency. Chun Fan once again faced a flood of accusations and curses. This woman is truly invincible. This was all he could sigh. Lin Shuyu saw everyone collectively criticizing Chun Fan again, with some even preparing to call the police to have him taken away. She was completely furious. Are you going to call the police and arrest my husband on my own turf? Are you going to cause a big uproar? Shut up. Shut up. Lin Chu yelled angrily, so loudly that her throat felt like it was on fire. Everyone suddenly quieted down, as if they were a mouse in fear, and all looked at her. Lin Shuyu said indignantly. I'm telling you, my husband can't be a thief. He bought all these things legally. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. The clear will be clear, and the turbid will be turbid. Zhou Donglin was proud in her heart, but she showed a serious and considerate look on her face as she said, Shuyu, we know you want to defend that thief, but stealing is a crime. Shuyu, my dear sister, I advise you to divorce him before he goes to jail. Don't let him drag you down. How can such a disgusting criminal be worthy of you? Everyone, don't you agree? Yes, Director Zhou is right. Boss Lin, why are you still so stubborn? What kind of magic did that man cast on you that made you so determined to defend him? If you're a man, get a divorce. Then turn yourself in. Beast, don't play with our general manager Lin. The crowd chattered again, seemingly speaking up for Lin Shuyu and defending her, but in reality, it only made her increasingly unhappy. What kind of subordinates did they hire? They were simply opportunistic, adding insult to injury and making matters worse. Ahem, I forgot to take out the invoice. Chen Fan coughed and took out a bunch of invoices from his pocket. Fortunately, he didn't throw away the invoice. Zhou Donglin looked carefully. This is a legitimate invoice. It has the tax bureau's seal. Chen Fan threw the invoice over and said sternly, If you dare to slander me again, you will bear the consequences. Zhou Donglin took the invoice and took a look. It is indeed a formal invoice, and the amount listed on it matches the genuine price. Do you have anything to say now? Chen Fan asked. Huh, boy, are you trying to fool me by making some fake invoices? Nowadays, counterfeiting is done with high technology. The invoices are exactly the same as the real ones, and there's no difference at all. Chen Fan, you're really scheming. You even forged the invoices. You've done your homework. Zhou Donglin felt uneasy when she said this. In fact, she had already seen that the invoices were genuine and there was no trace of adulteration. If she admitted that the invoice was real, then it would be like slapping herself in the face. She could only try her best to cover up her guilt and continue to find various ways to frame Chen Fan. The invoice is printed uniformly by the tax bureau. There's also a QR code on it to prove whether it is real or fake. Would you like to scan it? Chen Fan made a gesture of invitation. I'm sweeping wool. Are you annoying? You're a thief anyway. Don't explain. Explanation is just covering up. Zhou Donglin was no longer reasonable and firmly believed that Chen Fan was a thief. You're being a bit of a rogue. Chen Fan remained calm and composed. You didn't scan the QR code, which means you have something to hide. Those invoices must be real. You've been accusing me of being a thief in front of so many people. Aren't you afraid I'll sue you for defamation? Who will be the criminal in the end? Who knows? Shame on you. You loser, thief, freeloader. You dare challenge me? If I were you, I'd have killed myself. Zhou Donglin sank into a state of complete hysteria. She rolled up the invoice in her hand and threw it in Chen Fan's face. You dare to bark at me, you dog? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to a pulp. Just as Zhou Donglin was about to rush forward, several colleagues quickly pulled her back. In a chaotic scene, Sun Yuan picked up the invoice paper ball from the ground, pulled out one of them, and began to scan the QR code on it with his mobile phone. She also wanted to confirm whether Chen Fan was a liar. If Chen Fan was innocent, she would never choose to remain silent. Chapter 29, Chapter 029 Blessing. Soon, the results of the code scan came out. Sun Yuan not only proved the authenticity of the invoice, but was also rewarded with a mobile phone lottery and won a cash-red envelope of 58. Sun Yuan's heart was also surging. She didn't say much from the beginning, didn't take sides, and just observed the situation silently. Now, she has enough evidence to prove that these invoices are real and Chen Fan is not a liar. The invoice is real. Sun Yuan raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down and remain calm. I just verified it, and the invoice is indeed genuine. It proves that Mr. Chen Fan purchased those products through legitimate channels and is not a counterfeiter. After Sun Yuan finished speaking, Zhou Donglin felt as if struck by a thunderbolt from the blue sky. She collapsed, her eyes filled with emptiness. The arrogance and dominance she had just had was gone. The entire CEO's office fell silent. Everyone stopped talking, and you could hear a pin drop on the floor. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Fan, filled with envy and shock. In other words, these high-end cosmetics and handbags were purchased by Chen Fan through formal channels in a specialty store. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Zhou Donglin shook her head like a rattle. She refused to believe that a poor guy like Chun Fan could spend 1 million to buy luxury goods. If it was Lin Shiyue who bought it, she would still believe it. However, all of Lin Shiyue's funds were invested in the company's payment for goods, and she had no extra money at all. Hubby, I knew you were innocent. Lin Shiyue smiled with relief. All the anxiety and uneasiness she had just felt disappeared. People looked at each other, as if everyone had been slapped in the face by an invisible hand. What a piece of shit. I don't know where they stole a huge sum of money. Humph, I'm going to call the police. I want this criminal to go to jail. Zhou Donglin was completely delirious. She took out her phone and was about to call 110. Stop! A sudden shout. Lin Shiyue walked up to Zhou Donglin, grabbed her arm, and yelled angrily, Stop scaring me. Aren't you done with all that? Zhou Donglin, get out of here right now. Shiyue, I'm doing this for you. I'm going to call the police and make sure they catch him. He's a piece of trash who stole a huge sum of money. Zhou Donglin was about to make a call, but Lin Shiyue snatched the Samsung phone from her hand. I'll let you make trouble. Lin Shiyue suddenly threw the phone to the ground. Click. With a few crisp sounds, Zhou Donglin's Samsung mobile phone was smashed into several pieces. On my cell phone. Zhou Donglin looked at the cell phone parts scattered all over the floor, screamed in surprise, and then tears burst out of her eyes. I can compensate you for the cell phone, but I will never forgive you for what you did to my husband today. Lin Shiyue still said angrily. Zhou Donglin covered her mouth and rushed out of the office. After she left, her colleagues looked at the open door and started talking again. Director Zhou really deserves it. He deliberately broke up our Mr. Lin and his wife. He has no good intentions. Evildoers will be punished. I support General Lin. Well, I hope Mr. Lin and Mr. Chun can love each other forever and grow old together. Zhou Donglin actually uses a Samsung phone instead of a Huawei. She's truly a national scum. Serves her right. Chun Fan smiled helplessly. These people were truly fence-sitters, swaying with the wind. They were quite good at changing their stance according to the situation. He didn't care about these people at all. He kept staring at his wife, Lin Shiyue. He walked up to her and said gently, Wife, we've been married for 2 years, and I've never given you a gift. Today, this is a token of my appreciation. Thank you, husband. Lin Shiyue was so excited that she shed tears and hugged Chun Fan tightly. Wow, I'm so touched. I really hope there's a man who can give me such an expensive gift. I hope Mr. Lin will have this day every year. Mr. Chun is so handsome. I really envy Mr. Lin. Suddenly, warm applause broke out in the office, and everyone was blessing them. Silver Star, 7-star hotel. A luxurious presidential suite. Xiao Fan, my child, I'm so happy that you came to see me. It's been 15 years. We haven't seen each other for 15 years. I didn't even recognize you. The speaker was a noble woman in a purple skirt. Her makeup was exquisite, and her fair, oval face, lightly powdered, gave her an aristocratic air. Her eyes were filled with tears of emotion at the reunion of her family. Facing his mother, whom he had not seen for 15 years, Chun Fan's heart was not moved at all. This is in stark contrast to the noble lady. Even Chun Fan didn't want to look at her anymore. I really hope you will never recognize me in your life. Chun Fan sneered. Xiao Fan, please don't say that. The lady's name was Wu Ruodong, Chun Fan's biological mother. This time she flew to Lushur on a private plane just to see her son, whom she had missed for many years, and persuade him to return to the family. Ha! You remembered me, the eldest son of the Chun family who'd been abandoned for 15 years? In these 15 years, no one from the Chun family, including my biological parents, came to see me. Not even a letter or a message. I was practically an orphan. Do you know what kind of life I've lived and how much hardship I've endured in the past 15 years? My child, you have suffered. I am sorry. Lady Wu Ruodong shed tears of regret, and her makeup was smudged. It's too late to say sorry now. Child, I know you've suffered these years. When you were 8 years old, you were sent to the Lin family in Lu City to hide your identity. We haven't contacted you in all these years. It's all for your safety. Our Chun family has a spy, and we have set up countless monitoring devices. As long as your location is discovered, assassins will definitely come and find you. So, you must forgive us. It's not that we don't care about you or abandon you, but we want to protect you. Where's my brother? He was only 6 years old at the time and was also sent to another place. Where was it sent? Australia. What now? 5 years ago, after the family crisis was resolved, we sent someone to bring him back, but he got into trouble not long ago and was imprisoned. What? Did I hear it right? 5 years ago? You mean the family crisis was resolved 5 years ago? Chun Fan slammed the table in surprise and stood up. It was safe 5 years ago. Why are you looking for him to come back and be the heir now? Moreover, he had already taken his younger brother back home 5 years ago, so why not bring Chun Fan back to the family as well? Yes, Xiao Fan, listen to me. This was all decided by your grandfather. He's the one who controls the family, and everything is decided by him. 5 years ago, we only brought your younger brother back home, and your grandfather was going to give the family inheritance to you. Your younger brother excelled academically in Australia, earning a master's degree in computer science at the age of 16. He was a literal academic prodigy. And back home, I've heard that your academic performance was very poor, and you often got into fights. Compared to your younger brother, you were far behind. So, your grandfather decided to let your younger brother inherit the family business. So, you never planned to take me back, leaving me in the dark for the rest of my life. Living a miserable life of being insulted, right? Chun Fan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. Xiao Fan, all of this was decided by your grandfather. He's not worthy of being my grandfather. Chun Fan stared at his mother Wu Ruodong's red and swollen eyes with a sharp gaze and said, "What did my brother do wrong? It was a big deal. He could have been sentenced to death, but after we worked hard to smooth things over, we got a life sentence, but he can't be commuted. That is to say, if my brother hadn't been in jail and the Chun family had someone to inherit, you would never have remembered that there's a person named Chun Fan in this world. A lowly, rat-like person who is dispensable, right? Answer me." Chapter 30, Chapter 0, 30 Silver Star Hotel. Listening to Chun Fan's angry words and accusations, Wu Ruodong knew that the child had suffered greatly over the years. As a mother, she failed to fulfill her responsibilities and was an incompetent mother. Endless regret and sadness made Wu Ruodong sob, with tears streaming down her face. "Child, you have suffered. Why are you doing this? It's okay that I didn't have the warmth of my parents since I was a child. But I, Chun Fan, am the eldest son of the Chun family. Just because I was a poor student when I was a child and not as good as my younger brother, you could deceive me? Look down on me? Even if you don't want me to inherit the family property, why don't you take me back? Let me suffer here, be a son-in-law, and be scolded by others. Why on earth?" Chun Fan's voice was also trembling. In his eyes, like slides, scenes of him being insulted and ridiculed over the years were simply unbearable to watch. "I asked your grandfather to take you back, but he disagreed. Xiao Fan, really don't blame me." Wu Ruodong complained tearfully. "It's all your grandfather's fault. He's the instigator of all this tragedy." Chun Fan sighed. Grandpa, the head of the family, the supreme being. No one could oppose him, and even if someone made a suggestion, they would be scolded by the stubborn and paranoid old man. Wu Ruodong is just a daughter-in-law, and she has no say at all. Many times, Wu Ruodong wanted to sneak out and go to Lu City to meet Chun Fan. But every time, he was discovered by his grandfather and dragged back. Later, her grandfather hired someone to monitor her, not allowing her to go out alone, and placed her under house arrest. Gradually, she began to forget that she had an older son, Chun Fan. It wasn't until the family was struck by another tragedy, when the youngest son was arrested for a crime, that Grandpa remembered there was still a living heir. Even if he lived a life worse than death, he still had the qualifications to inherit the family business. However, Grandpa still had a slight disdain for Chun Fan. After investigating him, he found that he was completely useless. Whether it was his knowledge, education, talent, or personality, he was almost unfit for such a big responsibility. That damn old man. Chun Fan was furious, but he knew he couldn't pose any threat to his grandfather right now and could only passively accept everything. If he resisted too much, he would be met with even worse revenge from his grandfather. "Xiao Fan, did Uncle Lu give you a Centurion Black Card with a credit limit of 100 million? Wu Ruodong asked. "Yes. Grandpa has all your card usage records. You've been to luxury restaurants, eating delicacies, buying women's cosmetics and handbags at luxury stores, and more. What? You even want to control how I swipe my card?" Chun Fan sneered and slammed the black card on the table. "I don't need it. I don't need this money." Wu Ruodong looked at the black card, sighed softly, and continued to explain that black card was actually a test from your grandfather. From his perspective, he hoped you would use the black card to set up a company, invest, or start a business to make more money. Unexpectedly, you use it all on expensive purchases. Your grandfather was already disappointed in you and wanted to block the credit limit on the black card and no longer care about you. Later, I asked him to give you one last chance. You mean, after your father was assassinated by our enemies, your grandfather placed all his hopes on your brother, the hopes of the entire family. Unexpectedly, your brother committed a serious crime, which was a great blow to your grandfather. Alas, it is a misfortune for our family. Wu Ruodong shed tears secretly, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, looking so pitiful. Father was assassinated? Yes. Why? Xiaofan, don't be sad. Wu Ruodong adjusted her mood and forced herself to stop crying. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and tried to reach out to touch Chun Fan's hair. But Chun Fan opened it. Don't touch me. Wu Ruodong bit her lower lip, enduring the pain like a knife cutting in her heart, and said, Your grandfather has decided to give you another chance. The Chun family will establish a new company in Lu City, and you will be fully responsible for it. You will be the helmsman of this company. Oh, Chun Fan raised his head and looked at his mother, frowning slightly. He said, Is this the old man's second test of me? Even now that I'm the sole heir, he still doubts my ability. The new company was just a test set up by his grandfather. If Chun Fan managed it well, he would have a chance to inherit the Chun family business. If he messed up, he would get nothing. My son, you must not refuse. In order to fight for this opportunity for you, I begged your grandfather, but he is a very stubborn man and actually agreed. Child, this is the only chance to prove yourself. Wu Ruodong said earnestly. Okay. Chun Fan nodded. I'll prove to that old man if I'm just fit for gigolo duty. I wanted to know the consequences of disrespecting me are severe. Not only will I expand this company, but I'll also take back everything the Chun family owes me. A gleam of relief flashed in Wu Ruodong's eyes again. Great. Xiaofan, take this. Wu Ruodong took out another green card and handed it to Chun Fan, saying, This is a global business green card. With it, you can spend money at any commercial location. Most importantly, no one can check your spending records. Chun Fan took the business green card and felt a surge of emotion in his heart, but it quickly disappeared. The green card is different from the black card and can be said to be an upgraded version of the black card. The green card has a credit limit of 1 billion yuan, but the card is very low-key. It is affiliated with the Agricultural Bank of China, so the pattern and logo on it are all from the Agricultural Bank of China. When the Chun family faced a crisis, the old man used his connections to obtain green cards for Chun Fan's parents and other relatives. After spending with a green card, no institution can track the purchase and location, effectively protecting the cardholder's personal safety. Wu Ruodong finally breathed a sigh of relief when Chun Fan left the Silver Star Hotel wearing his green card. She quickly made a call to the old man of the Chun family. Det, Imit Xiaofan. Tell me quickly, has he agreed to be the boss of the new company? I agree. Well, that's good. I hope he doesn't turn the company into a mess and proves his ability. Otherwise, I will donate all the Chun family's property to the country. I will never leave a penny to a useless person. Dad, okay, stop talking. The phone was hung up. Wu Ruodong stood up and stood in front of the tall floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel suite, looking down. She watched Chun Fan's lonely back as he walked and silently blessed him in her heart. Son, you must succeed. Mom is waiting for you to come back. Chapter 31, Chapter 031, Family Meeting. A few days later, the news media reported extensively that the Chun family in Beijing was going to set up a new company in Lushi. The Chun family's strength is undeniable, with interests spanning real estate, film, hospitality, entertainment, and catering. The Chun family is a leading conglomerate in China. The newly established company's primary focus is real estate investment. As a major investor in the Lushi New District development, the local government has been able to reduce or waive certain approval procedures for the company's business development, effectively giving it the green light. The news sent waves through Liuzhou's political and business circles. This was a once-in-a-lifetime development opportunity, with profound implications for Liuzhou's infrastructure, urban appearance, economic development, and for increasing residents' incomes and creating jobs. A week later, the company invested by the Chun family was officially listed. The listing day was also very low-key, and no bigwigs from the political and business circles were invited to cut the ribbon or anything. The company was named Dolphin Real Estate, and its logo was a little blue dolphin. After learning of the establishment of Dolphin Real Estate, almost all local companies in Lushi sought cooperation. This was because they knew that the backer behind this company was the Chun family of Beijing. However, before they could react, Dolphin Real Estate had already purchased a large amount of wasteland and shanty towns in Liushir's Heshi district. Their goal was to build a new urban area. A real estate company aiming to build a new urban district might sound far-fetched, but no one doubts Dolphin Real Estate's ability. Starting with real estate, they'll gradually invest in infrastructure, services, education, health, and more. Within 10 years, Heshi District will become the most prosperous area in Liushir. Companies with vision are willing to work with Dolphin Real Estate at all costs because they also want to expand their business and get a piece of the pie in a new urban area. The Lin family also wants to become Dolphin's partner. Besides tourism and hospitality, their main business area is construction. Naturally, this is also the family's most profitable industry. They have the city's largest construction team, highly specialized and capable of planning. The person in charge of the construction team is none other than Lin Guoxiao, the second son of the Lin family's grandmother. However, when Lin Guoxiao sent people to negotiate cooperation with Dolphin Real Estate, he was flatly rejected by Dolphin's people. In other words, when other companies came to seek cooperation, there was still room for negotiation, but the Lin family could hardly even get through the door. Lin Guoxiao sent several key business personnel, but they were all turned away. On this day, the Lin family called an emergency meeting with relatives. The meeting place was the multimedia conference room of the Lin family's Xinmao building, located on a busy road in the city. This time, the Chun family in Beijing invested in real estate in Liushir, established Dolphin Real Estate, and directly developed the Heshi region. They are very wealthy. This is a great opportunity for us. If we can cooperate with Dolphin Real Estate, our Lin family's construction business will experience unprecedented development and growth, and the future is limitless. The old lady sat at the top seat at the conference table, one hand on the table, the other hand leaning on a dragon and phoenix double-headed cane, and spoke seriously. Mom, do you think I didn't take any action? I sent out several waves of people, but they all refused to meet with the people from Dolphin Real Estate. Lin Guoxiao said with a sad face. What's Dolphin Real Estate up to? It's a win-win situation for our Lin family. So why are they rejecting it so decisively? Lin Meiyan asked, her face filled with questions. Although she and her daughter, Kit Yi, were in charge of the tourism and hotel industries and didn't work in the construction industry, they always offered their opinions and suggestions at every family meeting. I really don't know what the Dolphin Company is thinking. Do they think our company is unreliable? Lin Guoxiao's son Lin Xiangtian shook his head, looking helpless. What do you mean by unreliable? The old woman slammed her cane on the ground, slightly angrily saying, although our Lin family isn't the top family in Lu City, when it comes to strength and technology in the construction industry, we're definitely second to none. If we're second, who in Lu City dares to claim to be number one? Shouty Yan, how could you destroy your own prestige? Grandma, I was wrong. Lin Xiangtian quickly apologized. Lin Guoxiao glanced at his son and frowned slightly. Although his son was a returnee with a high degree of education and extensive knowledge, he had little work experience and his words were often inappropriate. Then tell me, what should we do? The old lady continued to ask. Mom, we don't even know who the boss of Dolphin Real Estate is. How can we discuss cooperation? Lin Guoxiao looked melancholy. The boss of Dolphin was too mysterious. He always operated behind the scenes and never showed up. If this continues, our business will be snatched away by other small companies. Lin Meiyu said worriedly. Several other relatives of the Lin family also echoed. What can I do? I can't even meet the boss. So how can we talk about cooperation? Should we go directly to the capital and find the Chun family's headquarters? Idiot, do you think a wealthy family like the Chun family would meet you? You're overthinking it. We've sent people to guard the Dolphin Real Estate gate 24 hours a day. We don't believe we can't catch their boss. Although the relatives' discussions were lively, they failed to find a practical solution to the problem. The old lady's head was about to explode from all the noise. She stomped her cane 3 times on the ground and shouted, "Stop making noise." Only then did everyone quiet down. If you think guarding other people's doors is a good idea, then I, an old man like me, will guard it myself, said the old lady angrily. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other, knowing that the old lady was speaking in a sarcastic way, and fell silent. If this old woman really blocked the door, people would think she was trying to scam people. As a result, the situation fell into a state of stagnation. Suddenly, a playful female voice broke the silence in the venue. How about letting me try? Everyone's eyes were all focused on one person. Kitya, Jackie, what are you trying to do, little girl? Lin Meiyun glared at her daughter and reminded her. Your uncle can't do this. How can you? You should help me take care of my own things. Yi job was to help her mother, Lin Meiyun, manage the Lin family's tourism and hotel businesses. However, within her small body, she harbored a huge ambition and dream to help Lin Meiyun become the heir to the Lin family. That way, once Lin Meiyun died, wouldn't she be able to secure the top spot? Since the Lin family split up, the surface appears united, but undercurrents surge within. Some seek the old lady's approval, paving the way for a future rise to power. Others hope for her swift demise so they can inherit the entire family fortune, and still others seek to divide the property equally and establish their own faction. 10 people, 10 different motives. Huh. Jeffy, please stop causing trouble, okay? I've sent out so many business elites, and every one of them is miles ahead of you. What makes you think you can do something they can't? Ling Guoxiao lectured in a loud voice. Kid, just sit still and don't cause trouble for your uncle. Chapter 32, Chapter 032 Date. This is ridiculous, Yi Jie. You're not that old, but you're boasting so much. Lin Xiangtian snorted coldly, squinting at Yi Jie, and said disdainfully, in terms of experience, you're young and have little work experience. In terms of resources, do you have more than my dad? In terms of ability, you're just your mother's secretary, a mere figurehead. You don't have anything you want, so why are you boasting so much? I'm bragging. Yi Jie stood up, smiled wickedly, looked at Grandma Lai, and said, I hope Grandma can overcome the opposition and give me a chance to prove myself. I will try to find and get to know the owner of Dolphin Real Estate within a week and successfully sign a cooperation agreement. After she finished speaking, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that this little girl was so confident. Oh my God, is this girl crazy? You are the only one who can't do what we can't do. Haha, has our Lin family fallen to this point? We rely on an outsider for such a major matter. She's so pretty, she could go to a beauty pageant, but forget about business negotiations. Almost all of her relatives thought Yi Jie was blindly confident and dared to make a promise without any certainty. Besides, Yi Jie's surname was Yi, not from the Lin family. Although she lived with her widowed mother, she had never changed her surname. To some extent, this made everyone feel xenophobic. This made everyone sneer at her words even more. But at this moment, the old lady stomped her cane again, nodded heavily, and said, That's it, Jie. Grandma fully supports you. The prosperity of our family depends on you. The old lady was really at her wit's end. Among so many people, not a single one was responsible, and instead a little girl was allowed to pat her chest. This was truly a family scandal. Moreover, if they didn't choose to support Yi Jie, then today's family meeting would be in vain, and even a plan wouldn't be formed, which would cast doubt on the old lady's leadership ability. Therefore, Yi Jie's promise gave the old lady a way out, and also gave the Lin family a seemingly slim hope. If I can secure cooperation with Dolphin Real Estate, my mother and I will be responsible for the subsequent cooperation projects. Yi Jie added. Jie, Ling Guoxiao knocked on the table angrily. If all subsequent projects were handed over to his sister and niece, then what was the point of him, the head of the construction department? Was he just going to be sidelined by them? Dad, it's okay. Lin Xiangtian said calmly with a relaxed look on his face. Do you think a little girl who only knows how to talk big can negotiate any cooperation? Isn't that just wishful thinking? That's right. Lin Guoxiao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his son's words. At this time, a group of relatives saw things develop like this, and they all nodded in agreement and pushed the responsibility away. It's a deal then. Yi Jie, if you could do it in a week, I, your cousin, will call you sister from now on. If you fail, get out of the Lin family and never get involved in our Lin family business again. How about that? Lin Xiangtian also stood up and said seriously. Because he spoke so forcefully, saliva was spraying everywhere. As a legitimate heir to the Lin family, Lin Xiangtian had a strong sense of crisis. He would never allow anyone to snatch the position of heir from him. Now, this was a perfect opportunity to make a bet, to drive Yi Jie out of the family and reduce one competitor. Why not? Yi Jie smoothed her ponytail, deliberately straightened her cleavage, which was not in line with her age, and smiled confidently. Okay. These days, in addition to driving Lin Shuyu to and from get off work on time, Chen Fan is busy with Dolphin Real Estate affairs. In just 1 month, Dolphin Real Estate developed rapidly, and numerous companies came to discuss business cooperation. However, Chen Fan himself did not appear in public. He compared himself to Empress Dowager Cixi, ruling the country from behind the scenes. He made Lu Bo the nominal boss of the company. Lu Bo handled all meetings, signatures, and negotiations. For important matters that required a final decision, Lu Bo would call him, and he would make the decision personally. The refusal to cooperate with the Lin Group was also instructed by Chun Fan. Anyone from the Lin family would be refused admission, not even allowed in the door, not even allowed to meet the boss or discuss cooperation. Chun Fan wanted to use his strength to dampen the Lin family's arrogance and edge, and then squeeze and crush them in the business world. Make them pay for their past actions. Now that Dolphin was back on track, Chun Fan also wanted to relax, so he made an appointment with Lin Shuyu to pick her up after get off work at noon and go out for dinner. At noon, the peak time for lunch, there was a constant stream of guests coming in and out of the Scottish-style Western restaurant. This is a high-end Western restaurant. Although the prices are expensive, it had a lot of customers because of its good taste and elegant environment. Chun Fan parked the car at the door and took a look around. There were only Maserati, Bugatti Veyron, Cadillac, and other luxury cars. Only his Volkswagen La Vida looked a bit different. Chun Fan and Lin Shuyu entered the restaurant, attracting the attention of many men. Although Lin Shuyu was not wearing branded clothes, her natural temperament made a 200 yuan skirt look like a 20,000 yuan one. Just a simple white dress, combined with the thin stockings, the seductive slender high heels, and the slender and graceful figure, reflects the irresistible charm of women. Among those who were staring at her, there were owners of luxury cars outside, business tycoons, and rich second generations from wealthy families. Those who could come here to spend money were all financially strong. Lin Shuyu had already charmed everyone with just a glance at the entire restaurant. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two sat in a relatively secluded corner. This was also a good thing, as Lin Shuyu was lucky enough to avoid the gazes of most perverts. Then, Chun Fan ordered 2 steaks, some pasta, and a fruit salad. Not long after, the food arrived. The two of them ate and chatted, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Shuyu, how's your company doing lately? Chun Fan asked with concern after taking a sip of sour plum soup. After cooperating with the Phaeton Group, have they fulfilled the contract? Has that grandson of Shun Hui broken his promise? It's done. The first installment of funds has been recovered. Lin Shuyu nodded. It's indeed a 20 hours, 80-minute split, so we get 80. It feels like a great bargain. Haha, that's good. Chun Fan expressed his satisfaction. If Lin Shuyu's company continued to develop normally, it would gradually become stronger and bigger. Have you heard about the Chun family in Beijing investing in the real estate industry in Lusher? Lin Shuyu asked, blinking her cute big eyes. I heard about it. It seems that they are going to develop Hushi District into a new urban area. This goal is very ambitious. The boss of that newly established company has quite a strategic vision. Chun Fan praised seriously. Chapter 33, Chapter 033, Eating Western Food. My small company actually really wants to take advantage of this favorable situation to develop. However, I deal in cosmetics, which has little to do with real estate. Moreover, my company is limited in scale, so Dolphin Company will definitely not look down on it. Lin Shuyu laughed at herself and took a sip of sour plum soup. Isn't there anyone in the cosmetics industry who wants to discuss cooperation? Yes, but they're all powerful companies, and their scale is much larger than ours. We are nothing compared to them. If we go to negotiate cooperation with Dolphin, we will be laughed to death. You're feeling a bit self-deprecating. Think about it. Those big companies that want to collaborate with Dolphin are always targeting the shops and stores in newly built properties. And cosmetic stores are usually on the first floor of busy commercial areas. If you have a long-term vision, you'll think differently. First, negotiate with Dolphin Real Estate to contract or purchase a first-floor shop. Then distribute your own brand of cosmetics to expand your brand awareness. Of course, you could also become an agent for those big brands. They won't refuse you because the good shops are yours, and you can set your own prices. Oh my God, Lin Shuyu exclaimed in amazement as she listened to Chun Fan's impressive speech. Did you learn your business acumen from books? Even I, the CEO, would admit defeat. Chun Fan smiled proudly and said, books contain golden houses. Okay, you are really self-taught. Not only do you understand Chinese medicine, but you can also do business. Do you want me to invite you to the company as the strategic director? Lin Shuyu said with a smile. No, I'd better go home and work. I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't cook and mop the floor for a day. Chun Fan said self-deprecatingly, causing Lin Shuyu to laugh, and she laughed so hard that her body shook. Hey, If I do what you just said, I'll probably be kicked out by Dolphin Real Estate. Lin Shuyu spread her hands helplessly, then lowered her voice and leaned closer to Chun Fan and said, according to inside information, the Lin Group, that is, my uncle sent people to seek cooperation with Dolphin, but they wouldn't even let them in. Just think about it. Dolphin doesn't even give face to the Lin Group. How arrogant they are. It's not Sundara. Maybe it's because I treat them differently. Huh. Just as Chin Fan finished speaking, a young waiter came over, brought a glass of wine from the tray, and said, "Good afternoon, miss." The waiter placed a goblet of red wine in front of Lin Shuyu. Huh, is this a mistake? I didn't order red wine. This is the wine Mr. Yang invited you to drink. The waiter said with a smile, pointing to a table behind him. Looking at the glass of Lafite red wine on the table that cost 8,000 yuan, Chun Fan and Lin Shuyu were a little confused. The two of them looked in the direction the waiter pointed. I saw a man wearing fashionable Gucci men's clothing nodding slightly at Lin Shuyu. The man was young, but his hair was combed back and slicked back with hairspray. Both his appearance and temperament made him look like a rich man. Beside the man, there were 4 or 5 young men and women who were also wearing brand-name clothes and were laughing and playing. I don't know him. Please take the wine back. Thank you. Lin Shuyu politely declined and instructed the waiter. I'm sorry, miss. I accepted the tip from Mr. Yang, and he won't let me return the wine. The waiter explained truthfully. This is truly the most honest waiter ever. So, you'd better accept it. It's really hard for me to do. Please don't make things difficult for me, miss, please. The waiter said with difficulty, with a begging tone in his voice. But I really don't know him. Lin Shuyue's voice gradually became louder. Mr. Yang is a regular customer, and he gives me tips almost every time. I really can't embarrass him. The waiter looked nervous and didn't know what to do. I'll say it one last time. Take this glass of red wine away, otherwise I'll splash it on your face. Lin Shuyu warned coldly. Given her temper, she could really do it if she got mad. At this time, Chun Fan was eating steak and salad with his head down, as if he had never seen it before. The body is the capital of revolution. Chun Fan has always been very regular in eating on time and is not affected by the outside world. Miss, please. I am sorry. The waiter was so anxious that he was about to cry, and he still didn't take the glass of red wine away. It seems that the so-called Mr. Yang usually gave him a lot of tips. Okay, I'm going to pour it out. Don't blame me. Lin Shuyu said, and was about to pick up the glass of Lafite red wine. The waiter just ran away with the plate. Lin Shuyu looked at the waiter's back, feeling a little angry, but helpless. She couldn't possibly chase the waiter. During the whole process, Chun Fan just lowered his head and ate meat without saying a word, as if it had nothing to do with him. Lin Shuyu's impression of him had just improved a little, but she didn't expect that he was still so cowardly, which made Lin Shuyu so angry that she had no place to vent. Looking at this glass of red wine, I don't know what to do. It's not right to drink it, but it would be a waste to pour it out. Chun Fan, return this glass of wine or call the store manager. Lin Shuyu frowned slightly, and her interest in eating steak was completely wiped out. Wife, don't be angry. Since it's a Lafite red wine worth 8,000 yuan, it would be a shame to return it. Chun Fan deliberately teased. You. Lin Shuyu's heart sank. She hadn't expected Chun Fan to say such a thing. If he were a normal man, wouldn't he be angry if another man gave his wife a glass of wine in front of him? With this attitude, was Chun Fan still a man? A husband? This made Lin Shuyu feel very disappointed. At this time, the so-called Mr. Yang actually stood up and walked over. He was holding a glass of red wine, one hand in his pocket, his face full of success and handsomeness. His friends also stopped laughing, looked over, and said, Young Master Yang is so handsome. I think he will charm that woman. I am convinced. Are you trying to rob her right in front of her boyfriend? Humph. This is nothing. This is young Master Yang's normal operation. Yeah. That stewardess from last time was so arrogant. I thought she was a chaste heroine, but in the end, young Master Yang spent 1 million to sleep with her. But afterward, young Master Yang spent another 2 million to have that stewardess have an abortion. As a rich man, there is no girl that Yang Xiangdong cannot win over. At this time, Yang Xiangdong was deeply attracted by Lin Shuyu's peerless beauty and beautiful temperament. Just because I saw her once in the crowd, I could never forget her face and looked forward to seeing her in bed. Seeing Yang Xiangdong approaching the table, Lin Shuyu gently kicked Chun Fan under the table, meaning that Chun Fan should protect her like a man. But Chun Fan was still eating steak, enjoying it so much that he forgot everything else. Lin Shuyue's heart was completely chilled. A coward will always be a coward. Beauty, I feel like I have a good impression of you. Can we be friends? Yang Xiangdong asked politely with a smile on his face. However, Lin Shuyue ignored him completely. Chapter 34 Chapter 034 Who is the cow dung? What Lin Shuyue hates most is this kind of playboy and philandering young man. Unfortunately, now she has a husband who is so cowardly and acts like a turtle. This is the greatest sorrow for a woman. Beauty, this glass of wine is for you. Can we clink glasses? Yang Xiangdong's eyes were fixed on Lin Shuyue. Even when he looked at her side profile, her perfect outline was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. He completely ignored Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you finished eating, let's go. Lin Shuyue suppressed her inner anger and said to Chen Fan. Chen Fan had indeed finished his steak and was now wiping his mouth with a napkin. He raised his head and was about to say something, but Yang Xiangdong laughed and said, Sir, I don't care if you're this beautiful woman's boyfriend, her date, or a blind date. I just want to have a drink with her. Is that okay with you? Yang Xiangdong spoke very politely, like a gentleman, but there was a knife in every word he said. It was obvious that he was relying on his wealth and power to threaten others from a superior position. My wife is allergic to alcohol and can't drink. Chen Fan said truthfully, I'll drink it for her. It's okay, just one glass, or a sip is fine. Yang Xiangdong said with a smile, glanced at Chen Fan, and said disdainfully, If you want to drink on behalf of me, forget it because this wine is very expensive. Only beautiful women can enjoy it, and you are not qualified. Okay, I'll drink it. Then we'll leave. Lin Shuyue's voice was trembling with anger. She was angry at Chen Fan's weakness and vulgarity. Others are teasing your wife like this, and you can still endure it? That's the kind of personality I like. Yang Xiangdong wanted to win Lin Shuyue over as quickly as possible. This kind of woman was her favorite. Lin Shuyue had just picked up the goblet to drink when Yang Xiangdong interrupted. Beauty, you can't drink like this. It's not romantic. This Western restaurant is called Scottish Romance, and we must drink in a romantic way. How about this? Let's drink a cup of wine together. Bang! Lin Shuyue slammed the wine glass down on the table, and a lot of red wine spilled out of the glass. Dream on. Are you still trying to get ahead of me? Lin Shuyue frowned, her whole body trembling with anger. Wow, I like it even more. Even when she is angry, she is so beautiful. Yang Xiangdong said happily, taking out a car key from his waist and throwing on the table. Judging from the logo on the car key, it should be an Aston Martin. Immediately afterwards, Yang Xiangdong took out a Yuding hotel room card from his trouser pocket and placed it next to the car keys. The Aston Martin, a limited edition worldwide, is parked right outside. Yuding Hotel. If you don't want to go, we can go to my villa on the outskirts of the city. It has 8 bedrooms. You can take your pick. As soon as Yang Xiangdong finished speaking, his friends over there burst into laughter. Other guests in the Western restaurant, and even the waiters, couldn't help but laugh. Of course, after laughing, everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Fan's face. Everyone wanted to see what he would do next. Would he continue to be a coward, or would he rise up strongly? Chen Fan, let's go. Lin Shuyue began to pack her bag, while Chen Fan stretched his muscles, especially his neck, which made a cracking sound when he did the exercises. Yang Xiangdong didn't buy it all. Just as Chen Fan was about to stand up, he put his hand on Chen Fan's shoulder and said with a sinister smile, Trash. How could such a beautiful woman fall for you? Why are all the flowers stuck in cow dung? Are you saying I'm cow dung, or you? Chen Fan said in a low voice. Want to know the answer? Come, drink this glass of wine, and I'll tell you. Yang Xiangdong spat into the red wine glass in his hand and placed it in front of Chen Fan. Drink it. It's 8,000 a glass. One insult. If Chen Fan drank this glass of phlegm-stained red wine, Lin Shuyue would decide to divorce him. This kind of useless man made Lin Shuyue lose face and feel furious. Drink it. If you don't drink it, you're not giving me, Yang Xiangdong, face, and the consequences will be serious. I will let you know how to write the word miserable. Damn it, drink it. Yang Qiangdong showed angrily. Everyone in the Western restaurant was drawn to him. Some of them were gloating, hoping Chen Fan had drunk the wine. Some were angry at him for not fighting back, and some were hoping for his final roar. Chen Fan picked up the wine glass and suddenly poured it up. Wow, it splashed directly on Yang Xiangdong's face. Ah, you dare to splash me? You little brat, don't you want to live? Yang Xiangdong clenched his fist and punched forward. Chen Fan dodged nimbly, then stood up, grabbed Yang Xiangdong's collar with one hand, and pulled it down suddenly. Bang! Yang Xiaodong's face hit the table. Chun Fan pushed his head down again. With a crackling sound, the goblet was crushed into pieces. Yang Xiaodong screamed in pain. His face was covered with glass fragments, and traces of blood flowed down his jawbone. Chun Fan pressed his face hard on the table. Yang Xiaodong didn't dare to struggle, because every time he moved, the glass fragments on his face would penetrate deeper and hurt more. Ah! Murder! Help! The women screamed. Lin Shuyu on the opposite side also stood up and took several steps back. She didn't expect that Chun Fan would actually counterattack his opponent. She was deeply shocked, yet she also felt a sense of relief. After all, Chun Fan wasn't a complete loser. He still had a masculine and domineering side. Now, what? Who's the cow dung? Chun Fan questioned loudly. Yang Xiaodong just let out a humming sound and didn't even have the chance to answer any questions. Get out of here! Chun Fan shouted and stepped on Yang Xiaodong. Bang! There was another dull thud, and Yang Xiaodong was trampled 7 or 8 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Several of his friends rushed forward to support him, looking very nervous. Help young Master Yang up quickly. Young Master Yang, are you okay? Yang Xiaodong was helped up. His face looked as if he'd been splashed with sulfuric acid, and he was grimacing in pain. You dare to hit me? You're looking for death. Yang Xiaodong and his companions walked towards Chun Fan and Lin Shuyu step by step. Trash, you're dead. Brothers, break one of his arms for me. Chun Fan sneered, protecting Lin Shuyu behind him, and said coldly, if you still want to be beaten, keep coming over. If you don't want to be beaten, kneel down and apologize to my wife. In the Western restaurant, some people had already left and ran away, and the remaining people who were watching the fun all felt that Chun Fan was in great danger and was afraid that he would be beaten to a pulp. I want you dead. Waste. Do you know who young Master Yang is? Young Master Yang is the nephew of the chairman of Xianting Group. How dare you? Such an ignorant fellow. Hit him. When they heard the name Xianting Group, everyone present exclaimed in unison. Chapter 35 Chapter 035 1 billion. Xianting Group is one of the largest companies in Lusher. Furthermore, the Yang family is also one of the most powerful families in Lusher. They are definitely not to be trifled with. It's over, this kid has made a big mess. I predict that guy will be beaten to a pulp, and then his wife will be played with in front of him. No one dared to intervene or even pull out their phones to call the police. Even the managers and waiters of the Western restaurant remained silent. No one wants to get into trouble. They subconsciously believe that no one who could challenge the Yang family had been born in Lusher yet. Husband, what should we do? Lin Shuyu asked in a low voice. Don't be afraid. Just treat it as a movie. Chun Fanyin comforted calmly. Okay. Lin Shuyu nodded, still feeling uncertain. Although she knew Chun Fan would usually exercise in the utility room, she had never seen him fight. Yang Xiaodong wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand, then stood among the crowd, relying on his numbers and cursing. You piece of trash, I didn't expect you to be such a fighter among the trash. You're so brave. In this part of the city, even a dog would avoid me when it sees me, and you actually dared to hit me. This is the first time in my life that I've been beaten. Well, you're brave. I'll tie you up and make you watch your woman cry in my arms. In front of my husband, do you understand? You country bumpkin definitely don't understand. Yang Xiaodong grinned grimly, and his lackeys also laughed along with him. Lin Shuyu stood behind Chun Fan and angrily said, You bunch of scum, aren't you afraid that I will call the police? Ha ha ha, call the police. Yang Xiaodong laughed wildly, looking up to the sky. The police are all my buddies. Otherwise, I would have been in jail long ago after having sex with so many women. Ha ha ha, arrogant, domineering. Have you said enough? Chun Fan said calmly. It seems that you are determined not to apologize and are determined to resist to the end. Damn it. Who's resisting now? Yang Qiangdong roared. What right do you, a worthless dog, have to ask me to apologize? You're useless, okay? Do you have money? Do you have connections? I have so much money that I can bury you alive. Understand. As Yang Qiangdong said this, he took out a stack of money from his pocket, about 10,000 yuan, and threw it into the sky. In an instant, money fell into the Western restaurant like flowers scattered from heaven. People exclaimed and started picking up money frantically. This is the power of money. You poor bastard, did you see that? You're still challenging me? What gives you the right? Yang Xiaodong pulled out another wad of money and suddenly threw it towards Chun Fan. I'm going to use my money to smash you. Poor bastard, to death. Chen Fan turned his head and dodged, avoiding being hit by the money. Stinky boy, this money is for your coffin. Ha ha, ha ha. The lackeys also burst into laughter. Chen Fan took out a green card from his shirt pocket without any hurry and threw it to Yang Xiangdong. Oh, you're pretending quite well. What card is that? Yang Xiangdong picked up the green card and took a look at it. Several of his lackeys also came over to take a look. There were only a few words clearly written on the card. China Agricultural Bank. Suddenly, several people burst into laughter, laughing so hard that they almost fell over. Ha ha! This country idiot is going to make me laugh to death. It's actually an agricultural bank card. You can tell at first glance that he's just a bumpkin from the countryside. Is this your poor bastard salary card? Ouch, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. Where did you come from in the poor mountains? Do you still have your rural subsistence allowance in this card? Why are you throwing away? If you lose it, you poor bastard will starve. Ha ha ha. A group of people were sneering and mocking. Chen Fan smiled calmly and said, Who is the bumpkin? You haven't even seen this kind of card? Then you must have heard of its primary version, the Centurion Black card, right? After saying this, those people immediately stopped mocking and laughing. You piece of trash. Who are you trying to fool? What's that Centurion Black card? There are absolutely 0 people in Lu City who can have that kind of card. Even in the whole of China, you can only count them on the hands. Yang Xiangdong didn't believe Chen Fan at all and thought he was bragging. As a young master of the Yang family, of course he had heard people in the circle talk about black cards. That kind of card with a limit of 100 million is issued by the World Bank, definitely not by the Agricultural Bank of China. Moreover, there are no card holders in the entire Lu City. Those who occasionally get to see the true face of the black card are also people who have the opportunity to come into contact with world-class bosses. This country bumpkin actually said that the black card is a junior version of the green card. So, is this green card an upgraded version of the black card? You must be kidding. Whether it's true or false is not up to you to decide. Do you dare to ask the waiter to test the credit limit? Chen Fan's tone was still very calm. Where do you get your confidence from, you little brat? You want to show off before you die? One of the lackeys shouted angrily. Come here, waiter. Go and check how much money is on this card. I'm going to make this rubbish die convinced. Yang Xiangdong handed the green card to the waiter, who he often tipped. The waiter took the card and walked to the bar. He asked another cashier to take out the multifunction POS machine and asked, What's the password? Hey, tell me the password. Chen Fan shook his head and said helplessly, Does this high-tech card that uses a chip to automatically sense the host need a password? The waiter did not hesitate and swiped the card. After a ding sound, the card balance appeared on the POS machine screen. Looking at the long string of zeros, the waiter swallowed and was stunned. Hey, tell me how much money is on the card. Why are you daydreaming? Yang Qiangdong showed that. Mr. Yang, there's a lot of money on the card. The waiter replied stutteringly. How much is it? Speak up. Too many zeros, I can't count. Oh. Yang Xiangdong was shocked and pushed away the lackey beside him and rushed towards the bar. Get out of the way. Let me go. He pushed the waiter aside and picked up the POS machine. 110, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion, 1 billion. Yang Xiangdong took a breath. 1 billion. How can there be so much money? Even the Centurion Black card has a credit limit of 100 million, but this inconspicuous green card has a credit limit 10 times more than the black card. The whole audience was shocked. Yang Xiangdong staggered a few steps and almost fainted on the ground. He leaned against the wall, raised his head dejectedly, and looked at Chen Fan. Beads of sweat the size of beans oozed from his forehead, and even his back was wet with cold sweat. Young Master Yang, is there really 1 billion on the card? A lackey asked in surprise. Yang Xiangdong didn't have the courage to reply. He just nodded with a blank look in his eyes. What? 1 billion? That's just an agricultural bank card. How could it be more powerful than the World Bank's black card? Chapter 36, Chapter 036, I was wrong. It's true that the chip automatically recognizes the owner. This card is amazing. This is the real boss. Yang Xiangdong forced himself to calm down, but cold sweat kept coming out and his body began to tremble. He was really scared. World-class tycoons who possess black cards are typically heirs to exceptionally wealthy families or members of global financial conglomerates. For example, the direct descendants of the renowned Rothschild and Morgan families are both black card holders. But this unprecedented green card is even a notch above the black card. Could its holders be even more powerful than the Rothschilds and Morgan families? influencing the world economy, politics, and global affairs. Such is the power of world-class tycoons. Making a person disappear from the face of the earth, bankrupting a listed company in minutes, is a piece of cake for them. If you offend this tycoon before you, Yang Xiangdong didn't dare to think further. When everyone's heart is restless. Plop! I saw Yang Xiangdong kneeling on the ground. Everyone was frightened and broke out in cold sweats. I am sorry. Big brother. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I looked down on others and didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please let me go and give me a way out. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Please. Bang, 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 bang. Yang Xiangdong slapped himself more than 10 times in a row, and the slaps were loud and clear. Brother, please. He already had injuries on his face, with glass shards still embedded in his flesh. After more than a dozen violent slaps, they were deeply embedded in his flesh. His entire face was stained with blood, as red as monkey paws. He knew very well that if he angered the man opposite him now, not only would his own life be in danger, but even the entire Xianting group might disappear from the face of the earth. Lin Shuyu was also stunned by this reversal. She hadn't expected Chun Fan to possess such a magical bank card. She had no idea what the Centurion Black card was or what powerful functions it possessed. She simply felt that this was beyond her imagination. A female friend stepped forward to help Yang Xiangdong up and asked, Mr. Yang, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you kneeling before such a rubbish? Get up, get out. Yang Xiangdong slapped the woman backhanded, spinning her 360 degrees and sending her tumbling to the ground. Then, Yang Xiangdong grabbed the woman by the hair and punched her 7 or 8 times, shattering all her teeth and sending her into shock. Bitch, if you dare to insult my brother again, I'll kill you. Chun Fan coughed lightly and said, You hit women so cruelly? Brother, anyone who dares to scold you, no matter who it is, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. By the way, didn't you scold me before? You said I was trash, right? You wanted to break one of my arms? And you even played with my wife in front of me. What's her name? Chun Fan said with a playful smile. I was wrong. Big brother, I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Look at my dirty mouth. I deserve a beating. Yang Xiangdong slapped himself a few more times, his mouth full of blood. If he could use serious injuries to exchange for Chun Fan's forgiveness today, it would be like making a big profit. At this moment, everyone held their breath and dared not speak. They were just mocking that guy as trash and couldn't understand why such a beautiful goddess would date him. Now, Yang Xiangdong is kneeling down and slapping himself, apologizing continuously. The plot has turned around too quickly. Beauty, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. Yang Xiangdong faced Lin Shuyu again and kowtowed several times. Since my head is already broken, I might as well bang it harder. Lin Shuyu gently tugged at Chun Fan's collar and whispered, How about, forget it, don't make a big fuss. Chun Fan didn't say much. He was still upset about what Yang Xiangdong had just said about breaking his arm. So, Chun Fan walked towards Yang Xiangdong step by step. Everyone quickly made way for him, not daring to breathe. Brother, please spare me. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please spare my life. A grown man actually started crying on the spot. The closer Chun Fan got to him, the more he felt a murderous aura approaching. Brother, don't. Click. Chun Fan raised his foot and stepped accurately on one of Yang Xiangdong's arms. Comminuted fracture. Yang Xiangdong screamed in pain, making sounds like a pig being slaughtered. Watching him rolling on the ground, the Western restaurant was silent. Chun Fan knew very well that if it weren't for this green card, he would be the one with a broken arm today. Moreover, he would definitely be beaten up by this group of people, tied up, and then have to watch his wife being bullied. It was precisely because of the green card that he was able to make Yang Xiangdong feel fearful and feel his power from the bottom of his heart. This green card was given to him by his mother, Wu Ruodong. Although he still hated his mother, he felt that she had done him a great favor in a certain way, and he wanted to thank her. No one present here is allowed to tell anyone about what happened here today. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than his. Chun Fan said this, then took Lin Shuyue's hand and left the Western restaurant. Everyone was silent. Yang Xiangdong lay on the ground, staring at the backs of Chun Fan and Lin Shuyue with blurry eyes. Besides fear, he felt a tinge of relief. His face was disfigured, his arm was broken, but at least he had saved his life. After coming out of the Scottish Western restaurant, Chun Fan drove Lin Shuyu to work at the company. Because it was rush hour, there was a lot of traffic on the road. Husband, that agricultural bank card you took out in the Western restaurant just now had 1 billion on it? You need to explain. Lin Shuyu was still upset and didn't know why such a big change had happened to Chin Fan. He had always lived a humble life in the Lin family, extremely poor, with no job and no income. Apart from the few cents saved after buying groceries, Lin Shuyu would occasionally give him a few dozen yuan in pocket money, but never more than 50 yuan. Even if all this money was saved without a penny missing, it would be difficult to even collect 1,000 yuan, let alone 1 billion yuan. Now, he has 1 billion on his agricultural bank card. Isn't this a fantasy? Did the bank make a mistake in transferring the money? Okay, I admit it. I won the lottery, and it's a whopping 450 million. Chin Fan had no choice but to explain. He couldn't reveal his true identity yet. Some time ago, the news media had reported extensively on the story of a lottery player in Lusher who had emptied the prize pool and won 4.5 hospital jackpots. Lin Shuyu also knew about this news, but she hadn't expected that goddess of luck would favor Chin Fan. But there's 1 billion yuan on your card. And can this card automatically identify its owner? Chapter 37, Chapter 0, 37, Unreasonable Couple. I used the 4.5 million yuan I won to invest in stocks. The stock market has been bullish recently, so I might have been lucky. The stocks I bought all skyrocketed, so I made a fortune. My total assets now have reached 1 billion yuan. As for automatic owner recognition, this is the latest scientific and technological achievement. It is a service model specially provided by the Agricultural Bank of China for users with deposits of more than 100 million yuan. Chin Fan explained with a stiff upper lip. Lin Shuyu was a little confused at first, but after thinking it over, it made sense. She also knew that Chun Fan enjoyed reading, and his reading covered topics ranging from medicine and international politics to antique appraisal, finance, and economics. A man like this, with years of accumulated experience, could create miracles once given the opportunity. Therefore, Lin Shuyu had no doubt that Chun Fan could use the bonus to invest in stocks and make huge profits. Husband, you are a billionaire now, but compared to you, I've become a poor man. Lin Shuyu felt a sense of gap in her heart. Yes, she was the CEO of Huanhai Group the day before, a successful entrepreneur, the envy of hundreds, feeling good about herself. But the next day, the man she supported with her own money suddenly became a billionaire, but he kept a low profile. It's like having a dog that suddenly turned into Erlang Shun's celestial dog, or a snake that turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. You should be delighted, but you just can't. Will such a pet, after a comeback, still be willing to stay by your side and stick to its original role? Husband, now that you have become rich overnight, will you leave me? Leave our family? After all, my mother has been harsh with you in the past 2 years. We have treated you as a free nanny and handyman, and you have suffered too much. Lin Shuyu said worriedly. Wife, don't worry. I won't leave the Lin family. Even if I leave one day, I will take you with me. Although your mother is a sharp-tongued person and has criticized me in every way, that was only my past. From now on, I will use my strength to shut your mother up. I will still let you do the laundry, cooking, and housework. On the one hand, I'm used to it, and on the other hand, I don't want to burden you. Hubby, it's so good to have you. Lin Shuyu pursed her lips, her pretty face slightly red. Don't tell your parents or anyone else about the fact that I have 1 billion yuan. Otherwise, it will completely disrupt our lives, okay? Chin Fan warned. Okay. Lin Shuyu nodded. I don't care how much money you have. I'm a career-oriented woman. I won't be a rich man's wife and live a life of luxury. The company is like my child. I won't give up. And the company basically doesn't rely on you. I want to make it grow and develop through my own efforts. Chin Fan knew that Lin Shuyu was a girl with a strong character who would never accept charity. Her Huanhai company was her dream. Even though she could now live a comfortable life relying on her husband, she would not stop striving. By the way, Shuyu, has your company's financial director, Zhou Donglin, resigned? Chun Fan asked while driving slowly, holding the steering wheel. Last time, in the company, Zhou Donglin suspected that the cosmetics and bags that Chun Fan gave to Lin Shuyu were fake, and some disputes occurred. The final result proved that the items delivered were all genuine. Zhou Donglin wanted to call the police at that time, but Lin Shuyu smashed her phone. No, after that incident, I gave her a few days off so she could reflect on it and admit her mistakes and apologize to you before she could come back to work. This morning, she happened to come to the office and even came to me saying that she realized her mistakes and wanted to apologize to you in person. No need. Come up with me later and ask her to apologize. Otherwise, she'll have a knot in her heart and won't be able to concentrate on her work. All right. In this way, Chun Fan drove to the downstairs of the company, parked the car, and then the two went up to the building together. As soon as I walked out of the elevator, I saw the main entrance of the company was full of people standing and making a lot of noise. Amidst the crowd stood a middle-aged bald man and a portly woman. The woman was about the size of a barrel and wore a loose floral dress. Most striking was her plump face, covered in disgusting red blisters. The blisters were so densely packed, like a honeycomb, and when she got excited, a faint discharge would occasionally seep out, a truly disgusting sight. You unscrupulous businessman, selling fake and shoddy products and cheating people. Why haven't you gone bankrupt yet? You have harmed my wife like this. Is there any justice in the world? Is there any law in the world? The bald man in leather jacket shouted in a low voice. You must give me an explanation. You are a fraudulent company. Fake products are harmful to people. I have been disfigured by your counterfeit products. The fat woman also shouted hysterically. The company's employees had no way to deal with the couple, and no matter how the account manager explained, it was all in vain. Boss Lin, you're here. When the employees saw Lin Shuyu coming, they felt like they had found a savior. Mr. Lin, this woman said we were selling fake goods and argued with us for a long time without listening to our explanation. Her husband even broke a piece of glass at our front desk. The fight was out of control. Secretary Sun Yuan said nervously. Lin Shuyue's face darkened, and she immediately walked into the crowd. Sir and madam, I am the president of Huan Hai. Do you have any questions? Lin Shuyue asked with a pleasant expression. You are the boss of this black-hearted company. Your product has harmed my wife like this. What do you think we should do? The bald man asked angrily. Our company's products are all quality controlled by dedicated personnel. We not only use testing equipment, but also undergo appraisals by professional organizations and are supervised by the Quality Supervision Bureau. From production to sales, the entire process is guaranteed, so there are no quality issues and no harmful chemicals. Is that the boss's explanation? Haha, the obese woman sneered. I thought the boss was an honest and simple man, but I didn't expect him to be such a slut like you. Someone who didn't know would think you were released from some brothel. Speak nicely. Lin Shuyue suppressed her anger. She didn't expect the fat woman to attack her right away. Okay, then I'll talk it over. Your product has corroded my face so badly that it's practically disfigured. I demand compensation. I only want $5 million for medical treatment, $3 million for emotional distress and lost wages, a total of $8 million. If you don't compensate me, I'll expose your shady workshop and bankrupt you. You're being unreasonable. Sun Yuan stepped forward, his face flushed with anger, and shouted, maybe that's a pre-existing condition on your face, not caused by our product. Why don't you go to the hospital and come here to try to scam me? This is extortion. Chapter 38, Chapter 038, I am a vagrant. Blackmail? Extortion? Who the hell are you, bitch? How much money do you have to pay me for blackmail? Do you believe I'll spank you? The obese woman flew into a rage, yelling at Sun Yuan. Her excitement was so intense that the herpes on her face hissed and spurted pus. The crowd screamed and quickly dispersed, disgusted by her. I'll let you, little devil, talk nonsense. The bald man stretched out his big palm and was about to hit Sun Yuan in the face. Ah! Sun Yuan screamed and closed his eyes in fear. Ouch! Immediately afterwards, the bald man let out a scream. It turned out that his wrist was pinched by Chun Fan. You little bastard, let me go, the bald man yelled. He felt as if his wrist was being pinched by a pair of huge pliers and was about to break. Chun Fan saw that Sun Yuan was in danger and quickly grabbed the bald man's wrist to prevent Sun Yuan from being hit. It's fine if you're causing trouble, but you even dare to hit people? Chun Fan said coldly, and with a sudden swing, the bald man was thrown out and fell on the edge of the counter. The bald man covered his swollen wrist and glared at Chun Fan, but he didn't dare to come up and use violence again. Honey, are you okay? The fat woman quickly helped the bald man up and asked with concern. Wife, we must get an explanation today. They sold fake goods, harmed people, and even dared to beat people. The bald man shouted angrily. Faced with such an unreasonable consumer, The employees didn't know how to deal with it and placed their hopes of solving the problem on Lin Shuyu. As the president, Lin Shuyu also encountered this kind of person for the first time. She wanted to solve the problem, but there was no good way. How about we go to my office and sit down to have a good talk? Lin Shuyu suggested. No, I want you to agree to compensate me right now, the obese woman shouted, pointing at her face. Look carefully. I used your skin cream last night and went to bed, and this morning my face is completely disfigured. It's covered in red boils. Isn't this caused by your product? No. Chun Fan answered decisively. Everyone's eyes were on him. Chun Fan, you're not our employee, and you don't understand the situation. Don't speak, Lin Shuyu reminded in a low voice. Oh, so you're a fake. You're not even an employee of this company. So what qualifications do you have to speak? The bald man questioned. Even the employees of Huanhai Company were full of doubts in their eyes. The obese woman looked Chun Fan up and down, her eyes rolling as she nodded. I understand. You're this woman's kept young hunk, right? You two are in cahoots with each other, like snakes and rats in the same nest, and neither of you has good intentions. You are such a scoundrel. Lin Shuyu couldn't help but curse. Ha ha ha. You hit the nail on the head, didn't you? I knew you were no good. The obese woman laughed a few times and said arrogantly, Boy, a pretty boy like you actually dare to touch my husband. You're really brave. Let me tell you, my brother is the boss of Jiuding Media Group. With just one call from me, my brother can easily expose your shady counterfeiting company. Let everyone in the city know your ugly face. I wonder how you can sell fake goods and continue your business. Lin Shuyu was shocked. Jiuding Media Group is the leading enterprise in Liushir's news industry. It has complex relationships and strong strength. It has many TV stations, newspapers, periodicals, and new media channels. If the company is subject to malicious propaganda and rumors spread by them, then the company will definitely become the target of public criticism. Not to mention continuing to develop. Even if it does not go bankrupt, it will suffer considerable losses. The power of the news media should not be underestimated. A few years ago, a yogurt processing company was exposed by Jiuding Media's omnichannel campaign, leading to its suspension of production and closure, and the company's owner was arrested. Although it was later discovered that the yogurt produced by that company had no quality problems and the boss was acquitted, the company never recovered and eventually went bankrupt. Lin Shuyu didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Huanhai Company had just overcome a business crisis and recovered, and it couldn't let all its efforts go to waste because of a false accusation. Chun Fan smiled faintly and gently stroked Lin Shuyu's back, telling her not to be nervous. Then, she addressed the unreasonable couple. I'm saying this isn't cosmetics because the symptoms on your face are clearly herpes, and they're a severe, stubborn form. It's a chronic, incurable skin condition caused by recurring inflammation. Your herpes definitely didn't just appear this morning. It's been there for a long time. Perhaps it's been going on for years. It's just that you happened to use the moisturizer you bought from this company last night, and it conflicted with your symptoms, exacerbating your herpes. So, you and your husband came to the company and made a scene, demanding money, right? Huh? You were talking nonsense. The fat woman frowned, obviously feeling guilty, but she still refused to admit it. Kid, you're not a doctor. You're just talking nonsense, the bald man also accused. Chun Fan shook his head and continued. Your herpes has now reached its most severe level. You've probably tried many Western medicines, even injections and 4 drips, but there's no improvement, right? Because your severe herpes has become addictive and has taken root and sprouted on your fat face. If you don't treat it, it's very likely to turn into cancer. I see that your face is blue, your forehead is black, and the herpes is secreting toxic fluid, which shows that the virus has invaded the facial nerves and blood vessels. Do you often feel dizzy? Dizziness. Humph, that's my high blood pressure, the obese woman replied sternly. When you feel dizzy, do you feel a tingling sensation on your scalp, like being pricked by countless needles? Huh? How did you know? Because the virus entered your bloodstream and caused damage to your liver. Have you checked your liver function recently? The fat woman and the bald man looked at each other when they heard this. That's right, they went to the hospital to check the fat woman's liver function just half a month ago. The doctor said she had viral hepatitis. If you don't get treatment and just use some Western medicine to limit the reproduction of the virus, then the herpes on your face will not only be bad, but you may also get cancer, and viral hepatitis will not be cured. Simply put, you are not far from death. Chun Fan smiled faintly and spoke very calmly. And these words were like a bomb, frightening the couple to death. You are a doctor? I'm not. I'm just an unemployed vagrant. Asshole, you're cursing my wife to die early. I will fight you. The bald man roared angrily and was about to rush up again. The obese woman was afraid that he would suffer a loss, so she quickly grabbed him and pointed at Chun Fan and angrily shouted, "Okay, you bastard, you slutty vixen, you black-hearted garbage company. Just wait for me. I won't let you go." After saying that, the fat woman pulled the bald man and left the company. Due to extreme anger and fear, the herpes on her face spurted pus like a fountain and a hedgehog. People made way for her, tried to avoid her. Chapter 39, Chapter 039, Crowmouth. After the unreasonable couple left, Lin Shuyu asked everyone to go back to work, and she took Chun Fan to the president's office. "Chun Fan, I know you've read some medical books and have some knowledge of Chinese medicine, but you're not a professional doctor after all. How could you take one look at that woman and say she was going to get cancer?" She was furious at the time, and I wanted to take them to the meeting room to let them cool down and resolve the situation privately. I didn't expect you to send them packing with just a few words. If she goes to the media to spread rumors about us, the company will be in trouble. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything," Chun Fan said indifferently. "Hey, you don't know the seriousness of the matter. Why are you worried?" Lin Shuyu was still worried. If the company was misrepresented by the news media, it would be like being sent to the guillotine, which was not the result she wanted to see. "Chun Fan, don't look so indifferent. This company means a lot to me. It's everything to me. In fact, the company is more important than you. I love the company more than you. Compared to the company, you are nothing. If the company goes bad, I will never be happy for the rest of my life." Lin Shuyu became emotional as she spoke. Huanhai is truly her lifelong passion. When the company first opened, she was so busy every day, even sleeping on the floor at night. The company's growth to its current state is like her child, raised by her from infancy through childhood. This bond is deeply engraved. Hearing Lin Shuyue's words, "The company is more important than you," Chun Fan felt a little sad, but he completely understood Lin Shuyue's feelings for the company. He didn't blame her at all. "Chun Fan, don't think that just because you become rich overnight, you can be arrogant. I, Lin Shuyu, don't want your money and won't ask you for it. I want to rely on my own efforts to develop and expand the company. You have a mentality of a nouveau riche, you know? After making a fortune, you forget your roots. I've supported you for 2 years with the profits from this company. Don't you have the slightest bit of gratitude? You're an ungrateful person." Just as Lin Shuyu was scolding Chun Fan, the doorbell rang. "Come. Lin Shuyu suppressed her anger. Financial Director Zhou Donglin walked in. "Mr. Lin, I'm here to apologize to Mr. Chun," Zhou Donglin said weakly, then glanced at Chun Fan. Her attitude was very humble and modest, which formed a sharp contrast with her previous arrogance and bad temper. "Oh," Lin Shuyu nodded. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you and cursed you last time. It's all my fault." Zhou Donglin bowed sincerely. "It's okay, I don't take it to heart." Chun Fan smiled slightly and accepted her apology. "Donglin, have we prepared the financial statement for this quarter?" Lin Shuyu asked. "It's out. Tell me about this quarter's earnings." Net profit for the third quarter was 7.35 million, a year-on-year increase of 78%. This was mainly due to the fact that the raw materials supplied by the Faden Group were almost free, and we achieved good market returns. "Well, not bad." Lin Shuyu nodded with satisfaction. "Well, I'm going to work first." "Wait a minute. Donglin, write a check for 3 million and make the payee Chun Fan." Lin Shuyu said coldly and sat down in her boss chair. Chun Fan and Zhou Donglin were both stunned. "Shuyu, what do you mean?" Chun Fan asked in confusion. "I will return the 3 million you helped the company with." "What? You still want interest?" Lin Shuyu glanced at Chun Fan and spoke heartlessly. 3 million helped Huanhai Company overcome difficulties from the brink of bankruptcy, helped the company to revive and stabilize its capital chain. Now that the company's finances have just improved, Lin Shuyu wants to repay the money. Chun Fan was well aware that the 3 million was just to keep Huanhai afloat. The real profits were actually earned at the expense of Faden. If he hadn't forced Faden CEO Shanhui to sign that extremely unequal agreement, Huanhai wouldn't have been able to achieve such a huge increase in profits in such a short period of time. It can be said that as long as Chun Fan says a word to make Faden Company tear up the agreement, then Huanhai Company will immediately fall into the quagmire of broken capital chain again and face a greater crisis. Of course, Chen Fan would not treat his wife Lin Xiaoyue so cruelly. After all, this company is her child, even more important than her husband Chen Fan. Xiaoyue, why do I need interest? Look at what you said. Actually, I'm not in urgent need of money now. You don't have to pay me back just when the company is getting better. What if the company encounters risks again? Shortage of funds is very troublesome. Chen Fan advised earnestly. Shut up. You're such a bad mouth. Are you cursing my company into another crisis? Lin Xiaoyue's tone hardened. Clearly, business people were very particular about superstition and feng shui, and were wary of being cursed. Now, her husband, Chen Fan, actually said this, and Lin Xiaoyue's anger flared up. I'm not cursing your company. I'm just being honest. If you're not prepared, all right, shut up. Lin Xia slammed the table and shouted angrily. If you have nothing else to do, go get the check from Donglin and leave. That's it. Lin Xiaoyue pointed in the direction of the door. Okay, Xiaoyue, I'll keep the money first, but I'm your strong backer. Once. Shut up. I don't want to listen. You're such a jinx. Lin Xiaoyue was enraged. She picked up a thermos cup on the table and threw it at Chen Fan like a brick. Bang! The thermos was of good quality and hit Chen Fan's nose hard, then fell to the ground and the water flowed all over the floor. Chen Fan's nose bled from being hit. He covered his nose, and bright red blood kept flowing out from between his fingers. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Wipe it quickly. Zhou Donglin was frightened and took out toilet paper and handed it to Chen Fan. Oh, Chen Fan sighed and walked out. Lin Xiaoyue sat alone in the office, stunned for a while, and tears flowed down her face unconsciously. Fool, why don't you hide? The second people's hospital of the city. Otolaryngology. Ouch, did you get into a fight? How did you break your nose? A middle-aged doctor held up an x-ray and examined Chen Fan's injuries. Doctor, is it serious? Sun Yuan blinked his big eyes and asked with concern. After Chen Fan was injured at Huanhai Company, Lin Xiaoyue knew that the thermos cup had hit him hard, so she called her secretary Sun Yuan and asked her not to go to work in the afternoon and accompanied Chen Fan to the hospital for examination and treatment. After Lin Xiaoyue injured Chen Fan, she felt extremely regretful. Chen Fan had good intentions, but she treated him rudely. Chen Fan's kindness was not rewarded with a donkey's liver and lungs, but a broken nose. Chapter 40 Chapter 040 New Phone. Even if Lin Xiaoyue regretted it deeply, it was too late to undo what had happened. After all, time could not be turned back. She had no choice but to tell Sun Yuan to accompany Chen Fan to the best hospital and find the best doctor to treat his nose injury. Sun Yuan has always had a good impression of Chen Fan. When the unreasonable couple came to make trouble at noon, the bald man wanted to use violence against Sun Yuan, and it was Chen Fan who stopped them in time. In Sun Yuan's eyes, Chen Fan is a war man. Moreover, he is loyal, patient, responsible, and able to tolerate her bad temper. He is simply a model husband. How many times had the innocent Sun Yuan, who had never been in love, taken Chen Fan as her future partner standard? She would always dream of him late at night, and then, it's a minor fracture. You could be discharged after reporting it. But you must be careful not to get hit again and not eat spicy food. While the doctor was talking about the precautions, he began to clean Chen Fan's wound. The stimulating alcohol brushed across the wound, sending waves of piercing pain deep into the nerves. Chen Fan grimaced, enduring the pain. Sun Yuan, who was standing by, clasped his hands together, his heart in his throat, praying that Chen Fan would not suffer too much. Soon, the bandaging was completed. There was gauze stuck on Chen Fan's nose, which slightly affected his breathing, but it was not a big problem. The two walked out of the hospital and headed towards the parking lot. The environment in the hospital is nice. When the breeze blows, the branches of the willow trees sway gracefully, and the flowers and plants shake. Mr. Chen, does your nose still hurt? Sun Yuan asked with concern. It doesn't hurt anymore. I feel much better. Chen Fan said with a smile. That's good, Mr. Chen. I'll go back to the company first. It's almost time to get off work. Why are you still going to the company? Chen Fan looked at the time and asked. I live in the company. Do you live in the company? Yes, I'm from out of town and don't have a house in this city. To save money, I didn't rent one. The rent in the city center is too expensive. I can't afford it. Luckily, Sister Chiyue took good care of me and arranged a single dormitory for me next to the warehouse in the building. I eat and sleep there. Sometimes in the middle of the day, you can smell the smell of food in the office corridor. That's because I'm cooking, huh? Looking at Sun Yuan's playful and lovely smile, Chen Fan smiled knowingly. What a thrifty and kind girl. You don't have a boyfriend yet. What's the situation at home? Chun Fan asked. I've never been in a relationship. There have been guys pursuing me, but they weren't my type. My family lives in the suburbs of Yuzhou City. My father died young, my mother doesn't work and is chronically ill, and I have two younger brothers who are both in college. While I get my salary, I keep a few hundred yuan for living expenses. The rest is divided into three parts. One part sent home to buy medicine for my mother, and the other two parts are given to my two younger brothers. Although they work part-time in college, their tuition and living expenses are still not enough. As the pillar of the family, of course I have to take responsibility. Sun Yuan spoke of her family affairs as calmly, as if she were telling a story. But Chun Fan's words stirred a chorus of emotions. Sun Yuan was such a sensible girl. She could have relied on her looks to make a living, but she chose to rely on hard work. And she had to send her wages away. How unfair was that to such a beautiful young woman? The only thing to be thankful for is that Sun Yuan works in a cosmetics company, so she doesn't have to buy cosmetics herself, which saves her a lot of money. Chun Fan had suffered immensely since he was 8 years old, living under someone else's roof. Come to think of it, they did have a lot in common. However, Chun Fan wouldn't easily reveal his feelings to others. Oh, I've said so much, Mr. Chun. Please don't mind me. I'm not complaining to you. It's just that no one has the patience to listen to me. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Sun Yuan pursed his lips, and his face turned slightly red. Xiao Yuan, you have worked hard. After listening to your story, I really think you are amazing. Chun Fan said from the bottom of his heart. No, Mr. Chun, you are my role model. You endure humiliation, never forget your original intention, and protect Mr. Lin. That's what a husband should do. Mr. Chun, I think you're a very nice person. By the way, I have a small request. Can I add you on WeChat? Certainly. Chun Fan took out his phone and opened the QR code on his business card. Scan me. Sun Yuan excitedly took out his cell phone, but because he was too excited, his hands shook and the phone fell to the ground. She quickly picked it up, but the phone was broken and couldn't be turned on. She'd used this phone for 4 years and had developed a certain fondness for it. The screen had 3 cracks, and the case was warped from drops, but she kept using it. This was partly because she wanted to save money and hadn't been willing to buy a new phone. Seeing Sun Yuan's sad face and sighing as she held her phone, Chun Fan knew she was deeply concerned about her phone. She was struggling financially. She'd saved 400 or 500 yuan from her recent salary and bonus and sent the rest away. Buying a new phone now was practically impossible. Broke it? Chun Fan asked. Yeah. Sun Yuan nodded with a sad face. It's my fault too. If you hadn't added me on WeChat, the phone wouldn't have been broken. Chun Fan took the responsibility on himself. Mr. Chun, don't say that. It has nothing to do with you. It was my own carelessness. Sun Yuan blamed himself. Come with me. Without saying a word, Chun Fan took Sun Yuan's hand and walked toward the hospital gate. He was afraid that Sun Yuan would not come with him, so he took the initiative to hold Sun Yuan's hand. This action of holding hands made Sun Yuan's heart beat faster. His heart fluttered, and his face flushed completely. Under normal circumstances, if a man dared to touch her, she would definitely refuse him outright. But this time, she was like a little pet and followed Chun Fan obediently. Chun Fan's hands were so big and warm that they completely melted her little heart. Soon, Chun Fan took Sun Yuan to a mobile phone store and bought the latest Huawei mobile phone for Sun Yuan. Mr. Chun, I can't have this. It's too expensive. The phone was priced at 6,380 yuan, but Chun Fan didn't even blink when he swiped the card. As a frugal person, Sun Yuan had never used such an expensive mobile phone, and it was given to her by her boss's husband, so she couldn't accept it. Just take it. Your phone is broken because of me, so let me compensate you with a new one. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep or eat. Chun Fan said with a smile. But this phone is too expensive. It wouldn't be suitable if you gave it to me. Sun Yuan still refused to accept it. Don't worry. This little money is nothing to me. I was pretending to be poor before. In fact, I am a millionaire. I was tired of the dull life of the rich and wanted to live an ordinary life. So I married into the family and pretended to be poor. Mr. Chun, stop joking. I know your money didn't come easily. Sun Yuan waved his hand and tried to refuse. Here, take it. If you don't want it, I'll still deliver it to your workplace. If your colleagues see my name as the sender, wouldn't that be a disaster? But why did you give it to me? I think you're amazing and you deserve it. Okay then, just consider it as a loan from you. I'll repay you when I have money in the future. Sun Yuan took the phone, stroked the cold body, and felt a surge of emotion. At the same time, That grateful heart also planted the seeds of love. Chun Fan's status in her heart became even higher. Don't worry, Xiaoyuan. If you don't tell me and I don't tell anyone, no one will know that I gave you this phone. I have always lived a lonely life and basically have no friends. I want to treat you as a close friend. Chun Fan said sincerely when the two walked out of the mobile phone store and were about to part at the door. Mr. Chun, thank you. I am willing to be your friend too. Sun Yuan nodded with lovely tears in his eyes. The sunset at this moment is so brilliant. Chapter 41, Chapter 041, Plush Bear. The next day, Chun Fan got up early, washed up, prepared breakfast for his family, and went out to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. The dishes in the morning are fresher, and the earlier you go, the better the dishes you can pick. He is very experienced in buying groceries and cooking. After buying the vegetables and picking up the newspaper, Chun Fan walked home. Just as he reached the gate of the community, Chun Fan received a call from Uncle Lu. Master, where are you? I'm in the neighborhood. Uncle Lu, what's wrong? Master, I'm in the office at Dolphin Real Estate. Do you want to come? Today is Tuesday. Didn't you say you have to come to the company for an inspection every Tuesday? The nominal manager of Dolphin Real Estate is Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu is also Chun Fan's personal steward, responsible for the Chun family's business in Lushire. He is loyal to the Chun family and always obeys Chun Fan's orders. As the behind-the-scenes commander of Dolphin Company, Chun Fan confidently left the day-to-day operations to Uncle Lu. However, when it came time to negotiate a major project or make an important decision, Uncle Lu would call him promptly to report, and Chun Fan would make the final decision. He had told Uncle Lu that he would visit the company headquarters every Tuesday to meet with him, receive recent work reports, and make on-site corrections. Oh, Uncle Lu, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten. Chun Fan said suddenly. Young master, please wait at the gate of the community. I will send someone to pick you up right away. Uncle Lu said. No, I'll drive myself. That's okay too. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fan took the vegetables and newspaper home. At this time, Lin Shuyu had also finished breakfast. Shuyu, I'll take you to work. Chun Fan took Lin Shuyu's high heels from the door and prepared to help her put them on. Looking at Lin Shuyu's white and tender feet in slippers, Chun Fan suddenly remembered that he forgot to wash his wife's socks last night. Lin Shuyu usually loves wearing all kinds of stockings, especially pantyhose, to accentuate her long legs. She has 7 or 8 pairs of pantyhose in different styles and colors, and she changes them every day. Chun Fan washes them once a week, but he was so exhausted from martial arts practice last night that he forgot to wash them. Honey, I'm sorry, I forgot to wash your socks. How about you wait a minute, and I go to the supermarket to buy you a pair. Do you like black or flesh color today? Lin Shuyu suddenly felt that Chun Fan was very cute. If it were in the past, she would definitely blame Chun Fan for having a bad memory and being irresponsible. How could he even forget to wash his socks? But now, she suddenly felt that this was a kind of happiness. Looking at Chun Fan's nose still wrapped in white gauze, she felt ashamed and said gently, Does your nose still hurt? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you with my thermos. I was too impulsive. Chun Fan felt warmed after hearing these words. Lin Shuyu's recognition of her mistakes and her apology to him were a sign of progress and an improvement in their relationship. It's okay, honey. It doesn't hurt. It's just a minor fracture. It will be healed in 2 days. Chun Fan smiled with relief. You broke my nose, and I forgot to wash your socks. We both did something wrong to each other, so we're even. Huh. Lin Shuyu chuckled and was amused by him. Only then did she realize that Chun Fan was not only loyal to her, patient and tolerant, but also a very humorous man. Wife, it's getting late. Should I go buy you a pair of long socks? No, I'm not wearing a hip skirt today. Wear trousers. Go to my bedroom and get me some socks. Chun Fan ran to Lin Shuyu's bedroom very quickly. When I pushed the door open, a burst of fragrance hit me in the face. It was indeed my beautiful wife's boudoir. The pink modular furniture creates a bewildering feeling that makes one linger. On the large bed lies a stuffed toy, a 1-meter-long stuffed bear. This was a gift given to Lin Shuyu by her classmates on their wedding day. After that, the two separated. Chun Fan slept in the utility room next door, while Lin Shuyu slept on the big bed with the bear. They slept there for 2 years. I really want to be this stuffed bear. Chun Fan sighed lightly. Looking closely at the bear's shape, it was still the same Big Bear from the cartoon. My wife falls asleep hugging Big Bear every night. I really hope that one day I can live with her. Chun Fan said with hope on his face. It is true that after being married for more than 2 years, they are husband and wife in name only, not in reality. He has an extremely beautiful wife, but cannot touch even a hair on her. As a hot-blooded man, this torment can be imagined. After opening the wardrobe and taking out a pair of socks, Chun Fan reluctantly walked out of the bedroom. Afterwards, Chun Fan helped Lin Shuyu put on her socks and high heels. However, he found that the black high heels did not match her trousers and looked awkward. So Chun Fan took out another pair of red high heels from the shoe cabinet and helped Lin Shuyu put them on. These shoes are too small and pinch my feet a bit. But doesn't matter, let's go. The two of them went out together. In the elevator, Lin Shuyu put her arm around Chun Fan and stood beside him like a little bird. Chun Fan felt delighted because his beautiful wife took the initiative to hold his arm. After 2 years, he finally felt a sense of pride in being a husband. After sending Lin Shuyu to the company, Chun Fan drove straight to the Dolphin Real Estate headquarters. Since Dolphin's headquarters was located in the Chengxi new district of Lusher, Chun Fan drove for more than 20 minutes before arriving at the new district. After passing the intersection ahead, turn right and you will see the building where Dolphin Real Estate is located. Chun Fan's car had just turned and driven about 10 meters when a BMW X5 suddenly reversed from the side. Chun Fan quickly slammed on the brakes, but still had a slight scrape with the BMW. Bang! The BMW door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a Korean-style suit and black-framed glasses got out of the car. He bent down to check the scratch, frowned, glanced at Chun Fan's car, and cursed. "Get off the car, you little bastard. How do you drive? You're driving a junky Volkswagen. Do you think you're flying a plane? Are you venting your anger on me? You deliberately rammed my car. Didn't you see I was reversing? You're driving a piece of junk, and you dare to ram my car? Can you afford to pay for the damage? Open your dog eyes wide and look at these 3 letters. BMW, don't touch me. Do you recognize them?" Chun Fan got out of the car. Facing the middle-aged man's aggressive attitude, he said calmly, "When you're reversing, you should first check the main road for any other vehicles moving normally. Only then should you reverse in the opposite direction, as every driver should understand road traffic rules. Did you buy your license? I was going straight at only 20 miles per hour, while you were reversing at least 30 miles per hour. There was a minor friction, and your car is fine, but mine got its paint scratched. Whose fault do you think is? You bear full responsibility." Chapter 42, Chapter 042, Touching Porcelain. "Damn it, you still dare to talk back at me? You drive a lousy car, what's so great about you?" The middle-aged man pointed at Chun Fan's nose and cursed. "Look at you, wearing cheap clothes and with a bandage on your nose. I wonder who beat you up. You look like a scoundrel. I hate scum like you the most. You hit my car and you cursed at me? What's wrong with scolding you? Do you believe I'll beat you up?" The middle-aged man stepped forward, glared at Chun Fan, and clenched his fists. "Want to hit me? Come on." Chun Fan replied calmly. "Haha, you're such a scoundrel," the middle-aged man sneered and mocked. "I've seen a lot of rubbish like you. You just want to deliberately provoke me to fight, then lie on the ground and pretend to extort money from me, right? Boy, I've seen a lot of tricks like yours. You want to cheat me? Don't dream. I told you to hit me, but you didn't dare. You hit my car first, and now you're accusing me of scamming you? That's ridiculous. I guess the only way is to call the traffic police and let them judge the matter." As soon as Chun Fan finished speaking, the middle-aged man took out his wallet, pulled out 200 yuan, and slapped it on the hood of Chun Fan's car, saying disdainfully, "Poor bastard, you just want to extort money from me? I'll satisfy you. Use these $200 to buy your future earn. If I wasn't in a hurry, I would beat you to a pulp today. Damn it." The middle-aged man cursed, got into the car, and drove away. Chun Fan watched the BMW turn into the Dolphin Real Estate building. He drove closely behind him and also entered the building's parking lot, but the man had disappeared. At this moment, a woman in an office lady's uniform was standing at the entrance of the building. After seeing Chun Fan's Volkswagen, she trotted over excitedly, her high heels making a tapping sound. "Slow down. Be careful not to sprain your ankle," Chun Fan reminded. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chun?" "Yes. Boss Liu asked me to pick you up here." The female secretary took a look at Chun Fan's clothes. She had no idea that this was the low-key chairman that Boss Liu had mentioned. Judging from his clothes and the car he drove, he was truly too low-key. "Then let's go." The female secretary took Chun Fan and entered the main entrance of the building through fingerprint identification and took the staff-only elevator to the 38th floor. "Mr. Chun, please come in." When they arrived at the chairman's office, the female secretary opened the door, bowed, and left. Chun Fan walked into the large and beautifully decorated office, sat comfortably on the armchair, and turned on the air conditioner. At this time, Uncle Lu knocked on the door and walked in. He was wearing a well-fitting black suit and holding a cup of coffee in his hand. "Master, please have some coffee. I just ground it myself." "Okay." Chun Fan took the coffee and took a sip. It tasted mellow, rich, and slightly bitter. This should be the high-quality coffee beans airlifted from South America that he drank when he was a child. For a moment, he felt like the eldest son of the Chun family. "Uncle Lu, how is this company running?" "Everything is going according to plan. Projects are now being tendered, and many companies are approaching us to discuss cooperation. It's fair to say the situation is very good." "Is anyone else coming from the Lin Group?" Chun Fan stared at Lu Bo and asked this most important question. The Lin family, the several waves of people who came early on, were all turned away by us and never received any meetings. They really wanted to cooperate with us, but we didn't give them the slightest chance. "Well done." Chun Fan nodded and gave thumbs up. "But..." Uncle Lu looked a little unwell and hesitated to speak. "But what? Just say it," Chun Fan urged. "Nothing, everything is fine." Lu Bo's back was covered in cold sweat. He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Master, the CEO of Jioding Media Group, just came in person and wants to sign an agreement with us to exclusively monopolize the news services and entertainment business in the new urban area. This is the most important project this week." "Jioding Media?" Chun Fan asked doubtfully. The name sounded familiar. Thinking carefully, the fat woman with herpes on her face who had caused trouble at Lin Shuyue's company yesterday, clamoring to expose Huanhai Company in the news media, and her brother who claimed to be a news media tycoon. Wasn't he the CEO of Jioding Media? If that fat woman really asked Jioding Media to misrepresent Huanhai's cosmetics, the consequences would be disastrous. Chun Fan didn't want Lin Shuyue to cry because of Huanhai's situation. It seems that he needs to go and inquire about this matter in person. If Jioding Media prepares to distort its propaganda reports, he must stop it immediately. "Yes, young master, Jioding Media is the largest news media company in Lu City. The boss has been waiting for me for a long time. Should I go and discuss business with him now, or should I call him to you?" Uncle Lu said hesitantly. "Call him over. I'll talk to him in person." Chun Fan took a big sip of coffee. "I'm going to the bathroom first." In the bathroom, when Chun Fan was washing his hands after using the toilet, he met the middle-aged man again. When he saw the middle-aged man's face, he raised his eyebrows and was a little dazed. Isn't this middle-aged man in a suit the man who was driving a BMW and had a collision with his car? Why is it him? He is actually the boss of Jioding Media. Why is it you, kid? Enemies often meet on a narrow road. Are you an employee of this company? You must be repairing toilets or doing logistics, right? Your income must not be high for such dirty and tiring work. No wonder you are trying to scam people on the street. Ha ha. Tell me, are you a toilet repairman? If the toilet is clogged, will you dig it out with your hands? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed loudly, his words full of sarcasm. "What do you think? You little pretty boy. How dare you blackmail me on the road just now? I'll let your boss fire you later. You'll have to eat dirt next month." The middle-aged man shouted, wiped his hands, and turned to leave. Chun Fan didn't say much. After a few seconds, he walked towards the office. He already had a plan on how to deal with this arrogant man. Pushing open the door, Chun Fan saw the middle-aged man and Uncle Lu sitting side by side on the sofa. As soon as he showed his face, the middle-aged man, sitting on the sofa, said with disgust, "Kid, it's you again? Why are you always following me around like a dogskin plaster? Are you blind? This is the chairman's office. How can a poor idiot like you break in? Why don't you get out? Oh, I see. You're afraid of being fired, so you came to me to beg for mercy? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll spare you." Ha ha ha. Chun Fan responded coldly. "Who will kneel down later? Let's make a bet. You guess it's me, and I guess it's you. The bet is a mouthful of teeth. How about it?" Chun Fan remembered that this person had said that he would beat him to a pulp. Now, why not fulfill his wish? "Oh, you dare to threaten me? Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I will kill you, you dog. In my eyes, you're just a dog. Do you understand?" The middle-aged man's anger was ignited. His face flushed, he cursed, and took a few steps forward to confront Chun Fan. The situation was extremely tense. Chapter 43, Chapter 043, Please let me go. "How dare you?" Lu Bo roared angrily, and because he roared too hard, he couldn't help coughing a few times. The middle-aged man turned around and said with a smile, "Uncle Lu, don't worry about it. Let me take care of this kid. I'm talking about you. Mak Sunan." The person in front of you is our dolphin real estate chairman, Master Chun. Master Chun has always been low-key, but he has a distinguished status. How can someone like you say irresponsible things about him? Are you here to seek cooperation or to cause trouble? What? He is the chairman? Ma Xuanan's head buzzed. Cold sweat broke out instantly, and he was so nervous that he stuttered. He took 2 steps back and looked at Chun Fan nervously. He never thought that the person he regarded as a low-level man fixing toilets was actually the boss of Dolphin. And unless something unexpected happened, he must be a member of the Chun family in Beijing. Suddenly, Ma Xuanan's body began to tremble, and his teeth began to chatter. Yes, he is Chairman Chun. Lu Bo confirmed again. Mr. Ma, what's wrong with you? I seem to hear the sound of teeth clicking. Do you hate me so much? Chun Fan asked indifferently. How could Ma Xuanan dare to talk about hatred? He was so regretful that he wanted to commit suicide. He was usually arrogant and looked down on the lower-class people, but he didn't expect to offend this hidden boss. Mr. Chun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. I really didn't know who you were. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have dared to challenge you even if I had the guts to do it. I'm nothing but scum in front of you. You're so low-key. I'm so sorry. If I'm not the chairman, but an ordinary worker, can you humiliate and bully me? Chun Fan asked in a low voice. No, I had a brain seizure today. It's all my fault. Ma Xuanan admitted his mistakes repeatedly in frustration. Do you know you're wrong now? Remember, just because someone drives a worse car than you doesn't mean they're worse than you. Having a lower social status than you doesn't mean they contribute less to society. We're all workers. There's no distinction between high and low. Don't have a natural sense of superiority because you're just a speck of dust. Chun Fan said calmly, but he was getting angrier and angrier in his heart. Understand, what you said makes so much sense. Mr. Chun, I will keep your words in mind and make them my motto. Ma Xuanan agreed excitedly. In order to please Chun Fan and not make him angry, he actually knelt down with a thud. Because he knelt down so hard, his knees hurt and felt like they were broken. But it didn't matter as long as he could satisfy the big boss in front of him. Do you still remember the bet we made just now? Chun Fan sat on his armchair and looked at Ma Xuanan with amusement. Ma Xuanan was shocked and broke out in cold sweat on his back. The previous bet was that whoever knelt down first would lose all his teeth. Mr. Chun, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Ma Xuanan kowtowed repeatedly to admit his mistake, but it was too late. The decision made by Chun Fan cannot be refuted or changed. Mr. Ma, our young master is a man of his word. You will have to pay the price for offending him. I hope you can accept it calmly. Uncle Lu seemed to be comforting Ma Xuanan, speaking in a calm and sincere tone. I was wrong. Whoa, I was really wrong. Please forgive me. I'm a scumbag. I'm a beast. Mr. Chun, I beg you to let me go. Ma Xuanan's emotions completely collapsed. He cried loudly, tears and snot streaming down his face. He clasped his hands together and kowtowed to Chun Fan repeatedly, begging for mercy. If all his teeth were really broken, the pain of being worse than death would be secondary. How could he face people for the rest of his life? Looking at Ma Xuanan's completely repentant look, Chun Fan nodded slightly and said with a smile, Okay, stop crying. I'll give you a chance. Ma Xuanan quickly wiped away his tears and snot and asked, Mr. Chun, just tell me. I'll agree to any conditions. Regarding your exclusive cooperation with Jioding Media, you can discuss it with Uncle Lu afterward. Now I want to ask you, do you have a sister? Thank you so much, Mr. Chun. You are simply the living Guanyin Bodhisattva. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Yes, I do have a sister. Ma Xuanan replied. Her name is Ma Dongmei. Is she a fat woman with herpes all over her face? And her husband is bald? Chun Fan asked. Yes. Mr. Chun, you are really a prophet. Ma Xuanan quickly flattered him. He even felt a powerful shock. Chun Fan actually knew his family relationships very well. How could he be his opponent? Yesterday, Ma Dongmei called him and provided a clue, saying that a cosmetics company called Huanhai was producing and selling counterfeit goods and asked him to expose it through all media. Ma Xuanan knew very well that this sister was not an easy person to deal with and often got into conflicts with others outside. This time, Huanhai's cosmetics caused the herpes on her face to worsen. She must have had a quarrel at someone else's company and then called. Ma Xuanan knew Ma Dongmei was looking for trouble with the company, using media exposure as a pretext for revenge, aiming to destroy the cosmetics company. But he had to help. The siblings grew up in the countryside, their parents died young, and it was his sister who raised him. He would never forget this kindness. Yesterday, after Ma Dongmei made the call, he immediately sent several people to investigate and began writing the news overnight, preparing to broadcast it on TV during prime time at noon today. Your sister Ma Dongmei got herpes, but she slandered it as a cosmetics company. I ran into her yesterday. She said she would call your brother, that is, you, to expose it through all channels, spread fake news, and destroy that company. Is this true? Chen Fan asked seriously. Yes, Ma Dongmei did tell me. How did you handle it? Well, the news should not have been broadcast yet. Maxunan smiled awkwardly. Notify your people immediately and stop publishing this fake news. An innocent company cannot be defeated by your unscrupulous media. In this era, the influence of the media is enormous, but confusing the public, reversing right and wrong, and making rumors and troubles often happen. If you, Joding Media, want to develop in the long run, you must have a bottom line. Now you're begging us, Dolphin, to cooperate with you. What we want is a media company that is objective, fair, and promotes positive energy. If you can't do it, get out of here, and there's no talk of cooperation. Chen Fan's words made Ma Xuanan realize the social harm of fake news and the obstacles it poses to his own development, which is better than reading 10 years of books. He immediately called the news director of Jioding Company and asked them to stop publishing the news about counterfeit cosmetics. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. I will educate Ma Dongmei well and tell her not to spread rumors and cause trouble for that company in the future. Maxunan promised. Chapter 44, Chapter 0, 44 Strange Things. Chen Fan picked up a pen and wrote 2 Chinese medicine prescriptions on a piece of paper. He tore it off and handed it to Ma Xuanan, saying, "This is a traditional Chinese medicine prescription for treating the severe herpes on Ma Dongmei's face. Her condition is serious, and she can no longer take Western antibiotics. Traditional Chinese medicine can cure the root cause. Tell her to take the medicine immediately, 1 dose a day, morning and evening, for 14 days. If it works, get the second prescription and continue taking it." Ma Xuanan stretched out his trembling hands, took the prescription, looked at Chen Fan with eyes as if he were looking at Jesus, and was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will never forget your kindness. Mr. Ma, our young master not only tolerated your offensive behavior, but also took the initiative to prescribe medicine for your sister. If you reach a cooperation with Dolphin Real Estate in the future, you must do more positive publicity for Dolphin Real Estate. Understand? Uncle Lu warned. Yeah. Ma Xuanan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I have studied Chinese medicine. If you believe me, just go and get the medicine. If you don't, continue to use Western medicine. But I want to remind you that your sister is already terminally ill. The virus has invaded her liver and kidneys. She needs timely treatment. Chen Fan reminded again. Since you've learned Chinese medicine, you must uphold the principle of benevolence. If you watch someone die without helping, what kind of spirit is that in Chinese medicine? Mr. Chun, I definitely believe in you. Ma Dongmei also believes in you. You are the bodhisattva who saves people from suffering, and we are our reborn parents. Ma Xuanan became more and more excited as he spoke, and it seemed that he was about to collapse again. Uncle Lu patted his shoulder and said, Boss Ma, please go to the reception room and wait for a moment. I'll come to discuss the cooperation agreement with you later. Now, I have something to say to the young master. Okay. Ma Xuanan nodded solemnly, thanked profusely, and left the office. Chen Fan finished the last sip of coffee and stared at Uncle Lu, who looked melancholy. He had already seen that Uncle Lu had something on his mind, and it's the kind of unspeakable secret that is difficult to talk about. Uncle Lu, just tell me what happened. Chen Fan gestured to Uncle Lu to sit on the sofa and speak slowly. Master, beads of sweat formed on Uncle Lu's forehead. He stood there nervously, not even taking a seat. He rubbed his hands vigorously, his brow furrowed, appearing extremely awkward and hesitant. Seeing that he was hesitant and silent for a long time, Chen Fan slammed the table in anger. Bang! Uncle Lu was startled, his face turning pale. He was a calm old man. Before Chen Fan was 8 years old, he had been responsible for Chen Fan's daily life. He was a loyal, honest, and trustworthy servant. That year, Uncle Lu was 55 years old. Now, 15 years have passed, and Uncle Lu is already 70 years old. The old man has white hair, wrinkles all over his face, and a hunchback. He should be in his twilight years and retired at home, but he still sticks to his post, devoting himself to the Chun family. This spirit is worthy of admiration. Uncle Lu had already made up his mind that after helping young Master Chun Fan start a successful company and gaining the recognition of the old man of the Chun family in Beijing, as long as the young master returned to the family to inherit the business, then he would retire with honor. Helping Chun Fan return to the family and inherit the great cause was Chun Fan's father's dying wish, a knot in his heart. Before his death, Chun Fan's father entrusted Lu Bo with finding a way to help Chun Fan return to the family. Lu Bo, having received his kindness over the years, naturally agreed. For over a decade, Lu Buijin, following family orders and concern for Chun Fan's safety, hadn't met him. But he always secretly helped Chun Fan. For example, the medical text Chun Fan was studying, Bien Came Medical Classics, was a unique medical text in China, not even preserved in museums, and a treasure copy of the Chun family. He also secretly sent or mailed to Chun Fan famous books on antique appreciation and world politics and economics through Lu Buijin's help. At this moment, Uncle Lu, who was usually calm, became flustered because of something on his mind, leaving Chun Fan confused. "Master, I say," Uncle Lu wailed, and turbid tears welled up in his eyes. "Uncle Lu, if you have anything to say, just tell me. You have made great contributions to our Chun family. Nothing is insurmountable." Chun Fan said comfortingly in a calmer tone. Uncle Lu nodded, wiped his tears, and said with deep remorse, "Young master, I made a mistake. I admit it. Yesterday, a young woman came to Dolphin Real Estate to discuss business, claiming to be a travel agency. I checked her company's credentials, and they were all in place. I assumed she was legitimately seeking a partnership, so I didn't refuse. She was about 20 years old, very beautiful, and dressed glamorously, wearing a miniskirt. If she hadn't shown me her credentials, she wouldn't have looked like a decent person. It was just us in the living room. I was looking over the materials she'd provided, and she came over to explain something. Then, without me noticing, she started to sexually assault me. She sat on my lap, constantly blowing her scent at me. Even though I'm 70 years old, I'm still a normal man. I couldn't help myself, and then, in the living room, we had sex. Chun Fan almost fainted. Looking at this old man who could be a grandfather with white hair and beard, trembling, and having an unspeakable thing happen with a beautiful woman in her 20s, it was really too bizarre. Uncle Lu remained unmarried throughout his life, devoted all his energy to the Chun family, and seemed uninterested in any kind of beauty. Perhaps he had been suppressing his feelings. Alas, this is the first time in my 70 years that I'm gone. I'm a Buddhist and have suppressed all my desires, but I didn't expect that I would lose my integrity at the age of 70. Master, I'm sorry. That girl is a master and must have seduced many men. Even an old man like me who has no desires can be moved by her and lose control. She is simply the reincarnation of a vixen. I'm sorry, Master. You trusted me and let me take charge of the Dolphin Real Estate Company, but I didn't expect that I would do such a dirty thing in the company's reception room in broad daylight. Uncle Lu said with tears in his eyes, sitting dejectedly on the floor, admitting his mistakes like a child with a very humble attitude. Uncle Lu, get up quickly. Be careful not to catch a cold. Chun Fan quickly helped him up and sat him on the sofa. Uncle Lu, this is very strange. Why would that beautiful girl take the initiative to be with you? Chun Fan was extremely puzzled. If the girl deliberately sacrificed her body in order to reach a cooperation between the companies, there was no need for her to sacrifice herself before Uncle Lu expressed his opinion. Even if he fell in love with Uncle Lu, it was not very realistic. Even if Uncle Lu was handsome and tall when he was young, he was now a 70-year-old old man with a hunched and spitting out thick phlegm from time to time. How could he be attracted to him? Could it be that this woman has other purposes? Chapter 45, Chapter 0, 45, 8 Double Act. Master, I was wrong. Uncle Lu took out a handkerchief, wiped his tears, and continued. After that woman left, I realized my mistake and completely lost myself. I wanted to let this ridiculous thing go and pretend nothing happened, but yesterday afternoon I received a message from that woman. Uncle Lu took out his old cell phone from his trouser pocket. Opening the text message, Chun Fan saw the following. Mr. Lu, by the time you see this message, I've already compiled the video of our encounter. That's right, I used a hidden camera and recorded everything. Now you have only one option. Partner with us. We're the local Ling Group, the very family-owned company you, Dolphin, have consistently refused to cooperate with. Mr. Lu, tomorrow afternoon, I'll come to you with a drafted cooperation agreement. All you need to do is sign it. Otherwise, the video of our encounter will become public, turning you, an old man, into a celebrity. And then, you know what will become of Dolphin? This. Chun Fan was completely shocked. To secure a partnership with Dolphin Real Estate, the Lin family resorted to a sleight of hand, sending a beautiful woman to seduce the company's CEO, secretly filming their encounter, and then coercing him into signing a contract. This underhanded tactic isn't a business strategy. It's a case of using any means necessary to achieve the goal. Which woman is it? So open-minded. Moreover, judging from the tone of her text message, she should be the one who has the say and decision-making power on the Lin family side and can sign the agreement on behalf of the Lin family. Therefore, it is impossible for her to be an ordinary prostitute. If I am not mistaken, she must be a close relative of the Lin family. There was another text message, which contained a short video of Uncle Lu and the woman. However, Mr. Lu's old phone does not have the video playback function and cannot be opened. In any case, this incident has already happened, and it is futile for Chun Fan to blame Lu Bo. Now the only thing to do is to make up for the loss and prepare countermeasures. This afternoon, that woman will visit the Dolphin building again. I'm sorry, young master. You have repeatedly warned me not to sign any cooperation agreement with the Lin family in Lu City. This is a death order. However, I did not stick to myself, lost my nature, and fell into a trap. Uncle Lu has been a housekeeper in the Chun family in Beijing for many years. Although not many people in Lu City know him, in the upper circles, almost all the bosses and managers of big companies know him. It can be said that, to some extent, Uncle Lu is like a relative of the Chun family and represents the image of the Chun family. If the video of Uncle Lu and the woman were spread, the devastating blow to Uncle Lu's reputation wouldn't be the most significant. The key issue would be that it would become a scandal for the Chun family, tarnishing their image in Beijing and causing enormous losses. Given the old man's personality, Uncle Lu would vanish from the face of the earth without a trace left. Of course, these are not what Chun Fan wants to see. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. In this matter, the other party is just being clever. What I want to know is, did you really succeed? Chun Fan asked awkwardly. Uncle Lu blushed and whimpered. How could it possibly succeed? Master, I'm already 70 years old. Oh, that's good. That woman is so frivolous. She might have spent time in places with bright lights and wine. She's a scourge. It's easy for men to be infected with diseases. Chun Fan suddenly noticed a red spot on Lu Bo's tongue, so he asked, Uncle Lu, what's wrong with your tongue? Master, I don't know either. I suddenly got a mouth ulcer this morning, and my tongue is rotten. Chun Fan shook his head and said helplessly, Uncle Lu, I'll notify someone to buy medicine. Master, thank you for your care. In the afternoon, I need you to continue to play the role of the Dolphin's leader, and I want to perform a double act with you. Everything is subject to the master's arrangements. The woman who gave you the mouth ulcer will not have a good ending. Well, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chun Fan sat alone in the reception room. In the spacious and bright reception room, the screen on the wall continuously plays promotional videos of dolphins. Not long after, the door was pushed open and a charming woman in black stockings and high heels walked in. Miss, please wait here for a moment. I will go and inform Mr. Lu right away. After his secretary left, the woman sat in the row behind Chun Fan. She took out her cosmetics from her handbag, put on powder and lipstick, and paid great attention to her appearance. A strong smell of perfume made Chun Fan sneeze. You scared me. What do you do? The woman asked coquettishly, stopping her makeup. Chun Fan turned around and said calmly, I'm here to discuss business as well. Huh? How come it's you? What are you doing here, you loser? The woman opened her eyes wide in surprise, and the false eyelashes she had stuck on almost fell off. Ji, why don't you say hello to your brother-in-law when you see him? Chun Fan smiled indifferently. The woman in front of him was none other than the youngest granddaughter of the Lin family's grandmother, Lin Meiyun's daughter, Yi Jie. At a family meeting half a month ago, Yi Jie vowed to her grandmother and relatives that she had a way to make the Lin family cooperate with Dolphin Real Estate. Except for her grandmother, no family member had any hope for her. After all, Yi Jie was young, and her usual job was to assist her mother, Lin Meiyun, in managing the branch office. Her connections and mediation skills were clearly lacking. How could such a girl dare to make such a boast at a family meeting? Even her mother, Lin Meiyun, was in a panic after the family meeting and urged Yi Jie to quickly apologize to the old lady. Even her uncle and those business elites couldn't complete the task. So what could a little girl like you be capable of? However, the stubborn Yi Jie thought this was a good opportunity to prove herself. She was a woman who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Though only 19, she had experienced more than most could imagine. In other words, to achieve her goals, she didn't care what it took, even if it meant having sex with a 70-year-old man. In order to become the most popular person in the Lin family, and even get a larger share of the family property, she has made a great effort this time. At this moment, Yi Ji would never have thought that the other person sitting in the living room was Chun Fan, the loser that everyone looked down upon. Chun Fan, why are you running to the Dolphin Real Estate headquarters building instead of going home to wash clothes and mop the floor? Are you here to apply for a security guard position? Just before entering the building, Yi Ji did see a recruitment notice posted at the door, recruiting 10 security guards. Of course, there are other positions in the recruitment notice, such as sales manager, customer assistant, etc., but they all require a certain academic degree. Judging from Chun Fan's conditions, the most he can apply for is a security guard. Chapter 46, Chapter 046 is furious. I'm not here to apply for a job, but to discuss business, Chun Fan explained. Yi Ji couldn't help laughing. She glanced at Chun Fan and said disdainfully, "So, you are now working for Lin Qiuyue's company?" "Yes, I am representing Qiuyue this time." TSK, you're dressed so casually. Do you think cooperating with a big corporate station like Dolphin is like shopping at the vegetable market? I really don't know what's wrong with Lin Qiuyue. She sent a loser who knows nothing about finance to be a negotiator. Isn't she afraid of being laughed at? It seems that Lin Qiuyue knew that this deal would definitely not be negotiated, so she called you here as a formality. Yi Ji shook her head and said sarcastically, "How do you know the deal can't be done?" Chun Fan asked back, "Ha ha, the Dolphin's boss is not an idiot. Even if he wants to talk about business, he will cooperate with a large and powerful enterprise like our Lin family. The small company opened by Lin Qiuyue has no future for development. What's the point of cooperating with you?" Yi Ji rolled her eyes at Chun Fan. At this time, Uncle Lu walked in. Lu Buijin sat upright in the boss chair opposite him, glanced at each of them, and said, "Let's officially sign the contract. Both of you show me the contract." Yi Ji handed over the contract first. The moment Uncle Lu took the contract, she deliberately winked, making Uncle Lu's face blush again. Chun Fan also submitted the contract he had prepared in advance. Yi Ji asked doubtfully, "What's going on? Are you really here to sign a contract on behalf of Lin Qiuyue's company? Have you discussed it in advance?" "Of course." Chun Fan smiled faintly and said, "Dolphin Real Estate is now open to all companies in Lushi and welcomes them to participate in the construction of the Chengxi New District. This is a good thing for promoting overall economic development. As long as the contract does not involve their core interests and is profitable for both parties, they will basically accept any offer." "Is that so?" Yi Ji's head buzzed, and she quickly looked at Lu Bo and asked, "Boss Lu, is what this person just said true? As long as it's a legitimate company, can they sign a contract?" "Yes." Uncle Lu nodded. "This is what the Chun family in Beijing wants. I'm just following their orders." "This," Jay frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Why are the Lin family and Lin Group in Lu City always refuse to negotiate by you, and you don't even give them the chance to enter?" Uncle Lu shook his head and explained, "The heads of the Chun family in Beijing and the Lin family in Lushi are old friends, but the head of the Lin family, Old Master Lin, passed away 2 years ago. Such a big thing, but the Lin family didn't even inform the Chun family. Old Master Chen didn't see his old friend off, and he's been brooding over it ever since. Therefore, we've excluded the Lin family from this investment cooperation." "I see." Yi Jie sighed. When Grandpa passed away, something unexpected happened in the family. The two Lin brothers, my two uncles, wanted to divide the property, and they had a quarrel. Later, Grandma intervened, and finally the family split up. At that time, the family was in chaos, so there was no chance to report to the Chun family in Beijing. Speaking of the division, it's all because of this loser in front of you. Yi Jie glanced at Chun Fan and snorted coldly. Grandpa picked him up from the street when he was 8 years old. He lived off our family for more than 10 years. Before he died, Grandpa even arranged a marriage between him and my cousin, saying this loser had a bright future. Now it seems that there's nothing he can do. He's still living off his wife and waiting to die. Hearing Yi Jie cursing Chun Fan, Lu Bo was extremely angry. Just as he was about to stand up in anger, Chun Fan gave him a look to calm him down. "Hey, family disgrace shouldn't be made public. No more words." Yi Jie urged, "Mr. Lu, please sign quickly." "Well, it's like this. I reported this cooperation with the League Group to the capital this morning. The higher-ups said that considering the old relationship with Mr. Lin, it would be too heartless to completely refuse cooperation. However, Mr. Chun explicitly requested that the contracting person for your Lin family must be Lin Xiaoyue. Why her? Can't I represent the Lin family? Yi Jie asked. I originally thought that signing the contract today would be a natural thing, but I didn't expect that old man Lu would do such a thing. This is Mr. Chen's opinion. What can I do? Since your master passed away, in your huge family, only Lin Xiaoyue has remembered Mr. Lin and would send him a postcard every spring festival. Therefore, our master only recognizes Lin Xiaoyue, and only she can represent the Lin group. Lu Bo said confidently. Chun Fan knew better than anyone that his wife Lin Xiaoyue had the habit of sending postcards during festivals. What's more commendable is that she would send one to Beijing every spring festival. This is because when Lin Xiaoyue was very young, she went to Beijing on a business trip with her grandfather and lived in the Chun family for a period of time. She was deeply loved by the old man Chun. At that time, the old man Chun bought Lin Xiaoyue a lot of clothes and toys, allowing her to spend the happiest childhood there. Lin Xiaoyue was not an ungrateful person. From then on, she would send postcards to Mr. Chen every year to express her condolences. But she didn't know that the boy from the Chun family who had played with her when she was a child had actually become her husband. Boss Lu, you're not keeping your word. We agreed yesterday to sign the contract today. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Aren't you afraid? Yi Jie stared at Uncle Lu with a sinister look. With the support of Master Chun, what do I have to be afraid of? Huh? Uncle Lu laughed meaningfully. This smile made Yi Jie furious. Damn it, so I gave myself to this old bastard yesterday, but he took advantage of me for nothing. Thinking carefully, if he spread that video, the consequences would be extremely serious. Not only would he be ruined, but with the strength of the Chun family in Beijing, this incident would have little impact on them. If the Chun family wanted to retaliate, the Lin family in Lushur would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. Isn't this clearly arranged? I originally wanted to trade my body for a contract, but it seems I was too young and thought too simply. The more Yi Jie thought about it, the angrier she became. Even if she had sacrificed herself for nothing, it would have been fine if it was a young and handsome man. But it had to be an old man in his 70s, half buried in the ground. In the end, her efforts were rewarded with nothing, which really made her internal organs explode. The most important thing is that this old man is very old after all, and he is directly incompetent, but he uses another way. Alas, thinking of what happened yesterday, she has an urge to commit suicide. Infuriating. Old man, what are you laughing at? This is disgusting. Yi Jie grabbed the agreement on the table and scolded. You go back on your word and have no integrity. You old fool. You have no shame. It's better not to sign this contract. Chapter 47, Chapter 047, Classmates Reunion. Miss Yi, go back and discuss with the Lin family. According to our master's wishes, if you want to cooperate, just send Lin Xiaoyue. Uncle Lu made a gesture to ask her to leave and said with a smile. Yi Jie's face turned red with anger, her whole body trembling slightly, and she walked towards the door angrily, cursing as she walked. Old thing, you will die a horrible death. Bang! As soon as the door closed, Chun Fan laughed so hard that he fell backwards. This double act was so cleverly designed that it made Yi Jie so mad that she was almost dead. It was so satisfying. Moreover, when Yi Jie returned to the Lin family, she would definitely tell the old lady that if she insisted on collaborating with Hayton, she would have to ask Lin Xiaoyue to come forward. That was when the fun began. Chun Fan had even thought about the next move. Everything was under his control. Uncle Lu stood up, laughed with Chun Fan for a while, and said with a little worry, Master, what about the video of Yi Jie messing around with me? Don't worry, Uncle Lu. Even if I gave her 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to make it public. That girl is a brainless troublemaker. She doesn't consider things comprehensively at all. Uncle Lu, just think of yesterday as a romantic encounter. After Chun Fan finished speaking, he turned and left the reception room. Lu Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Fan's words were like a reassurance to him. However, his tongue was hurting badly. It was infected and inflamed, so he needed to take medicine. In the evening, Chun Fan drove to pick up Lin Xiaoyue from get off work. As soon as Lin Xiaoyue got in the car, she said she was going to attend a class reunion tonight. The class reunion was announced in the WeChat group 20 days ago, but she was too busy to check it out. She only learned about it today when an old classmate called her. For the future development of the company, Lin Shuyu decided to go to the class reunion to exchange feelings with classmates, and at the same time, it would be best to reach a business cooperation. She got a piece of news that a female classmate who attended the reunion was a marketing manager for an internationally renowned brand. If I can make friends with this classmate, cooperate with this big company in the future, and use their market to sell my own cosmetics, then the company's future development will definitely be great. The two drove back home first. Lin Shuyu put on makeup, and Chun Fan changed into a brand new suit. Chun Fan is 1.8 meters tall with a well-proportioned body. In addition, he exercises and practices martial arts every day. When he puts on a suit, he stands straight and tall with an extraordinary demeanor. He is definitely a handsome man. Dong Jinping, who was eating melon seeds and watching TV in the living room, saw Chun Fan coming out of the utility room, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She had never expected her son-in-law to be completely transformed, becoming so handsome and elegant that she could hardly recognize him. "What should I eat for dinner after you leave?" Dong Jinping asked. She used to know how to cook, but with Chun Fan at home, she became the beneficiary, and all the housework became Chun Fan's job. "Mom, why don't you make some fried rice yourself? There's rice in the pot." Chun Fan said. "I'm too lazy to do it. How about you take me with you? Can't we bring family members to the class reunion?" Dong Jinping asked seriously. Lin Shuyu came out of the bedroom and heard her mother's words. She said helplessly, "Mom, please, when you bring family members, you usually bring your spouse, or at most your children. Who would bring your own parents? You'll be laughed at to death. My dear mother, just stay home and order takeout." "Okay, I was just kidding. I won't burden you. Your dad's on night duty tonight, and you're leaving too, so I'm all alone at home. I'm just feeling a little lonely staying at home alone. It would be nice to have a child at home." Dong Jinping knew that Chun Fan's relationship with his daughter was stabilizing and improving. Every time she walked around the neighborhood, she saw many elderly ladies playing with their grandchildren, and she felt envious. She began to have the urge to hold a grandchild. When Chun Fan and Lin Shuyu heard this, they immediately understood what I meant. They looked at each other, both of them knowing each other, and smiled in tacit understanding, as if something had been put on the agenda. The two drove quickly to the destination of the class reunion. Linglonglu, located in the south of Lushi, is situated on a street known for its thriving entertainment industry. This mid to high-end restaurant boasts an elegant, bourgeois atmosphere and a postmodern decor, making a popular choice for young people to gather for a date. The organizer of this class reunion is Wang Gongxiang, who was Lin Shuyue's class monitor during college. In college, Wang Gongxiang, who was rich, handsome, and had excellent academic performance, pursued Lin Shuyu. Unlike Han Yunsong's persistent approach, Wang Gongxiang's way of pursuing girls is gentle and restrained. Because Wang Gongxiang was a literary youth, he always wrote poems for Lin Shuyu, using a romantic literary style to try to open Lin Shuyue's heart. During his 4 years of college life, Wang Gongxiang had always secretly liked Lin Shuyu, which led to him being single for 4 years. Whether Lin Shuyu is participating in club activities, debates, or sport competitions, Wang Gongxiang will participate and is willing to act as Lin Shuyue's umbrella, bringing her food when she is hungry, water when she is thirsty, and an umbrella when it rains. He is a real war man. If it were any other girl, she would have been moved by Wang Gongxiang a long time ago, and then held hands with him and fell in love. However, Lin Shuyu only regarded him as a friend and had no intention of being with him. Now Lin Shuyu and Chun Fan are married, but Wang Gongxiang is still single, and he can never let go of Lin Shuyu in his heart. Wang Gongxiang held this class reunion, and what he was most looking forward to was Lin Shuyue's participation. When he learned that Lin Shuyu was coming, he excitedly waited in the first-floor lobby, fidgeting. At this time, Chun Fan and Lin Shuyu passed through the revolving door and entered the lobby of Linglong Building. "Shuyu, you're here." The long-awaited Wang Gongxiang came up to her with a smile on his face, as if he had a lot to say to her. "Yeah." Lin Shuyu smiled and nodded. "Shuyu, is this your husband?" Wang Gongxiang looked at the man in front of him who was about the same height as him and had decent looks, and asked, "Please introduce him to me quickly." "This is my husband, Chun Fan." "Hello." Chun Fan stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with him. "Hello, I'm Wang Gongxiang. I'm Shuyue's old squad leader." Wang Gongxiang didn't shake Chun Fan's hand, but just patted his shoulder lightly, and then focused all his attention on Lin Shuyu. Today, Lin Shuyu wore a dress studded with small pearls, which sparkled with silver light and outlined her beautiful figure. Her elegant temperament and fair skin were especially impressive, and her turning heads was almost guaranteed. Shuyu, we have graduated for several years. Every year, I organize a class reunion in Lusher and invite you every time, but you never come. This is your first time. Thank you for giving me face. Wang Gongxiang said gratefully. Chapter 48, Chapter 048, International Brand. Look at what you're saying. I was too busy before and haven't been able to get together with everyone. I've always felt a little sorry. Lin Qiuyue smiled. She came this time not to give Wang Gongxiang face, but with a purpose, to discuss company cooperation with a classmate. It's okay. Let's have a good chat with my old classmates today. By the way, our private room is on the 3rd floor. How about I take you up there? Wang Gongxiang took the two of them into the elevator and came to VIP room 308, Manhwa, Qiuyue room. Judging from the name alone, it seems to be specially customized for Lin Qiuyue. Almost all the students who can come are here, and they are all talents from various industries. Qiuyue, come in quickly. Wang Gongxiang directly ignored Chun Fan and kept talking to Lin Qiuyue, as if Chun Fan was just an existence like air. There were 3 large round tables in the private room, all filled with people. There were about 30 people attending this reunion, which was the largest number of people in history. When the classmates saw Lin Qiuyue being let in, the scene instantly became agitated. Perhaps it was because Lin Qiuyue was the class beauty and was loved by everyone. Now she has grown into a graceful and beautiful lady, which is very pleasing to the eyes, especially some boys, whose eyes are almost attracted to her. Welcome everyone, the class beauty is here. Wow, our goddess has arrived. Qiuyue, you are still so beautiful. I heard Shuyu opened a company and is a successful female CEO. I'm really envious and jealous. Almost everyone was praising Lin Qiuyue's beauty and career success. However, when everyone looked at Chun Fan behind her, they were more or less looking at him with disdain and doubt. Some people knew that Chun Fan was a son-in-law, and they despised him from the bottom of their hearts. How could such a loser have the nerve to attend the class reunion? Some people were very jealous of Chun Fan. They thought that the goddess would actually fall for such a guy. It was like throwing flowers on cow dung. Some people were even angry and hostile towards that good-for-nothing. He was wasting a gift by marrying Lin Qiuyue. Wang Gongxiang took Lin Qiuyue to a seat reserved for her. He had specially arranged this table, so it was occupied by relatively successful individuals, the offspring of wealthy families or officials. Even a simple class reunion had distinct class divisions, with this table clearly belonging to the upper class. Perhaps this arrangement was intended to give them more common topics to discuss, perhaps even helping each other in their future careers. What's the use of those other classmates who come from ordinary backgrounds or are just average in their outcomes? Wang Gongxiang sat in the main seat next to Lin Qiuyue. After all 3 of them were seated, everyone looked at Wang Gongxiang and Lin Qiuyue with kindness and envy, but glanced at Chun Fan with disdain. The classmates all knew that Lin Qiuyue started her own business after graduation. Not long after the company was established, she was forced by her grandfather to marry a gigolo who had been kept by the family since childhood. Today, seeing is believing. This legendary gigolo finally showed up. Qiuyue, is this man your husband? Has he been fostered in your home since he was a child? A long-haired woman opposite suddenly asked. Yes. Lin Qiuyue nodded. What's your name? The long-haired woman continued to ask. Chun Fan. Oh, the long-haired woman agreed, looked at Chun Fan, and asked with a smile. Qiuyue was not only the class beauty and goddess in college because of her beauty, but also had excellent academic performance and was a cadre of the student union, receiving a lot of scholarships every year. Now she has started her own company and is a model of the urban female CEO. So, Chun Fan, what do you do now? Can you tell me? Unemployed at home. Chun Fan replied indifferently. Lin Qiuyue took a sip of water, a flicker of displeasure flashing through her mind. The female classmate opposite her was clearly asking this on purpose. Unemployed? Ha ha ha. That means you are supported by your wife now? He is so handsome that I thought he was a rich boy or a manager of a large enterprise. I didn't expect him to be a gigolo. Ha ha ha. The long-haired woman seemed to have already designed the lines and said a series of sarcastic words directly. Tang Yin, stop laughing. Qiuyue finally came to learn with us. Why are you talking about these unpleasant things? Wang Gongxiang picked up a glass of red wine and said, Come on, let's all have a drink first. The students raised their glasses and drank a toast. Okay, everything will be arranged by the squad leader, Tang Yin said with a smile. Qiuyue, your company is engaged in cosmetics, and Tang Yin happens to be the marketing director of an international brand of cosmetics in Lusher. She is in charge of sales channels. You can communicate with each other, and maybe you can cooperate in the future. Wang Gongxiang continued to introduce. Oh, Lin Shuyu nodded slightly. She didn't expect that the first work partner she wanted to contact would be her. Chen Fan also glanced at Tang Yin. This woman had a round face with a dimple when she smiled. The powder on her face was so thick that it could probably be used to make steam buns if it was scraped off. Squad leader, I represent a large international company, a multinational corporation. Which of the companies cooperating with us is not a well-known large company? We generally ignore those small companies. Cooperating with them will not benefit us at all. Moreover, those small companies often make some fake and inferior product for profit. If we really cooperate with them, it may have a negative impact on us. Squad leader, I appreciate your kindness, but there is no talk of cooperation. Tang Yin stroked her long hair, looking very proud. What Tang Yin said makes sense. Squad leader, please don't make things difficult for her. Everyone knows that you care about Shuyu and that she's still in your heart, but you can't use her as an excuse to embarrass Tang Yin. Yes, squad leader. Lankum, where Tang Yin works, is expanding its business. A few days ago, they reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Dolphin Real Estate. Tang Yin has now been appointed marketing director of the new city district. She has a bright future. How could such an international brand possibly cooperate with a small, unknown company? It's completely unrelated. At the dinner table, several classmates, perhaps because they had a good relationship with Tang Yin or wanted to curry favor with her, echoed the sentiment. Chun Fan cheered up. Dolphin Real Estate? You heard it right. Has Lankum signed an agreement with Dolphins? It seems that Chun Fan did not read the company information sent by Lu Bo carefully. I didn't expect that Tang Yin works for this company. In her current position is the marketing director of Xinqing District. In other words, Chun Fan's Dolphin Company gave face to Lankum and signed a contract with them, which means it will be their major financial backer in the future. At this time, Wang Gongxiang was a little embarrassed. He originally wanted to show off, but he didn't expect to be bombarded with criticism from everyone, which was quite embarrassing. Chapter 49, Chapter 049, I Am Not Superman. Seeing that Wang Gongxiang looked a little unhappy, those students didn't want to provoke him any further, so they started talking about other topics. Shuyu, eat more. Let's talk about business matters after we're done. Wang Gongxiang wrapped a duck meat pie and put it on Lin Shuyue's plate. Lin Shuyue took a sip of water, stared at Tang Yin, and said seriously, Tang Yin, my biggest reason for coming to this class reunion is to talk to you. Our company really wants to work with you. Although we're a small company, the quality of our products has been thoroughly tested and is absolutely flawless. To put it bluntly, we'd like to leverage your marketing channels to promote our products and expand our brand awareness. As the marketing director, you must have a wealth of information and resources in this area. And as for profits, we're splitting the net income 60:40, with you taking the lion's share. If there's anything you'd like to know more about, we can add each other on WeChat and schedule a meeting later. Because Tang Yin was sitting directly opposite Lin Shuyu, and they were quite far away from each other, Lin Shuyu spoke in a louder voice. All the students heard it, and everyone fell silent, waiting for Tang Yin's reply. Aha! It seems that you have a clear purpose and are eager to discuss cooperation with me. How about we all help analyze it? Tang Yin fiddled with her newly made brightly colored nails and smiled playfully. Then, the student started to speak. I think this is an unequal cooperation. It's good for Shuyu Company, but useless for Lankum. And there are risks. If there's a problem with the cosmetics, Lankum will lose a lot of users. I agree. Besides, Tang Yin isn't Lankum's boss in China. She's just a marketing director in charge of sales channels. This kind of cooperation model that benefits others isn't something she could decide. Oh, this really puts Tang Yin in a difficult position. Didn't Tang Yin refuse to cooperate just now? She made it so clear. Shuyu, you're forcing her. Tang Yin is now the marketing director for the new urban area and is no longer responsible for sales in other urban areas of Lusher. Why don't we wait until the new urban area is built and then discuss business cooperation in the future? Ah, a boss actually asked for a department manager. This is the essential difference between a small workshop and a big brand. At this time, Tang Yin picked up the goblet, took a sip of wine, coughed lightly, and said with a smile, I know all your opinions. Now, let me say this. It's not impossible for Shuyu Company to cooperate with me. This sentence made everyone stunned at the same time. Deep down, Tang Yin hated Lin Shuyu and even hated her. because she had always liked Wang Gongxiang in college. She even pursued him and confessed her love to him many times. But Wang Gongxiang's mind was full of Lin Xiuyue, and he didn't give Tang Yin any chance, which made Tang Yin disappointed and heartbroken many times. After Lin Xiuyue got married, Tang Yin expressed her feelings to Wang Gongxiang again, hoping that they could also get married, but Wang Gongxiang decisively rejected her. The rejection was very thorough, because Wang Gongxiang still couldn't let go of Lin Xiuyue. Even after she got married, he still cared about her and was ready to go through fire and water for her. He even longed for the day when Lin Xiuyue and Chun Fan would divorce, so that he could take over. Therefore, Tang Yin believed that Lin Xiuyue was the culprit and the one who blocked her and Wang Gongxiang's great love. Now, there's finally a good opportunity to humiliate Lin Xiuyue on the spot. How could she give up revenge? Tang Yin, what did you say? Wang Gongxiang asked in confusion. I said, there's a chance to discuss cooperation. Dan Dan Sna. As soon as Wang Gongxiang saw her expression, he understood from his years of understanding her that Tang Yin must have some sinister thoughts. Chun Fan had already seen that Tang Yin had bad intentions. He cursed in his heart. You stinky bitch, let's see what tricks you can play. If you dare to hurt Chua, I will make you die miserably. Let's have some fun. Tang Yin smiled slyly and asked the waiter to bring an empty cup. Then she opened a bottle of 52 proof liquor and poured it into the glass. A full cup was poured, at least half a pound. Classmate Lin Xiuyue, if you drink this glass of wine in one go, I will cooperate with you. Hee hee, Tang Yin pointed at the pungent-smelling wine glass in front of her and chuckled. Everyone was shocked. This Tang Yin is a bit cruel. The classmates all knew that girls were not good at drinking, and Lin Xiuyue was allergic to alcohol. Asking her to drink half a pound of liquor at once was tantamount to suicide. Chun Fan gnashed his teeth in anger. He never thought Tang Yin was so vicious and would use such a method to threaten Lin Xiuyue. Lin Xiuyue is an extremely strong-willed woman. If she had not been so obsessed with the development of the company, this situation would not have occurred. Tang Yin, stop messing around. A cold voice came. It was Wang Gongxiang. He was also very angry. He had organized a class reunion with great difficulty and invited his goddess, but he embarrassed her. What kind of thing was this? Tang Yin, we are all classmates. What problems can't be solved? What you're doing is clearly bullying Xiuyue. I am the first to disagree. Always leave yourself a way out. Maybe when Xiuyue's business becomes bigger in the future, you will still need her help. If you do something extreme now, what good will it do you in the future? I'm not messing around. Let me put it right here. After drinking this glass of wine, we'll still be good friends. She wants to discuss cooperation. How could she not show some sincerity? Which boss who wants to discuss cooperation with us Lankum doesn't drink? Tang Yin said with a smile. Because she laughed so happily, the white powder on her face had traces of falling down. You can see that she enjoys the process. Lin Xiuyue knew that Tang Yin was deliberately causing trouble for her, but for the sake of the company's development, she could not firmly oppose it. Can my husband drink this glass of wine for me? Lin Xiuyue asked calmly. Everyone's eyes turned to Chun Fan, who was caught in the crossfire. Chun Fan said without hesitation, I'm not Superman. I drink half a caddy of liquor at a time. Ha 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 ha. The whole audience burst into laughter, and the entire box became a sea of joy. Everyone thought Chun Fan would agree to drink and help his wife through the difficulties, but unexpectedly he refused. Is this kind of useless man worthy of Xiuyue? It's really shameful. You can't even hold half a pound of alcohol, and you dare to come to the class reunion? Xiuyue is so unlucky to marry such a loser. Are you still a man? You're trash. You have no sense of responsibility. Bang! Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Lin Xiuyue slapped Chun Fan loudly in the face. Chun Fan was stunned. Several faint handprints appeared on his face, and a trace of blood was oozing out. They were scratched by Lin Xiuyue's nails. The slap was so hard that even Lin Xiuyue's hand felt numb and painful. Chapter 50 Chapter 050 Fighting so hard. Ha ha! My stomach hurts from laughing. Xiuyue, you fought well. Tang Yin covered her stomach and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. I want to slap him too. He's bringing shame to us men. I heard he was a live-in son-in-law with no dignity. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Slapping him is nothing. This kind of waste should be castrated immediately. Another wave of ridicule made Lin Xiuyue even more furious. Stop laughing. I'll drink. Lin Xiuyue slammed the table, stood up, and picked up the glass of wine. Oh, Tang. Yin stopped laughing and felt happy. Ha! So what if you were once the most beautiful girl in class? So what if you're a successful entrepreneur? You have a useless husband and you're not doing your job. So you still have to drink? Wait a minute. Let everyone see how miserable you look when you're drunk. I'm sure the goddess will turn into a crazy woman. Ha ha. Lin Shiyue brought the wine glass to her lips. The strong smell of alcohol stimulated her to the point of tears. I felt like vomiting before I even drank it. All the classmates looked at her. Some were worried that she would get drunk, some watched coldly, and some even gloated over her misfortune. Don't drink. Chun Fan grabbed Lin Qiuyue's wrist, not wanting her to drink it. Let go. Lin Qiuyue shouted angrily and spat at him. Chun Fan dodged subconsciously, but his saliva flew directly onto Wang Gongxiang's face. That's right, Wang Gongxiang was caught in the crossfire. Wang Gongxiang's heart trembled. This was the goddess' saliva. A sense of happiness arose spontaneously. He even took a sip secretly while no one was paying attention. Very fragrant. Seeing this scene, Tang Yin taunted, "Why did you do that earlier? If you had been a man and drank the wine just now, would our goddess be like this? Are you anxious now? This idiot is such an afterthought. He's only capable of this." Yeah, if he had a little bit of ambition, would Shuyu be so humble? I really want to beat him up. Dang dang. I didn't want to argue with a lowly creature like you, but you've gone too far. Chun Fan roared, snatching the wine glass from Lin Qiuyue's hand. Enraged, his expression was grim, and his eyes gleamed with the cold light of an eagle as he glared at Tang Yin. I'm an ant. I'm your sister. You useless thing. How dare someone like you scold me? Who do you think you are? Tang Yin also slammed the table and stood up, tit for tat. If other men were angry like this, she would still have some reservations. But when she remembered that Chun Fan was a son-in-law who lived with the wife's family and was like a dog, she instantly lost her fear. You are my sister? Then I'm still your father. Chun Fan cursed and poured the whole glass of white wine in his hand onto Tang Yin. It splashed directly on her face covered with white foundation. Tang Yin never expected that such a useless person would dare to do this. She was caught off guard and had her face covered in wine splashed by Chun Fan, leaving her standing there in a shambles. A strong and pungent smell of alcohol spread from her face to her whole body. She looked as if she had just climbed out a wine jar, looking extremely disheveled. Chun Fan, you dare to throw wine at me? Damn it, you're rebelling. I'm not done with you. Tang Yin immediately started to throw a tantrum, screaming so miserably that her vocal cords seemed to be torn apart. She picked up the bowl of ingredients on the table and threw it at Chun Fan. Chun Fan, who was prepared, dodged quickly, and the bowl of ingredients did not hit him. The unlucky Wang Gongxiang was hit again and was hit by the bowl of sauce. His face was covered with sauce and looked filthy. Immediately afterwards, a scream was heard. Chun Fan picked up another cup of hot tea and suddenly poured it on Tang Yin's face. It hurts. Tang Yin covered her face, feeling that her whole face was ruined. The baptism of alcohol and hot tea made her completely collapse. I'll make you awesome. Without saying a word, Chun Fan picked up the Westlake beef soup on the table again and poured it over. Tang Yin screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The whole person felt like he had taken a hot bath, wet from head to toe. Tang Yin roared madly, overturned the table, and pounced on Chun Fan like a hungry tiger. I'm going to fight you. Fight. Don't think I don't dare to hit a woman. Chun Fan raised his foot and kicked Tang Yin in the stomach. Tang Yin groaned and fell to the ground with a thud. She lay on the ground and started to throw a tantrum, crying and cursing all over the place. Everyone was so surprised that they dared not speak. They were silent and stared at Chun Fan in a daze. Just now, Chun Fan was still enduring the insults and ridicule of the crowd. Now what? Isn't he a useless person who endures humiliation? Isn't he the idiot who got slapped by his wife? Isn't he a jobless loser who lives off his wife? But why is he so good at fighting and his methods are so vicious? Even Lin Qiuyue stared at Chun Fan in astonishment. Since they'd married, Chun Fan had never acted so decisively. Just now, because Chun Fan refused to drink, she had slapped him. Thinking about it now, she felt so regretful. It turned out that Chun Fan had been accumulating anger, thinking about standing up for her. Shuyu, it's time for us to go. Sorry, we can't have this meal. Chun Fan took the hand of the dazed Lin Qiuyue and said in a low voice, It's okay, let's go. Lin Qiuyue's face flushed slightly, and her heart was beating like a drum. At this time, Tang Yin sat up from the ground. Her hair was a mess, and after the white powder on her face was washed off, she looked like a different person, with freckles and melanin all over her face, looking grotesquely ugly. She pointed at Chun Fan and Lin Qiuyue and cursed. "You useless piece of shit. You two are a pair of bastards. Just wait for me. Lin Qiuyue, you bitch. I'm telling you you're done. I'll have the entire cosmetics industry ban your company. You won't be able to make a single cent. You still want to find someone to cooperate with? You're dreaming. I'm going to bankrupt you. Okay, I'll wait." Lin Qiuyue said seriously. After that, she walked out of the private room with Chun Fan. She had assumed there would be no hard feelings between their former classmates, and they would be happy to help her company. Unexpectedly, Tang Yin resorted to personal vendetta, venting her frustration at not being able to pursue Wang Gongxiang on her. Tang Yin, it turned out, was a narrow-minded and petty person. Fortunately, she didn't work with her. Otherwise, who knows how many disputes and conflicts would have arisen. Now, we have completely fallen out and will never have any contact in the future. Although there was no hope for cooperation, Chun Fan regained her dignity. After the two left, several classmates helped Tang Yin, who was still sitting on the ground crying, up and asked her how she was. Tang Yin said it was none of their business. She pushed her classmates away, sat on the chair, smoothed her hair, which was still covered with beef broth, took out her cell phone, and dialed a number. "Hey, second uncle. I was beaten up in Linglong Tower. Come quickly and arrest them. I was almost beaten to death. If you come too late, the murderer will get away." The voice on the other end of the phone shouted, "I'll bring people here right away. Xiaoyan, protect yourself first." Chapter 51, Chapter 051, I am your father. Tang Yan's second uncle Tang Jijun happens to be the deputy captain of the police detachment in charge of this area. Tang Jijun and another police officer were on night patrol near Linglong Building. Hearing his niece had been beaten, he quickly turned his car around and rushed over. Tang Yin stood up, wiped her face with a towel handed to her by a classmate, and walked towards the door, muttering to herself coldly, "Humph, you useless Chun, you bitch Lin. I'll teach you a lesson." Chun Fan was driving out of the parking lot when he saw a police car blocking the entrance to Linglong Building. Its sirens were flashing. Suddenly, Tang Yin came out of the Linglong Building's main gate. With the help of the lights, she spotted Chun Fan and Lin Qiuyue sitting in the passenger seat. She ran over like crazy, blocking the car and angrily yelling, "You two beasts, you beat someone up and you still want to run away? Run me over if you dare." Chun Fan understood 90 of the situation after seeing it. He parked the car, pulled the handbrake, took out his cell phone discreetly, and quickly sent a text message to Uncle Lu. At this time, two policemen got out of the police car. One of them was older and was Tang Yin's second uncle Tang Jijun. "What's going on?" Tang Jijun frowned and asked in a deep voice. "It's these two people who beat me like this," Tang Yin said, pointing at the Volkswagen. "Who are you?" Tang Jijun asked puzzledly. "Second uncle. I am Tang Yan." Tang Yin raised her voice. Tang Jijun took a closer look before he recognized it. "There is a huge difference between this niece with makeup and without makeup. Don't call me second uncle. I'm a policeman now, and I'm performing official duties." Tang Jijun reminded him. "Well, then you should catch them quickly. They beat people and wanted to run away. They're fleeing from the crime. Their crime is even more serious." Tang Yin was still very excited. Tang Jijun breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Yan's condition was not as serious as what was said on the phone. Almost beaten to death. Although her head and body were dirty, there were no obvious wounds. Tang Yin is the daughter of his eldest brother. If this matter is not handled properly, it may cause complaints from relatives. "Get out of the car. Get checked." Chun Fan and Lin Shuyu had no choice but to get out of the car. "What's your relationship?" "Husband and wife." Chun Fan replied. "Did someone call the police and report a fight?" "Yes." "The one who beat him up was you?" "Right. You are quite honest." Tang Jijun nodded and instructed the young police officer beside him. "Cuff him and take him back to the station to take a statement." "Yes." The young policeman took out 2 pairs of handcuffs and walked over. "Wait, police officer, it was me who beat someone just now. It has nothing to do with my wife. I am willing to be questioned. My wife is innocent. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people present. By the way, just ask the person who was beaten directly." Chun Fan explained. "Huh? Husband, they want to take you away. What should we do?" Lin Xue nervously pulled the corner of Chun Fan's clothes, with a look of horror on her face. "Don't worry, it's okay. Go home and wait for me first." Chun Fan whispered comfortingly in Lin Shuyue's ear. Tang Jijun walked up to Tang Yin and asked, "Was he the only one who hit you?" "Yes, it's that loser." Tang Yin originally wanted to take both Chun Fan and Lin Xiuyue to the police station, but she knew that her second uncle was a very upright and impartial policeman. If she falsely accused Lin Xiuyue, she might be held legally responsible. "Okay, you two get in the car, and we'll talk about it when we get back." Tang Jijun pointed at Tang Yin and Chun Fan. Chun Fan was handcuffed by the young policeman and put into the police car first. Tang Yin also got into the car with a sneer, looking confident. Lin Xiuyue's face was full of worry as she watched the police car speeding away. She kept praying in her heart that Chun Fan would be fine. In the police car, Tang Yin said to Chun Fan fiercely, "You little bastard, you dare to hit me. Who do you think you are?" Chun Fan leaned back in his chair leisurely, his face calm, and said calmly, "I am your father." Tang Yin gritted her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, "You useless bastard, you'll be in trouble when we get to the police station." At the entrance of Linglong Building, Lin Xiuyue was very anxious. Chun Fan's car was parked in front of her, but she didn't know how to drive. Just when he was at his wit's end, Wang Gongxiang came over. "Xiuyue, don't worry. All the classmates saw this happen. It was indeed Tang Yin who provoked you first. She wanted to use the liquor to punish you. Chun Fan is your husband, so of course he couldn't stand it and hit her. Your husband is too impulsive. Why can't we discuss things properly? He had to use violence. I think my husband is right." Lin Xiuyue interrupted him firmly. "Okay, you're still emotionally unstable and can't understand situation. By the way, Xiuyue, is this car yours? It's not a good idea to park it here, and it's blocking the exit of the parking lot. Why don't I help you drive it home?" "That's fine." Lin Xiuyue originally wanted to take a taxi back, but after thinking about it, she decided to let him take her back. "Xiuyue, how about you park your car here, and I'll drive you in my Porsche?" Wang Gongxiang suggested. "No, I'm used to this car." "Oh." So, Wang Gongxiang got into the driver's seat and drove Lin Xiuyue onto the road. On the way, Wang Gongxiang said while driving, "Xiuyue, don't worry too much and don't be sad. I'll call Tang Yin and ask her to withdraw the police report and give up pursuing your husband's responsibility. How about it?" "No need. I have my own way." Lin Xiuyue rejected Wang Gongxiang's proposal without thinking, because she knew very well that even if Wang Gongxiang called her, Tang Yin would never give in. It was not worth it to plead with a crazy woman like that. Chia, actually, I keep in touch with Tang Yin quite often, and we have a pretty good relationship. She might listen to me." "No thanks, really. You don't have to be polite with me. We were best friends in college, so it's only natural for me to help you. After graduation, we haven't been in touch much." "Wang Gongxiang, we're not best friends. We have always been classmates. We were, are, and will be. I thank you for driving me there, and I will repay you. But if I don't want it, there's no point in forcing me." Lin Xiuyue said coldly. These few words instantly poured a bucket of cold water over Wang Gongxiang's warm heart. It was icy cold water, so painful that it suffocated him. This is the feeling he is most familiar with. At this moment, he can only silently enjoy the pain and cherish the memory. Soon, Wang Gongxiang drove the car to the community where Lin Xiuyue lived. After parking the car in an empty parking space, Lin Xiuyue said thank you and wanted to get out, but found that the car door was locked. "Open the door. I want to get off." Lin Xiuyue frowned slightly, already on guard. "Yeah." Wang Gongxiang responded, but did not unlock the door immediately. He stared at Lin Xiuyue with the eyes of a lovesick man, as if he was stunned and seemed extremely obsessed. Chapter 52, Chapter 052, Selfish Ghost. "Open the door quickly, otherwise I will shout." Lin Xiuyue was a little scared. It's not that she didn't know that Wang Gongxiang had a crazy crush on her in college, but she didn't have any feelings for him at all. Now the two of them are in the same car, in this small space. Will this man who is trapped in love do something excessive? "Stop staring at me. Open the door." Lin Xiuyue shouted angrily. I used to think of Wang Gongxiang as just an ordinary classmate and never felt disgusted by him. But now, I suddenly feel that he is so disgusting. It seems that if a man is single for too long, he will slowly go down the road of becoming a wife. Click. The car locks were unlocked. Lin Xiuyue breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the car door. "Xiuyue, your expression is so beautiful when you are anxious." Wang Gongxiang praised gently. "Bang." Lin Xiuyue got out of the car, slammed the door shut, cursed, "Idiot," and left without looking back. Looking at Lin Xiuyue's defiant back as she left and disappeared into the night, Wang Gongxiang turned his head, leaned over and put his face on the still warm passenger seat where Lin Shuyu had just sat, took a deep sniff, his face intoxicated. After Wang Gongxiang got out of the car, he walked towards the entrance of the community without taking out the car keys. As he walked, he took out his cell phone and called Tang Yin. Tang Yin, it's me. Brother Chong, are you at the police station? Right. Is it convenient to talk? Convenient. Let the police deal with that loser Chun Fan. It would be best if they beat him up first, then detain him for 10 days or half a month. Don't worry, Brother Chong. I knew you were on my side. Tang Yan's voice was full of confidence, and then she said gently, Brother Chong, you saw what happened today. Do you still have feeling for that vixen Lin Chiuyue? It's gone. It's gone a long time ago. That's good. Can we make an appointment some other day? Let's meet at the Juanhao Hotel, the kind with a king-size bedroom. He dang dan smai li. Is she hinting at something? Okay, let's contact each other some other day. Well, Brother Chong, I'll send you the room number on WeChat when the time comes. Good. After hanging up the phone, Wang Gongxiang's eyes flashed, and he sneered, thinking, Tang Yin, you dirty thing. You actually still want to sleep with me? You're dreaming. Send me the room number? Send it to me. Wang Gongxiang immediately opened WeChat and blocked Tang Yin. Lin Shuyu rushed home and saw her mother Dong Jinping watching a TV series. Mom, what's wrong, kid? Where's Chun Fan? Seeing her daughter's panic and anxiety, Dong Jinping guessed that something bad had happened. Mom, Chun Fan was taken to the police station. Lin Shuyu said anxiously. Huh? What's going on? Dong Jinping's mouth opened into an O shape. That gigolo is usually as well-behaved as a rabbit. How could he be caught? Mom, I'll explain what happened to you later. Can you help me think a way to find someone from the Public Security Bureau, preferably a leader, to smooth things over and get Chun Fan released? Lin Shuyu directly expressed her thoughts. That dishonest guy Chun Fan deserves to be arrested. Dong Jinping was still upset that Chun Fan did not share the huge prize with his family members. She had hinted to Chun Fan several times in the past few days that he should share the bonus equally, but Chun Fan had always pretended not to know and played dumb, making it clear that he wanted to keep the money for himself. Dong Jinping, a woman obsessed with money, was certain that Chun Fan, having won 450 million yuan, would at least give 100 million yuan each to his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and wife. But Chun Fan feigned ignorance and acted remarkably calm, as if he hadn't won the prize, continuing his usual household chores of cooking and washing clothes. This infuriated Dong Jinping to the point of irritation. She feared Chun Fan would suddenly abscond with the money, leaving the Lin family penniless. Shuyu, he deserves to be arrested. A dishonest man who doesn't know how to share and has no gratitude doesn't deserve sympathy even if he is in jail for his whole life. Dong Jinping said ruthlessly, Mom, Chun Fan is a member of our family. How could you do this? Lin Shuyu stomped her feet in anger. Family member? Bah, he won the big prize and didn't give it away. Can this kind of person be considered a member of the family? He's such a selfish person. Dong Jinping said angrily. Well, then I will go to the police station myself to ask for the person. Lin Shuyu said, turned around and was about to leave. But Dong Jinping grabbed him. Who can you want? Girl, what did Chun Fan do wrong? At the class reunion, a female classmate bullied me and he kicked her. The girl called the police. I see. Dong Jinping pondered for a moment and whispered, Actually, if you don't mind, you can ask young Master Han for help. Young Master Han told me that his uncle is a leader in the municipal bureau and has strong connections. Maybe his uncle can get Chun Fan released. Looking for Han Yansong? Yeah, there's nothing we can do now. This is the only way. Mom, you also know Han Yansong's phone number. Please call him for me. I don't want to have any contact with him. Dong Jinping sighed and said, Okay, I'll beat him. Make it seem like my husband is in jail. Immediately afterwards, Dong Jinping called Han Yansong. She told them the actual situation and told them directly to ask Han Yansong to tell her uncle to help release Chun Fan. Mr. Han, this matter is equivalent to my daughter begging you for help. You must help her for the sake of the Buddha. Dong Jinping said sincerely. Okay, but after this is done, I want to have a meal alone with Shuyu. Oh, then I'll ask her. Dong Jinping hung up the phone and said to Lin Shuyu, Mr. Han agreed to help you save the person, but he wants to sit with you alone after the matter is done. No, I knew that this kind of person would definitely put forward conditions. I don't need his help. I will find another way. Lin Shuyu refused decisively. Shuyu, you kid. Young Master Han means well. What's wrong with sitting down with you and having a meal? Can you afford to give up a piece of meat? Besides, if Chun Fan is detained for more than 10 days, how bad will our reputation be? Will we be able to hold our heads up high in the neighborhood? Besides, the detention center is full of hooligans and gangsters. Chun Fan will definitely be beaten in there. If he is beaten to a disability, how will you live the rest of your life, serving him at home every day? Lin Shuyue's heart sank when she heard her mother say this. She felt that what she said made sense. She didn't want to see Chun Fan suffer a greater misfortune. So, Lin Xie was silent for a moment, then made up her mind and said, "Okay, I agree." Dong Jinping told Han Yansong the news that her daughter had agreed. Han Yansong was obviously very surprised and said he would call his uncle immediately. Han Yansong's sinister laugh, as if his conspiracy had succeeded, came from the phone, making Lin Shuyue feel nauseous. Don't worry about that for now. Saving lives is the most important thing. Chapter 53, Chapter 053, Boss's Phone Call. Xinhua Road Police Station. In the interrogation room, Tang Jijun and a young policeman sat opposite Chun Fan. Chun Fan's hands were handcuffed on the table, but he lay lazily on the chair, obviously looking indifferent. Tang Jijun was responsible for interrogating Chun Fan, and another policeman was responsible for taking notes. Name? Tang Jijun asked. Chun Fan. Gender? See for yourself. Kid, be nicer. Gender? Same as you. Age? 23. Profession? Unemployed. Home address? Unit 4, 5th floor, Jing Phone Community. Okay, tell me what happened tonight. In Linglong Building, I poured a cup of white wine, a cup of tea, and a bowl of Westlake beef soup on Tang Yan's face. Then she came to hit me, and I kicked her again in self-defense. Chun Fan confessed truthfully. Whether it was self-defense or not is not up to you to decide. Tang Jijun continued. Why did you hit him? She's a bitch. Tang Jijun and the young policeman were both stunned. Kid, how dare you talk like that? Tang Jijun clenched his fists and stared at Chun Fan angrily. You're a grown man, and you hit a woman, and you think you're justified? According to the Public Security Administration law, you assaulted someone in public. Although it doesn't reach the sentencing standard for intentional injury, you've provoked trouble and disturbed public order. According to the regulations, you're detained for 20 days and fined 1,000 yuan. Another police officer added, if you are dissatisfied, you can file an administrative appeal within 2 days. I accept. Chun Fan smiled slightly. Let's follow your rules. Seeing Chun Fan's relaxed expression, Tang Jijun gnashed his teeth in anger. Not only had this guy assaulted his niece, but he also acted so arrogantly and showed no remorse. In the past, he would have turned off the camera and given him a beating. But now all interrogations are recorded in audio and video. No matter how much he hates it, he can do nothing but follow the formal procedures. Sign it. The young policeman brought the interrogation record to Chun Fan. Chun Fan signed his name without even looking at it. Xiao Zhang, take this man to the detention room. After Tang Jijun finished his instructions, he walked out of the interrogation room. He came to the office next door and saw his niece Tang Yin sitting in his seat drinking tea. Second uncle, what's going on? Has the kid confessed everything? Tang Yin stood up and asked anxiously. I confessed. I admitted everything. I was detained for 20 days and fined 1,000 yuan, said Tang Jijun. Is 20 days the maximum number of days for detention? Tang Yin continued to ask. Based on his offense, it's considered minor, so 20 days is the maximum. Great. Tang Yin smiled happily, her face full of pride, and quickly thanked Tang Jijun. Don't thank me. I'm just enforcing the law. Tang Jijun waved his hand and whispered, do you want me to call your mother and ask her to pick you up here? No, I can go back by myself. Tang Yin didn't want her family to see her in such a state of disgrace after being beaten. She still reeked of alcohol, and her hair and clothes were covered in beef broth. She wanted to find a place to take a shower first, and then find a duck to play with. Looking at Tang Yan's back as she left the police station, Tang Jijun sighed. Oh, this niece is really a worry. This is not the first time she has been sent to the police station after an argument with someone. Furthermore, Tang Jijun repeatedly checked hotel room booking records in his jurisdiction and discovered that Tang Yan had spent the night with various men. It could be said that his niece's private life was rather chaotic, and while he wanted to educate her, he found it difficult due to their close relationship. At this time, Tang Yin walked out of the police station and came to the busy street. Humph, you useless piece of shit. You dare to hit me? I'll let you have a taste of jail time. Ha ha ha. And that bitch Lin Xiuyue. I'm going to have the entire industry ban your company and bankrupt you. Then, let's see if you'll kneel down and beg me to let you go. Huh. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was you who wanted to break up, so let's break up. When she looked at the caller ID, it turned out to be the number of Wu Wendong, the general manager of Lancome Lucier area. Huh. Why is Manager Wu calling now? Is there some temporary work arrangement? As Tang Yan's immediate superior, Wu Wendong's words were like an imperial decree to her. She would have no regrets, even if she had to accompany 18 steel-clad men at once, let alone risk everything. Manager Wu, good evening. Is there anything you want to arrange? Tang Yan, you're going to kill me. Wu Wendong opened his mouth and began to curse, showing no mercy to Tang Yan. Even though Tang Yan was his most outstanding employee and often went to a hotel with him to discuss biology, he was still furious at this moment, as if he wanted to eat her alive. Tang Yan was shocked by the clear sky, and her head was a little confused. Wu Wendong was usually very gentle to her, whether in his tone of voice or in other aspects. What happened today? Manager Wu. Why? Why are you scolding me? Tang Yan asked weakly. Scold you? I wanted to hit you. Wu Wendong continued to rant. Tell me the truth. Did you provoke a man named Chen Fan? Speak. This. Tang Yan's mind went blank. How did Manager Wu know about this? Did he know Chen Fan? Hurry up and tell me what you are, you bitch. Wu Wendong's tone became even more angry. Yes, Manager Wu. That loser Chen Fan poured wine on my face and hit me. I didn't provoke him, he provoked me. Dan Jan et lai hu di din. Shut up right there. Tang Yan, you bitch. You deserve to be splashed with wine and beaten. Go and apologize to Chen Fan right now. Kneel down and apologize to him. Be sincere, even better if you cry. Beg him to let you go. Otherwise, our company will suffer along with you. Damn it, you're such a troublemaker. It would be so much better if you could just be a quiet nuisance, but you have to provoke someone you can't afford to mess with. Are you looking for death? I'm telling you, if anything happens to Chen Fan, you'll be out of here. There's no place for you in Lanku anymore. Manager Wu, I'm sorry. Is Chen Fan your friend? Tang Yan asked in a trembling voice. How could I possibly have the qualifications to know him? It was Mr. Wei from the head office who called and said he and Chen Fan were close friends. If anything were to happen to Chen Fan, I'd be in big trouble. Don't ask any more questions. Just go and apologize. Try every possible way to get his forgiveness. If that doesn't work, use your special skills. Oh, I see. After the call ended, Tang Yan panicked. She hadn't expected Chen Fan to be related to Mr. Wei from the head office. How did such a loser get to know such a powerful person? Chapter 54, Chapter 054, I am really convinced. It turned out that half an hour ago, Uncle Lu received the text message from Chen Fan. After getting a rough idea of the situation, Uncle Lu immediately called Wei Hong, Lancome's general manager in the province. Uncle Lu scolded Wei Hong harshly, and Wei Hong had no choice but to obey. Afterwards, Wei Hong, who was full of anger, called Wu Wendong and took out all his anger on him. So Wu Wendong called Tang Yan again, scolded her severely, and asked her to apologize quickly. At this moment, Tang Yan had a confused expression on her face, and her heartbeat was accelerating. A loser like Chen Fan, who seems to be good for nothing, is actually on good terms with Wei Hong, the big boss of the provincial company? This is really bizarre. Tang Yan didn't have time to think about this bizarre thing. In order to keep her job, she hurried back to the police station. All the while, her mind raced back to her years of struggling at Lancome, from a humble teller to her rise to the prestigious position of marketing director. She toiled so hard at the hotel to reach this position. Those bosses and managers treated her like a toy, not a human being. Today, she cherishes everything she has gained. Only she knows the hardships she has experienced to achieve what she has today. Sometimes, when she looked at herself in the mirror and put on makeup, she would curse herself for being a jerk, a bus. But more often, when she saw her achievements, a sense of pride flowed through her blood. Now, she was going to the police station to apologize to Chen Fan and beg for his forgiveness. Although it was extremely embarrassing and a slap in the face, it didn't matter. Compared to the hardships she had gone through, it was nothing. She had no shame at all. Inside the detention room of the police station, Chen Fan sat on a chair, leaning against the wall, closing his eyes and resting. Besides him, there was also a drunk man in the small detention room. The drunk man went crazy in a public place after getting drunk and was arrested after someone called the police. At this moment, a strong smell of alcohol filled the air. The drunk man squinted his eyes and burped. You little bastard, Do you have a cigarette? The drunk asked incoherently. Yes, come and get it. The drunk staggered over, and Chun Fan suddenly raised his foot and kicked the drunk out. With a bang, the drunk hit the opposite wall, his eyes closed, and he lost consciousness. Tang Jijun heard the noise, walked over and saw this scene, frowned and said, Chun Fan, how dare you hit someone? Right? Are you a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water? How dare you take action in the police station? Tang Jijun said angrily. At this time, a woman ran over breathlessly and fell because she ran too fast. Xiaoyan, why are you back again? Be careful, Tang Jijun asked in confusion. Tang Yin ignored the pain in her knees and ran over like a dog. She held the iron bars of the detention room tightly with both hands and forced a smile. Chun Fan, I've thought about it. I was a bit extreme in my actions. I shouldn't have let you go to the police station and be detained. After all, you were Chuyue's husband, and Shuyu and I were college classmates. It would be very unkind of me to do this. So I want you out. Tang Yin turned to look at Tang Jijun again and said, Captain Tang, I'm withdrawing the lawsuit. Please release him. Let's make this a small matter, a big one. Tang Jijun looked confused and asked in surprise, Xiaoyan, what are you talking about? I'm withdrawing the lawsuit. Please open this iron cage quickly and let Chun Fan go. Dan Dan Polit, are you sure you want to withdraw the lawsuit and close the case? Tang Jijun asked. Yeah. Dan Dan not that VP then. Chun Fan glanced at Tang Yin and sneered, but I don't want to go out. It's nice in here. Tang Yin smiled and knelt down. Chun Fan, don't treat yourself badly. What's so good about that place? It's dark and damp, and there's a drunk guy there. It's okay, I don't mind. Chun Fan spread his hands with a harmless smile. Chun Fan, you. Tang Yin didn't know what to say. Tang Jijun was completely bewildered and asked, Xiaoyan, why are you kneeling? Stand up and talk. Uncle, leave me alone. I won't get up unless Chun Fan agrees to come out. What are you doing? Tang Jijun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Chun Fan saw Tang Yan's miserable and humble appearance and asked with a smile, Tang Yin, did your boss call you? Did he ask you to kneel down and apologize to me? Tang Yin was instantly shocked. How did Chun Fan know that? Exposed on the spot, she was filled with shame and anger. Her face flushed red as she said awkwardly, Chun Fan, we were both wrong in this matter. I shouldn't have bothered Chuyue, and you shouldn't have thrown the wine at me. I was just joking with Chuyue at the time. We were college classmates. How could I really let her drink half a caddy of baijiu? You took it too seriously. You were too impulsive. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan shook his head. This cheap woman is still pushing the blame on a Chun Fan at this point, and even dares to quibble. You mean I was wrong in this matter? Chun Fan said lightly. No, it's just a misunderstanding. Okay, I'll take a step back and I'll apologize. Chun Fan, this is all my fault, but you threw wine, tea, and Westlake beef soup at me, and you kicked me. Let's just let it go. Okay, that's good, but my time has been wasted. I've been a law-abiding person since I was young, but I was inexplicably arrested and taken to the police station. It has caused me great mental damage. How do you want to settle this account? How are you going to compensate me? Chun Fan crossed his legs, looking like he was ready to negotiate, and said jokingly, Compensation? That. Tang Yin gave Tang Jijun a worried look and said awkwardly, How about this? I'll compensate you in any way you want. As long as you come out, let's go outside and discuss it. As she spoke, she deliberately straightened her cleavage and winked at Chun Fan. Tang Jijun's old face turned red. He never expected that his niece would say such shameless words in front of his second uncle. No wonder there's so many hotel check-in records of Tang Yin in the system. It turns out that this is her nature. Stop. Chun Fan glanced at Tang Yin with disdain and said coldly, You're winking at me and making obscene gestures. Are you trying to compensate me with your body? I think you'd better forget it, because you're too dirty. You can be so shameless in front of your own elders. I'm really impressed. Chapter 55, Chapter 055 is more reliable. Tang Yin was furious when she heard Chun Fan's words, but she didn't dare show it. She cursed in her heart. Chun Fan, you useless bastard. You only dare to speak to me like that because you know our CEO? You got me in your lap. You think I'm dirty, you piece of shit? Do you really think you're worthless? I'll open the door. Both of you hurry up and leave. Tang Jijun couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately opened the lock of the detention room with a gloomy face. Chun Fan stood up, yawned, did some stretching exercises, and walked out of the detention room with his head held high. Here, your cell phone and wallet. Tang Jijun handed Chun Fan's belongings to him and made a gesture to hurry up. At this moment, the drunk man who was knocked unconscious by Chun Fan suddenly woke up. He glared at Chun Fan and suddenly rushed forward. Don't go. Boy, you dare to hit me? I'll kill you. Chun Fan was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Tang Yan's hair, who was still kneeling on the ground like a dog, and pulled her up to block in front of him. Suddenly, the drunk man pounced on Tang Yan, and because his speed was too fast, he knocked Tang Yan to the ground. Chun Fan took advantage of the situation and slapped the drunk on the back, hitting him right in the stomach. The force of the palm strike was just right, and the drunk's body trembled, and he stretched his neck, wow, and vomited all the wine and filth in his stomach, spitting it all over Tang Yan's face. Help! Tang Yan was baptized by another wave and broke down crying. Tang Jijun quickly handcuffed the drunk and warned him not to move. Taking advantage of the chaos here, Chun Fan strode out of the police station. Just as he arrived at the door, a taxi drove up and Chun Fan got in and went home. 20 minutes later, Chun Fan returned home. In the living room, Lin Guozhong, Dong Jinping, and Lin Shuyu were sitting on the sofa, waiting for Han Yansong's reply. Han Yansong promised to ask his uncle to smooth things over and release Chun Fan from the police station, but he has not responded yet, and we don't know what the progress is. When the three of them saw Chun Fan walk in the house with a relaxed look on his face, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Fan, are you okay? Lin Shuyu quickly stood up, took Chun Fan's hand, and asked with concern. It's okay. I rested in there for a while and came out soon, Chun Fan replied. He only felt Lin Shuyu holding his hand, and her palm was full of sweat, which showed how anxious she was. Her white, tender hands took the initiative to hold Chun Fan, and Chun Fan felt a warm feeling in his heart. It's good that you're out. It's good that you're okay. Come, have some tea to calm your nerves. Lin Guozhong smiled naively and stood up to make a cup of tea for Chun Fan. Thank you, Dad. I'm not thirsty. It doesn't matter whether you are thirsty or not. This cup of tea is called welcoming tea. It will be good for you after drinking it. Lin Guozhong explained with a smile. At this moment, Dong Jinping rolled her eyes at her husband, Lin Guozhong, and said, You are the only one who is so troublesome and lewd. Look at what you said. What's wrong with pouring a cup of tea for your son-in-law? Lin Guozhong retorted, Oh, you dare to be so stubborn? Dong Jinping raised her voice. Her position in the family was inviolable. Dad, Mom, stop arguing. It's a good thing that Chun Fan is back now. Can our family be more harmonious? Lin Shuyu advised. The fact that he was able to get out was all thanks to young Master Han. Shuyu, you must thank young Master Han very much. Dong Jinping said, while eating melon seeds. Mr. Han? Chun Fan was a little confused. What does whether I can get out have to do with that kid Han Yansong? Shuyu, what's going on? While Dong Jinping was wondering, her WeChat ringtone rang. It turned out to be a video sent by Han Yansong. Lin Shuyu blocked Han Yansong not long ago, but he is still on Dong Jinping's WeChat friends list. From beginning to end, Dong Jinping never gave up on bringing her daughter and Han Yansong together. In her eyes, Han Yansong possesses all the qualities to be a perfect son-in-law. Of course, the most important thing is that he is rich and willing to spend money on her family. Chun Fan, on the other hand, was different. Before he won the lottery, Dong Jinping simply looked down on him, treating him like a dog. After he won the lottery, he acted too calmly and didn't even share the money with his family. He was so unkind and ungrateful. What was the point of having such a person as a son-in-law? Besides, Chun Fan was one of those overnight rich losers. He couldn't compare to Han Yansong in terms of refinement, taste, and financial management. He might have spent all that money one day. In this comparison, Han Yansong was more reliable. Therefore, even though the relationship between Lin Shuyu and Chun Fan is developing rapidly, Dong Jinping still hopes in the deepest part of her heart that the two can divorce and let a rich young man like Han Yansong take over her daughter. At this time, Dong Jinping couldn't wait to connect to the video sent by Han Yansong. In the video, Han Yansong is in the corridor of a KTV. Good evening, Annie. I've already told my uncle what you asked me to do. He will greet the people at the police station. Han Yansong said, as if to show off. Oh, Mr. Han, thank you. If it weren't for you, Chun Fan would still be locked up in there. Dong Jinping said with a smile. Huh, he came out so soon? Auntie, do you mean Chun Fan is back? Han Yansong asked with a little surprise. Yes. If you don't believe me, just look. Dong Jinping adjusted the camera and took a picture of Chun Fan. I see, Annie, this useless dog is so disgusting in the video, quickly switch it. Where's Shuyu? Do you want to see Shuyu? I'll let you see it. At this time, Lin Shuyu didn't give him any chance at all. She turned and went into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. I'm sorry, Mr. Han. Shuyu has a stomachache today, so she's going to rest first. We can talk to her when you guys have dinner together another day. Okay. Annie, please tell Shuyu that I have made a reservation at a restaurant not far from their company called Smekta Korean Barbecue. Ask Shuyu to go there on time tomorrow at noon. I will wait for her there. Okay. Dong Jinping nodded with a smile. After the video call ended, Dong Jinping ignored Chun Fan, opened Lin Shuyue's bedroom door, and shouted, Shuyu, did you hear that? Young Master Han will have lunch with you tomorrow at noon at the Smekta barbecue restaurant near your company. You must go. Mom, I understand. Lin Shuyu replied in a low voice. Chun Fan was startled when he heard the conversation between mother and daughter. He asked hurriedly, What's going on? Shuyu, why are you dating Han Yansong? Isn't it all for you? Young Master Han helped so much by releasing a nuisance like you. He just made a small request to have dinner with Shuyu, and you can't even satisfy him? Dong Jinping glared at Chun Fan fiercely. Chapter 56 Chapter 056 Don't be jealous. Chun Fan, don't be jealous. I agreed to Han Yansong in order to rescue you. I will just have a meal with him tomorrow as a thank you. Nothing else will happen. You don't have to worry about me. Lin Shuyu also comforted him. Chun Fan suddenly understood. It turned out that both mother and daughter had misunderstood. They thought that Chun Fa was released because of Han Yansong's connections and that Han Yansong had asked someone for help. Chun Fan argued, You think too highly of Han Yansong. He has nothing to do with my being able to get out. Haha, you think you're white, so they let you out? Dong Jinping scoffed. How can a person be so ungrateful? Chun Fan, you're an ungrateful person. Not only are you ungrateful to our family, but you also don't have a single conscience when others are willing to help you. Did a dog eat your conscience? But it really wasn't Han Yansong who helped me. Chun Fan wanted to explain. But Dong Jinping suddenly became angry and didn't allow Chun Fan to say anything more. If you don't know how to be grateful, you're worse than a dog. Even if you give a dog a bone, it will still wag its tail when it sees you next time. Ugh, it's really infuriating. After Dong Jinping finished speaking, she entered Lin Shuyue's bedroom and closed the door, leaving Chun Fan stranded. She sat at the head of Lin Shuyue's bed, took her daughter's hand and held it in hers, and said earnestly, Shuyu, you finally see what kind of person Chun Fan is now, right? Young Master Han put aside their past grudges and asked someone to use their connections to save him. But he doesn't remember the favor at all. He's a pure, ungrateful person. I saw through his true nature 2 years ago, which is why I've been urging you to divorce him. Child, I'm doing this for your own good. That loser's character is really problematic. If you believe me, divorce him as soon as possible and develop a relationship with young Master Han. Lin Shuyu frowned, pulled her hand back from her mother's, and said, Mom, please stop talking. I will never divorce Chun Fan. Her attitude was so firm that Dong Jinping was very angry. Why didn't this damn girl listen to any advice? At this time, there were knocks on the bedroom door, and Lin Guozhong's voice came. Jinping, are you trying to get your daughter to divorce again? Can you just stop? Other parents hope their children will have a happy marriage. But what about you? Are you hoping for a quick divorce? If you have nothing to do, just go out and sleep. Don't put pressure on your daughter. Dong Jinping was furious. She jumped up from the bed and rushed out the door. She pointed at her husband Lin Guozhong's nose and roared. Do you have a right to speak in this family? Am I harming Shuyu by advising her to divorce? Don't you feel sorry for your own daughter? Why are you pretending to be a good person? Have you ever considered your daughter's happiness for the rest of her life? If you hadn't listened to the old man and brought that loser into the family, how could the Lin family be divided? The barrage of words left Lin Guozhong speechless. He had no choice but to sit on the sofa and light a cigarette to relieve his sorrow. In the utility room, Chun Fan heard his mother-in-law scolding his father-in-law, which was probably equivalent to scolding him. It turned out that Dong Jinping was still ruthless and had not stopped for long before she started to persuade her daughter to divorce. Chun Fan was well aware that his mother-in-law was, in a sense, coercing him into handing over his winnings. Dong Jinping believed Chun Fan was the winner of the 450 million yuan jackpot, but didn't want to share the money with his family, and even made plans to flee. You called me names, insulted me, and bullied me for the past 2 years. I've heard the words trash and ungrateful no less than 1,000 times. Now, you want me to give you another 100 million? Dream on. Chun Fan was determined to prove himself. He couldn't let others treat him like a dog and then offer him a bone when he had one. Chun Fan didn't want to use money to win his mother-in-law's approval. He didn't want to explain this matter. The truth will be revealed to the world. However, he absolutely disagreed with Lin Shuyue's plan to have lunch alone with Han Yunsong tomorrow at noon. In the past, he lived in a lowly position, living on his wife's will and having no say. His wife might be pursued or even seduced by others. Now that Chun Fan has a career and strength, how could he let his wife be pursued by others? Early the next morning, Chun Fan sent Lin Shuyue to work. When they were dropped off at the office door, Chun Fan asked, "I'll pick you up at noon." "No need." Lin Shuyue waved her hand. Chun Fan knew that Lin Shuyue had already decided to have dinner with Han Yunsong, so he didn't need to pick her up. "Shuyue, I was able to get out of the police station last night because Tang Yin reconciled with me, and she took the initiative to ask the police to release me. It wasn't because of Han Yunsong's connections. If you believe me, don't go to dinner with Han Yunsong." Chun Fan explained earnestly. Lin Shuyue smiled calmly. "Will Tang Yin let you go? I guess she'd rather you stay locked up forever." "Chun Fan, how many times has this happened? How many times do you have to lie to me? Han Yunsong is pursuing me. I know he's a playboy with bad intentions, but he really helped me this time. I reluctantly agreed to have lunch with him for your sake. But don't worry, this is my last lunch with him. We'll have absolutely no contact in the future, and we won't be in touch again. Don't be jealous." "I'm not jealous. I just don't want my wife to date other men. This is a man's dignity and bottom line. After all, we are still legally married." Chun Fan said righteously. He was a little excited, and a few drops of saliva sprayed on Lin Shuyue's face. Lin Shuyue didn't wipe it off, just sneered and got out of the car. Looking at Lin Shuyue's slender and graceful back, Chun Fan shook his head and suddenly felt his heart chilled. Ice cold. She had done so much for Lin Shuyue. She had seen it with her own eyes, so she should remember it in her heart. However, until now, she still did not trust Chun Fan and was skeptical of everything he said. What made him even more disappointed was that despite Chun Fan's strong opposition, Lin Shuyue still agreed to have dinner with Han Yunsong. Even if it was Han Yunsong who used his connections to get him out yesterday, and even if Han Yunsong helped him, Lin Shuyue could now completely break her promise to another man and resolutely refuse to go to the dinner. It seems that she always has a grudge against Chun Fan in her heart and thinks he is just an insignificant servant. The more I think about it, the more confused and sad I become. Chun Fan slammed the steering wheel hard, focusing all his anger on one person. This person is Han Yunsong. If this guy hadn't pestered and harassed Lin Shuyue in every possible way, this wouldn't have happened. My wife still needs to be educated slowly. This is an internal conflict. However, those stinky flies that keep hovering around the fat meat must be beaten into a pulp with a fly swatter. Chapter 57. Chapter 057. Stock Market Crash. Chun Fan called Uncle Lu. "Hey, Uncle Lu, help me with something." "Young master, just tell me what you want. I will do anything within my ability, even if it means dying." Uncle Lu was very respectful and sincere. "Check Han Yunsong's company. I want his company to disappear from the face of the earth. It will be best if that scum Han Yunsong also disappears." Chun Fan ordered viciously. "Master, don't worry. I'll make it happen right away." When the stock market opened, investors who bought Hanjian coal were full of hope. At 9 o'clock in the morning, less than 3 minutes after the official opening, Hanjian coal plummeted. Many investors didn't have time to sell before the stock plummeted. The price, originally 40 yuan per share, plummeted to 80 cents per share after a hasty market close 3 minutes later. Countless stockholders lost everything they had and were bankrupt. They could never have imagined that Hanjian coal, which had entered a crazy bull market a few days ago and was on a positive trend, would actually hit the limit down as soon as the market opened today. And it plummeted. Hanjian Coal is the largest coal enterprise in Lusher. It controls and integrates almost 80% of the city's coal market and is a large listed company. Han Yunsong's father, Han Jian, started out as a coal miner. He worked hard, endured hardships, and gradually grew bigger and stronger, building a huge coal empire. The company's market value has reached 70 billion yuan, and it acquired 2 small coal companies last week. Its business development can be said to be smooth sailing, and the stock market is optimistic. But today's 3 dark minutes came without any warning. Even the most authoritative stock experts were speechless with astonishment. Most experts, who yesterday had been strongly recommending that investors, banks, financial management groups, and investment companies acquire large quantities of Hanjian coal shares, were now completely slapped in the face. According to Riri Finance Report, the stock market staged a black 3 minutes. Hanjian coal plummeted at the opening, breaking the record of decline. Economic Hour. Bad news for the stock market. Hanjian coal's market value evaporated by 50 billion yuan that day. Lusher Financial News. 7 major shareholders have collectively withdrawn their investments, leaving Hanjian coal completely wiped out. Following losses of 50 billion yuan, financing has been cut short, the company's operating capital chain has shattered, and it's on the brink of bankruptcy. Business Monthly. The coal industry is facing a cold winter. Lusher Hanjian Coal Group is on the verge of bankruptcy without warning, and the Industrial and Commercial, Financial, Fiscal, and China Banking Regulatory Commission departments are investigating. Stockholders Daily. 130,000 stockholders lost all their money and went bankrupt in 3 minutes. More than 2,000 people surrounded the Hanjian Coal headquarters building. The police dispatched a large number of police forces to maintain order and prevent looting and burning. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the Hanjian Coal Building, a 53-story silver-white building located on Chunguang Road in the prosperous Chengzhong district of Lusher City, was crowded with people. These people are retail investors who bought Hanjian coal stocks. They all lost all their money and almost lost their pants. In forums, bulletin boards, WeChat groups, and stockholder QQ groups, someone instigated these people who became poor in 3 minutes, gathered from all directions with full of anger, and surrounded the Hanjian Coal Building. Not far away, I could hear 7 or 8 police cars, their lights flashing brightly, dazzling even in broad daylight. 2 cars of special police were also on standby to prevent any mass incidents. People were excited and started shouting slogans, which roughly meant that the unscrupulous company had made investors lose all their money, that there was shady dealings, and that they must pay compensation. In a short while, the few hundred people grew to 2,000 or 3,000 people, and the sound of everyone shouting slogans was like a tsunami. The anti-theft door of the Hanjian Coal Building was locked tightly. The security guards and staff inside opened their eyes wide in fear, hoping that the police and special police would come forward quickly to stop these people's extreme behavior and let them go home. However, the anger of these people continued to grow, and they gradually began throwing stones and bricks at the building. Crash! A huge piece of glass was shattered by the stone, making a deafening sound. The police chief shouted through a loudspeaker, "Please remain calm. Do not take extreme actions. Express your demands reasonably and legally." The whole scene was like a bomb that was about to be ignited, ready to explode at any moment, extremely urgent. On the 38th floor of the Hanjian Coal Building, a man with white hair and beard stood in front of the huge French window, his face sad and stunned. He is Hanjian, the founder of the group. He could never have imagined that the 7 major shareholders who were still in the board meeting at 8 a.m. this morning would all withdraw their investments after the stock plummeted at around 9 a.m. They showed no mercy. They were still chatting and laughing with me this morning, discussing several bigger projects. Why? Why did they all withdraw their investment? Hanjian couldn't figure out, feeling confused and upset. If the 7 major shareholders had not withdrawn their investments in unison and had not taken advantage of the situation, then even if the stock market had suffered a loss of 50 billion, he would still have at least 20 billion in funds to operate and would have been able to make a comeback. Now, Hanjian is almost bankrupt. Looking down at the more than 2,000 extremely angry people below the building, listening to their angry slogans, the sirens of police cars and the shouts from loudspeakers, he completely collapsed. 2 lines of turbid, old tears flowed unconsciously on the wrinkled and weathered old face. Behind him, a female secretary in a black business suit cried and said, "Boss Han, what should we do?" We locked the door downstairs, afraid those people might rush in and beat us up. Han Jian didn't turn around and asked in a hoarse voice, "Safety first. No matter what, we must ensure the safety of everyone in our building. I believe the police will calm the public outrage." "Yeah." The secretary wiped away her tears and nodded. "Where's my son Yansong?" Han Jian wanted to say a few words about his affairs before jumping off the building to commit suicide. The young master didn't come to work today. He seemed to have told another secretary that he was going to meet an important client. "Not coming? That's fine too," Han Yonu did. He extended his hand, signaling the secretary to leave. After the female secretary left, Han Jian dejectedly tore his white hair and actually pulled out 2 handfuls. "Son, I'm sorry. I built a coal empire for you, but I didn't consolidate it. Daughter, you're studying abroad. Don't come back. If the company goes bankrupt, I'll be in debt of 10 billion, due to financing issues. Zun Zunjan, I'm sorry. Life is so hard. After Han Jian finished speaking, he opened the window and jumped off the building without even leaving a suicide note. 38 floors. As people screamed, a black shadow fell from the sky. Bang! A loud bang. It hit a white Mercedes-Benz car hard, flattening the top of the car. The alarm blared, and people were shocked to see that the culprit they were collectively condemning, Han Jian, had committed suicide by jumping from a building. He fell to his death on the spot. A horrific sight, his brains spilling out. The female secretary stood on the 38th floor, staring at the tragedy, covering her mouth and crying, "Woo-woo. My car." Chapter 58 Chapter 058 Operation as fierce as a tiger. Smekta Korean barbecue restaurant. Han Yansong arrived at the store early in the morning, found the manager, and directly offered a high price to book the entire store. Han Yansong put a lot of thought into giving Lin Shuyu a surprise and making her satisfied and touched. He asked the store staff to wear uniform, which was a t-shirt with love printed on it. The two letters were the first letters of the two people's surnames, and the English word at the end had a meaning. The barbecue restaurant is surrounded by various flowers, all of which were bought from a nearby flower shop early in the morning. They are very fresh and emit bursts of fragrance. A red carpet leads directly to the most luxuriously decorated top-level VIP barbecue room. The carpet was covered with Lin Xiuyue's favorite rose petals. Whether it is the big screen in the barbecue restaurant or the small screen in the private room, Lin Xiuyue's artistic photos are played continuously in rotation, accompanied by warm and lyrical songs. These artistic photos were taken by Lin Xiuyue when she was in college. No one knows what kind of connections Han Yansong used, how much trouble he went through, and how much money he spent to get them. He thought it was all worth it. Although the ultimate goal was to sleep with Lin Xiuyue, how could he succeed so easily without sufficient preparation? Lin Xiuyue wasn't like other girls. She wasn't easy to win over. You couldn't just give her a BMW or a diamond necklace and go straight to a hotel to discuss biology. She is also the woman Han Yansong loves the most and wants to conquer the most. Therefore, he does not hesitate to spend a lot of energy and money to create surprises and romance for Lin Xiuyue. My girlfriend has to play music when she comes in, okay? Don't make it too loud or she'll be scared. The barbecue we ordered must be the most authentic imported beef, and it must taste incredibly fresh. I snap my fingers, and your people will bring up the 999 roses I've prepared. And that violinist has to be there too. What? Playing the violin today is a good day? Damn it. You're asking him to play a romantic song for me, like Carmen or Nessun Dorma. Han Yansong stood in the middle of the barbecue restaurant and arranged the entire process in detail to the store manager. His arrangements were very clear. The store manager was taking notes in a small notebook, nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. The other waiters were busy setting up the place, and those who didn't know would think there was a wedding. But in fact, it was just a date at dinner. After giving the store manager a few final words, Han Yansong glanced at his gold Rolex watch. It was already past 11, and Lin Xiuyue would be arriving at 12. He was getting a little impatient. He rubbed his hands, a smile on his face, humming a little tune. Just as he was about to go to the bathroom, he received a call. "Hey, master, something bad has happened." "Whoa." The housekeeper's crying voice was heard on the phone. Han Yansong frowned and asked quickly, "Uncle Zhang, don't cry. What happened? Tell me slowly." The chairman committed suicide by jumping off a building. Boom! This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, which made Han Yansong, who was in a good mood, feel very upset. "Uncle Zhang, don't joke around. This kind of joke isn't something you can just make casually." "Young master, it's true." The chairman jumped to his death from his office on the 38th floor. Because our stock plummeted, thousands of investors surrounded the building, chanting slogans calling for the downfall of the Hanjian Group. Hey, even the 7 largest shareholders withdrew their capital at the same time, causing the company's capital chain to sever. Not only is it on the verge of bankruptcy, but it's also likely to be heavily in debt. After the butler said this, he began to sob and cry again. Han Yansong asked loudly, "Uncle Zhang, don't scare me." "Master, when have I ever scared you? When have I ever told you a lie? Come to the company building quickly and help me collect the body." "Woo-woo. It's too tragic." Han Yansong suddenly fell to the floor, his expression dazed and his eyes empty. Stocks plummeted? Shareholders withdraw investment? Investors are surrounding it? Dadanyang committed suicide. OMG, are you going to let people live? Han Yansong was stunned for a few minutes, and suddenly burst into tears at the top of his lungs. Many waiters gathered around and looked at him in surprise. "Mr. Han, what's wrong with you? What happened?" asked the store manager. "Woo-woo, you, who are buying the stocks?" Han Yansong wiped away his tears and forced himself to remain calm. "I usually buy a little." The store manager raised his hand. "Help me search quickly. How much did Han Jian close at per share this morning? Was it the upper or lower limit?" Han Yansong asked anxiously. The store manager opened the stock trading software on his mobile phone, flipped through a few pages, and suddenly his eyes widened, so shocked that he was speechless. "What's going on? Tell me quickly." Han Yun Kong Yuriet. Reporting to Mr. Han, Han Jian Coal hit the lower limit. It stopped trading 3 minutes after opening and closed at 80 cents per share. The store manager made an 8 gesture. 80 cents? Han Yansong stammered, How? Is it possible? Oh, there's breaking news. The chairman of Han Jian Coal Group committed suicide by jumping off a building. A waiter shouted as he watched the latest news on his mobile phone. Several other people also took out their phones to refresh the page. According to the latest report, Han Jian had indeed committed suicide. Really, this is the biggest news in Lu City this year. The company is about to go bankrupt, and Han Jian will be burdened with tens of billions of debts. He committed suicide to seek relief. I can understand, but if he dies, he'll kill his descendants. Won't they have to pay the debt as well? If I were Han Jian's son, I would have jumped off the building too. The pressure is just too great. People were talking about this matter. Han Yansong stood up silently and walked towards the door like a zombie. "Mr. Han, where are you going? Will the noonday ceremony still be held?" the store manager asked behind him. Han Yansong didn't answer or look back. He walked to the door step by step and headed toward the parking lot. At this time, someone who knew the situation whispered to the store manager, "Manager, he is Han Jian's son, Han Yansong." The store manager was so shocked that he was speechless. It seems that the lunch date that Mr. Han carefully prepared has to be canceled. From a date to attending a funeral in a split second. This turn of events is truly mind-numbing. Outside the barbecue restaurant, the weather was originally clear, but as if to suit the occasion, raindrops began to fall after a few loud thunders, followed by a heavy downpour. Han Yansong got into his Audi A8 in the heavy rain. His car had just driven out of the parking lot and onto the road when a white Volkswagen parked on the side of the road followed it. That's right, the one following Han Yansong was Chun Fan. Chun Fan has been waiting here for a long time. He received news that Han Yansong had arrived at the Smita barbecue restaurant early in the morning, so he drove there and sat in the car, watching the situation inside the restaurant and Han Yansong's every move through a telescope. At the same time, Chun Fan was also paying attention to the latest news, such as the plummeting stock price of Han Jian Coal, Han Jian's suicide by jumping off a building, and so on. It wasn't until Han Yansong walked out of the barbecue restaurant in a daze that Chun Fan finally sneered. "Thinking about picking up my woman is simply wishful thinking. Go collect your father's body." The plummeting stock price of Han Jian Coal Company, the company's closure, the withdrawal of investment by the 7 major shareholders, and the suicide of the top boss. All of this series of events were orchestrated by Chun Fan's men. This wave of manipulation was as ferocious as a tiger or leopard, not only successfully causing the company Han Yansong relied on to burst like a bubble, but also an unexpected bonus. His father couldn't help but jump off the building. Han Jian's suicide was really not part of the plan. But next, the arrangements for Han Yansong should be under control. Chapter 59, Chapter 059 Collision. Jinhua Avenue is a newly built ring road around the city and is not as congested as in the city. At this time, Han Yansong was driving his car quickly on the road. He was extremely anxious, yet also heartbroken. Did his own father really commit suicide by jumping off a building and turn into a puddle of mud? When he arrives at the scene later, he will see a tragic scene. Is this the legendary story of the old sending off the young? The black Audi A8 was like a flash of lightning, speeding at 80 miles per hour. This speed was actually considered speeding in the city. But Han Yansong didn't care about that. He had to get to the coal building as soon as possible. My father's life was truly not easy. He went from being a coal miner to a wealthy coal tycoon. He was such an outstanding talent and was named one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Lusher. Why did he give up the pressure and jump to seek freedom? Money could be earned again. Han Yansong's mind was in a turmoil. Sometimes he recalled his father's voice and smile. Sometimes he thought of his mother's accidental death in his childhood and his sister who was studying abroad. Could it be that I've harmed too many young girls, even getting them pregnant and forcing them to have abortions, and this is retribution? Those 30 or so infant spirits caused my company to go bankrupt instantly and my father to commit suicide. As he was thinking, he lost his mind. Following him, Chun Fan gradually slowed down. He didn't want to speed like Han Yansong. If he was caught on camera, he'd be in trouble. Besides, it was raining heavily, so driving too fast was extremely dangerous. He took out his cell phone and called Uncle Lou. Hey, Uncle Lou, Han Yansong's car is at intersection B of Jinhua Avenue. I can't catch up. I'm relying on you guys for the rest of the journey. Master, everything has been arranged, don't worry. Liu Buixin said solemnly. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fan slowed down the car to 20 miles per hour, turned on the car stereo, and hummed along to the music. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond. At this moment, at the intersection ahead, a large mud-carrying semi-trailer truck suddenly rushed out and knocked a high-speed Audi A8 away. Boom! The scene of the accident was extremely tragic. As both cars were driving very fast, the Audi spun twice in the air and fell heavily to the ground, becoming a pile of scrap metal. Due to inertia, the dump truck barely managed to brake after several seconds. The back of the truck swung outward, hitting 3 or 4 other cars that were moving normally. The others only sustained minor scratches, but a Toyota commercial vehicle was severely damaged, its front end shattered, leaving debris all over the ground. Hearing a loud car crash in front, Chun Fan stopped the car on the side of the road, got out, opened an umbrella, and walked towards the scene of the accident. The black Audi A8 was overturned on the ground, with various glass fragments scattered everywhere. Yes, that was Han Yansong's car. The cab was severely deformed, and a stream of black-red blood flowed out of the car, diluted by the rain. It seems that Han Yansong is in great danger. The driver of the dump truck actually fled the scene after the accident, leaving the car door wide open and disappearing. Perfect. Chun Fan nodded in satisfaction and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly heard a shrill scream, which made him look over. Chanchian, Chanchian. A woman in blue climbed out of the Toyota commercial vehicle that was hit by the rear end of the dump truck. She was extremely beautiful, but her face was covered in blood. She should be the driver of the commercial vehicle. She shouted at the collapsed back seat of the car because her baby daughter was sitting inside. Someone come. Save my Chanchian. Chanchian. The woman lay on the ground, looking at the squeezed and deformed back seat of the car. Her daughter seemed a little unconscious, but not dead yet. Ahem. Help. Save me. The little girl, named Chanchian, seemed to be a little unconscious. She could only repeat these 2 sentences unconsciously. Her breathing was also a little weak. If she was not rescued in time, I'm afraid something would happen. Fortunately, Chun Fan regularly exercises, so his physique is very good and his strength is exceptional, allowing him to lift extremely heavy objects. For example, right now, he struggled to lift the front of the car, then forcibly smashed all the glass. To avoid hurting Chanchian, he smashed all the glass outside. Then he found a way to support Chanchian's body and pull him out little by little. Come and help. She's still alive. Chun Fan watched the pedestrians on the side of the road, standing there watching the excitement in a daze. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood and shouted loudly. Then several young and strong men ran out from the crowd and joined him. They forcibly lifted the car and slowly pulled Chanchian out. Chanchian was laid flat on the ground, and several people came up quickly to hold umbrellas to shelter her from the rain. Chun Fan reached out his hand to feel the little girl's breathing, which was so weak that it was almost gone. At this time, it would take several minutes for the ambulance to arrive. Due to the traffic accident, the traffic was blocked. Even if all cars would give way when they heard the ambulance's siren, it would inevitably be delayed for a while. It seemed that Chun Fan had to use his medical skills. He didn't want to watch such a cute little girl die before his eyes. If anyone has clean mineral water and a towel, please give them to me. This little girl is not in good condition and needs first aid. Chun Fan yelled at the people around him while giving Chanchian artificial respiration. I have it here, young man. Can you take a look? An old lady came forward and quickly handed over a bottle of water and a clean towel. There are indeed more good people in this world. After taking it, Chun Fan thanked him, then wet the towel with water and simply washed Chanchian's face, wiping off the blood so that she could breathe smoothly. He then had someone bring in a few wooden sticks to hold Chanchian's deformed arm in place to prevent it from getting any worse. He also used a cloth to bandage her bleeding wound to slow down the blood loss. No one should touch them. Wait for the ambulance. If you touch them rashly, it will easily cause secondary damage to the injured person's body. Chun Fan wiped the sweat off his forehead and reminded everyone, "My child, nothing must happen to you." Woo woo. The beautiful woman seemed to be a little overwhelmed and was about to pounce on him, but was hugged by Chun Fan. A faint fragrance permeated my heart. It was definitely not the scent of perfume, but the fragrance emanating from a woman's body. That devilishly proportioned, fiery body struggled in Chun Fan's arms. Warm tears dripped onto Chun Fan's arm. In this moment, the greatness of a mother's love was fully demonstrated. "Let me go. I want to see my daughter." "Calm down. Child, don't move now. Wait for the doctor to come." Chun Fan kindly reminded her in her ear. Chapter 60 Chapter 060 Things have been done. Beep. At this time, the ambulance drove over. A doctor and 2 young nurses immediately rushed to the commercial vehicle. The doctor looked into Qianqian's eyes, listened to the heart echo, and then shook his head. "I'm sorry. The child is already." The doctor sighed helplessly. "Please, save my daughter. Doctor, doctor, save her. If you can save my daughter, I, Chao Mei Shue, will give you all my money. I'll give you whatever you want. I'll be your slave and serve you for the rest of my life." Woo woo. Chao Mei Shue fell to her knees, crying heartbreakingly. Even the onlookers couldn't help but shed tears. It was such a pity that such a young girl died in a car accident. Chun Fan continued to comfort Chao Mei Shue and gently stroked her back. At the same time, the identity of this woman also shocked many people. She is the richest person in Lu City. Chao Mei Shue, the founder of Shueqian Group, is one of the few powerful women among Liushir's top businessmen, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Qianqian is her only daughter. Since her husband mysteriously disappeared many years ago, his disappearance remains a mystery, leaving her and her daughter alone. Qianqian is expected to inherit her vast estate. However, a sudden tragedy has left Qianqian severely injured, and she is on the verge of death. "Please, please save her. You know medicine, and you are a good person. Please save my daughter." Suddenly, Chao Mei Shue turned around and kowtowed to Chun Fan, begging Chun Fan for help. "Sister, I'm studying Chinese medicine. In this kind of injury, I may not be able to." Chun Fan said with difficulty. "Please, I kowtowed to you. Woo, you must help me." Chao Mei Shue kowtowed several times in a row, and her forehead became red and swollen. Chun Fan hurried forward to help her up, feeling very conflicted. "Young man, just try it. Yeah, he's already dying, so you might as well give it a try. Come on, maybe you can come back to life." The crowd encouraged Chun Fan to give it a try. Chun Fan gritted his teeth and walked forward. "Who has a needle?" Chun Fan squatted beside Qianqian and asked. "I have it." The woman who had delivered the towel reappeared. She handed over a few pins and asked, "How about this?" "It's okay." Chun Fan took the pins and borrowed a lighter, then burned the needle tips to disinfect them. Then he ripped open Qianqian's shirt. "Huh? Young man, are you going to?" Chao Mei Shue was a little anxious when she saw her daughter's shirt being torn off, leaving only a simple cover. "Trust me and don't say anything," Chun Fan said sternly. In front of such a crowd of onlookers, in front of his daughter's biological mother, what else could Chun Fan do to the girl? Chao Mei Shue's worries were really unnecessary. Chun Fan first felt Qianqian's pulse. Although extremely weak, it wasn't completely stopped. A pulse that was beating, but heart function had almost ceased, was a medically defined phenomenon of suspended animation. Without prompt treatment, even the pulse would gradually disappear. Without further ado, Chun Fan placed 2 needles between his fingers and inserted them into Qianqian's tanzhong and juk acupoints, gently rotating them. Qianqian's pulse gradually began to improve, beating faster and faster. This was due to blood congestion after the car accident caused a broken arm, resulting in insufficient blood supply to the cardiovascular system. Chun Fan's acupuncture had just relaxed Qianqian's meridians, activating blood flow and allowing her to regain her vitality. Then, Chun Fan asked the doctor and a nurse to lift Qianqian up, and then he went around behind her and slapped her with a palm. Suddenly, people were surprised to see Qianqian's chest straighten, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Qianqian gasped heavily, her eyes wide open in fear. "Hurry up and save her!" Chun Fan shouted to the doctor. The stunned doctors and nurses nodded quickly, immediately carried out rescue measures, and then lifted Qianqian onto a stretcher. The onlookers unexpectedly applauded in unison. A girl who had been sentenced to death was brought back to life by Chun Fan with 2 needles and a palm. Thank you. Miracle doctor. Chao Meishua knelt down again and kowtowed to Chun Fan. Chun Fan helped her up again and said, "No need to thank me. I was also very nervous just now. I will repay you, my benefactor." After saying this, Chao Meishua followed the ambulance to the hospital. Chun Fan walked back with an umbrella, and the crowd automatically made way for him, seeing him off with admiring and envious eyes. In the Audi A8 not far away, Han Yunsong's body had already turned cold. Not long after, the city traffic police reported a major traffic accident on Jinhua Avenue. The cause of the accident was the truck's brake failure and the Audi speeding. Both parties bear 50% responsibility. The driver of the Audi died instantly. He was Han Yunsong, the son of the chairman of Hanjian Coal Group. Hanjian had previously committed suicide by jumping from a building due to plummeting company stock prices and shareholder withdrawals. Han Yunsong was speeding on his way to work when he collided with a truck. The truck driver later surrendered himself to the traffic police. When Chun Fan was driving back, he received a text message from Uncle Lu. "Master, it's done." Chun Fan smiled slightly. Then, he sent a text message to Lu Bo. "Well done, Uncle Lu. One last thing. Contact the owner of the barbecue restaurant that Han Yunsong stayed at this morning and tell him that Han Yunsong can't eat barbecue anymore because someone else wants to rent the place out." At 12 o'clock noon, Lin Shuyu, who had been busy all morning, hurried downstairs to the company. She was going to Smekta Barbecue to have dinner with Han Yunsong. Chun Fan drove his car in front of the building and honked. "Shuyu, get in the car. I'll take you there." Chun Fan said, "No need. The store is right next to me. I can walk there." Lin Shuyu didn't get in the car and walked straight to the door. She knew that Chun Fan extremely didn't want her to go to dinner with Han Yunsong. Once she got in the car, it was very likely that Chun Fan would drive somewhere else and prevent her from going to the barbecue restaurant. "My last piece of advice to you is don't go." Chun Fan stuck his head out of the car window and said seriously. This was the last chance he gave Lin Shuyu. Lin Shuyu took a few steps forward, stood in front of the car door, and said to Chun Fan in a more serious tone, "Promising something to others and not being able to do it, breaking your promise, what kind of thing is that?" "Chun Fan, remember, I am a businessman. I uphold the spirit of contract. I must keep my word. This is my principle in life. Besides, I have already told you that after lunch, I will not contact Han Yunsong anymore. Don't you trust your wife? I definitely believe you, but I'm your husband. How can I watch my wife dating another man with my own eyes?" Chun Fan asked back. Chapter 61, Chapter 061, Smekta Barbecue Restaurant. "And you just said you're going to take me to Smekta Barbecue? What did you mean?" Lin Shuyu demanded. She was truly a very clever CEO, able to seize any opportunity to refute her opponent. "Huh, you believe this? I would drive my wife to another man? I'm not a pimp." Chun Fan's tone was obviously filled with anger. Perhaps it was because of the last sentence that Lin Shuyu got a little angry. When she heard it, she said angrily, "You're a pimp? What about me? Who do you take me for?" "Chia, you have to stand in my shoes and think about it for me." Before Chun Fan could finish his words, Lin Shuyu turned and left. "Why?" Chun Fan looked at Lin Shuyu's seemingly heartless back, sighed helplessly, and shook his head. "The person you had barbecue with has already ascended to heaven. Why are you still so stubborn?" he muttered to himself. Then, he started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. At this moment, a red BMW suddenly stopped by the roadside. The woman who got out of the car was Lin Shuyu's college classmate Tang Yan. She was still heavily made up, with a thick layer of white powder on her face, as if she had just crawled out of a flour jar. But she had a nice figure, a unique charm. When Tang Yan saw Lin Shuyu, she quickly chased after her with a smile on her face. "Shuyu, I came here specifically to apologize to you. Last night was all my fault. I had a few drinks with a client before the class reunion, and I got drunk and acted crazy, causing trouble for you. You have to forgive me. I don't want to talk to you. Please go away." Lin Shuyu said coldly, "Don't block me. A good dog doesn't block the road." "Ha ha ha. You were right to scold me. I am a dog, a bitch." "Ha. I'm sorry. Shuyu, I thought you were angry and just ignored me. You must forgive me. Your husband Chun Fan was absolutely right to beat me last night. I was confused and called the police. Later, I figured it out. It was all my fault for being so cheap and deliberately forcing you to drink white wine. It was my fault. Don't blame your husband. He is a brave man, a flower protector." Later, after Chun Fan was taken away by the police car, I sobered up in the police station and blamed myself very much. So I quickly withdrew the complaint and asked the police to release your husband. Don't be angry with me. What? You said that you asked the police to release Chun Fan. Lin Shuyu asked in surprise. Yes, as the person who called the police, I withdrew the complaint and they released him. Tang Yin explained with a smile. Have you reached a settlement with Chun Fan? Lin Shuyu continued to ask. Yes, we've completely reconciled. Mr. Chen is my good friend now, haha. Tang Yin said flatteringly. By the way, there's absolutely no problem with the company cooperation you discussed with me last night. I've even reported this specifically to my boss. Your company can even use all of Lancom's marketing channels free of charge. Ahem, really? Lin Shuyu couldn't believe her ears. Everything I said is true. You must forgive me. We were classmates. It's fate. Look, I brought the cooperation agreement I drafted overnight. All you have to do is sign it, and we can reach a deal. Tang Yin took out a contract from her briefcase and handed it to Lin Shuyu. Lin Shuyu was holding the contract, still a little confused. I didn't expect that Tang Yin, who was like a sworn enemy last night, would show such a friendly and positive attitude today. Contract? I need to go back and take a look. No problem. When you're satisfied and have signed, just call me and I'll come to pick it up in person. Huh? Tang Yin respectfully handed a business card to Lin Shuyu and bowed slightly. Lin Shuyu was a little flattered. Goodbye, old classmate. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Tang Yin drove away in a BMW. A strong feeling of regret instantly filled Lin Shuyu's heart. It turned out that Chun Fan's release from the police station was really the reason why Tang Yin withdrew the lawsuit. In this case, Han Yansong is lying. Maybe he did find some connections, but before he did, Chun Fan reconciled with Tang Yin and was released. Lin Shuyu really wanted to slap herself hard. She misunderstood Chun Fan. Why did she insist on having her own way and not trust her husband, but trust an outsider? And the one she trusted was a scumbag like Han Yansong. Hubby, I'm so sorry. I should have believed you. Lin Shuyu regretted it immensely, remembering how Chun Fan had tried so hard to persuade her not to date Han Yansong, but she hadn't listened. She didn't know how much pain Chun Fan must have felt at that moment. Han Yun-kung, you're a liar and a scum. I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Shuyu quickened her pace, planning to go to the barbecue restaurant and teach that scoundrel a lesson. 10 minutes later, Smekta Korean barbecue restaurant. When Lin Shuyu arrived at the door of the barbecue restaurant, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. It's dinner time now. Why does this store, which is usually bustling with business, seem so deserted? She walked to the door and looked in through the window. The barbecue restaurant was empty, with only a few waiters coming and going. The electronic screens on the wall all had the same words displayed on them. Friendship lasts forever. How weird. Humph. Han Yansong, you scumbag. Let's see what you're up to. Lin Shuyu pushed open the door and walked into the barbecue restaurant. After taking 2 steps, a waiter stopped her and said, Sorry, miss. We are closed to the public today. What's going on? Someone asked me to have dinner here. Sorry. Someone has booked the place. Private room. Lin Shuyu suddenly understood. Han Yansong had actually spent so much money to treat her to a meal that he even booked the entire barbecue restaurant. No wonder it felt like there was no one inside. Miss, is there anything else I can help you with? The waiter asked politely. I am the guest invited by the person who booked the whole place. Lin Shuyu said sternly. Waiter, I'm sorry, miss, you are not. Lin Shuyu. The guests are already dining. Please leave. Thank you. The waiter pointed to the door. Are you sick? I'm the guest. Miss, please come back another day. There are already 2 guests dining in the entire restaurant today. Seriously, I don't believe it. I want to see it. Don't stop me. Lin Shuyu pushed the waiter away and walked inside. Following the red carpet under your feet, not far away is a top-level VIP luxury private room. A man and a woman were sitting at a white marble table, barbecuing. The air was filled with smoke from the barbecue. Beside the attentive waiters serving tea and water, there was also a young man playing the violin. The piece he played was Auld Lang Syne. It looks very romantic and tasteful. When the smoke from the barbecue dissipated, Lin Shuyu took a closer look and dropped her jaw in surprise. The man and woman eating barbecue were actually Chun Fan and Tang Yin. Chapter 62, Chapter 062, Apology. It seems that they have really reconciled. Following the arrangement of her boss Wu Wendong, Tang Yin first took the initiative to find Lin Shuyu, apologize, and explain to her what happened last night, and tell her the real reason why Chun Fan was released. Then, following Wu Wendong's instructions, she drove to the barbecue restaurant. Tang Yin had initially assumed Wu Wendong was treating her to a meal. After all, he had yelled at her the moment she called him the previous night, using a lot of dirty words. He was usually very gentle with her, both at work and in life. Perhaps this meal was Wu Wendong's way of expressing his apology. When Tang Yin walked into the barbecue restaurant, she never expected that it was Chun Fan who wanted to have lunch with her. Tang Yin had no choice but to accompany Chun Fan to eat, not knowing what Chun Fan was up to. Thinking about it carefully, maybe Chun Fan had gone too far to her, a girl, last night. He poured wine on her face, kicked her, and even let a drunk man spit on her face. This meal might be Chun Fan's way of expressing his apology. Unexpectedly, just as I was enjoying my meal, Lin Shuyu suddenly came. Tang Yin was extremely embarrassed. She looked at Lin Shuyue's surprised face and didn't know what to say. "You, why are you here?" Lin Shuyue was so shocked that she almost fainted. "Huh? Shuyue, you're here. Why don't you eat together?" Chun Fan smiled faintly, dipped a piece of roasted beef tendon in some sauce, and swallowed it in one gulp. He continued, "Manager Tang invited me here for dinner. We reconciled at the police station last night. She invited me to this meal to say that she has forgotten the unhappiness of last night and that we can still be friends in the future." "Huh?" Tang Yin smiled awkwardly and nodded. "This restaurant should be invited by Han Yansong. Haven't you booked the whole place?" Lin Shuyue frowned, still couldn't figure it out. "I don't know either. It was Manager Tang who booked the place," which showed her sincerity. "Huh?" Chun Fan wrapped a piece of meat in lettuce leaves, ate it with relish, and answered with a smile. "Well, it's me. I booked the whole place." Tang Yin nodded, her smile quirky. She knew Chun Fan's relationship with the company's top boss, and her boss had told her to follow his lead. She didn't dare to disagree with him. When Chun Fan said he'd booked the whole place, she had no choice but to agree. "Would you like to join us?" Chun Fan said with a smile. "The barbecue tastes pretty good." "Chun Fan, you guys." Lin Shuyue was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her head was dizzy. She held on to the pillar next to her to avoid collapsing. "Old classmate, why don't you eat something too?" Tang Yin agreed. I don't want to eat." Lin Shuyue endured the intense pain and walked towards the door step by step. She walked very slowly, as if she had lost her soul. At this time, Chun Fan looked at his watch and saw that the time was just right, so he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the screens in the barbecue restaurant flashed, and the subtitles of Auld Lang Syne disappeared, replaced by the current news. A serious traffic accident occurred on Jinhua Avenue in our city. A semi-trailer truck lost control of its brakes and collided with a speeding Audi sedan. The accident resulted in 1 death and 3 injuries. It is understood that the driver of the Audi died on the spot. He was Han Yansong, the son of the chairman of Han Jian Coal Group. Han Jian had previously committed suicide by jumping from a building due to the company's plummeting stock price and shareholders withdrawing their investment. Han Yansong was speeding on his way to the company when he collided with the truck. On the screen, apart from the announcer's cold voice, there was the scene of the car accident, which was really tragic. Lin Shuyue stared blankly at the news on a screen, stunned, tears welling in her eyes. She suppressed her emotions, which were on the verge of collapse, and continued walking step by step towards the barbecue restaurant. Plop! Suddenly, Lin Shuyue fainted at the door. Several waiters hurried forward to check. Chun Fan threw down the chopsticks and lettuce in his hand and rushed over immediately. Shuyue, are you okay?" Tang Yin was confused, completely confused as to what was going on. "I just came here to eat." Perhaps Lin Shuyue was too sad, or perhaps she couldn't bear the blow. Her blood pressure became unstable, and she fainted on the ground. Chun Fan quickly pinched her philtrum and asked someone to bring a hot towel to wipe her face. Soon, Lin Shuyue woke up. Her lips were pale, and she was obviously still very weak. "Shenfan, don't talk, I'll take you home." Shen Fan picked up Lin Shuyue and walked out of the barbecue restaurant. After returning home, his father-in-law went to work and his mother-in-law was out. Chun Fan put Lin Shuyue on the bed in her bedroom, helped her take off her shoes and stockings, covered her with a quilt, and then went out. Chun Fan was bored, so he started washing clothes and mopping the floor. He also wiped down the furniture and appliances in the living room. Afterwards, he took a shower, returned to the utility room, and lay down to relax. Doing housework is a form of physical exercise, which is why Chun Fan never tires of it. As a martial artist, he pays great attention to daily exercise. In addition to doing a lot of housework, he also lifts dumbbells 500 times, does 1,000 push-ups, and so on. Just when he was feeling a little tired and was about to take a nap, the door of the utility room was pushed open. Lin Chiuyue walked in. "Are you sleeping?" Lin Chiuyue asked. "No." Chen Fan sat up and saw that Lin Chiuyue had changed into a set of silk pajamas. They were pink and had a hazy beauty. Her figure perfectly showed off the pajamas, even more realistic than a Victoria's Secret model. Click. Chen Fan swallowed and reminded himself to stay calm. "I just checked the news on my phone. Han Yansong really died in a car accident. His father, Han Jian, also committed suicide. I know. I don't know if this is a coincidence or premeditated. It's none of my business. It was the truck's brakes that failed. You saw it on the news. What I'm talking about is, in that barbecue restaurant, you and Tang Yin. She invited me. Did you believe me when I said that Tang Yin and I had reconciled? I believe it." Lin Chiuyue was silent for a moment, then continued in a low voice. "Actually, I didn't agree to have dinner with Han Yansong at first, but he threatened me. So, I had no choice but to agree to it in order to get you out of the police station as soon as possible. Everything I did was for you. Now that Han Yansong is dead, no one will bother me anymore. You can rest assured and don't be jealous anymore." "Do you think I'm just jealous?" Chun Fan asked helplessly. "Anyway, I'm sorry. I apologize to you." Lin Chiuyue's tone was full of apology. It was obvious that her purpose of coming to the utility room was to apologize to Chen Fan. Not every "I'm sorry" can be exchanged for "it's okay." Chen Fan didn't seem to appreciate it all. Chapter 63, Chapter 063, It's Really Fatal. As a man, if his wife takes the initiative to date another man, it will be more painful for him than being hit by an axe or stabbed by a knife. Lin Chiuyue didn't believe that Chun Fan came out of the police station on his own and thought that Han Yunsong helped him. In order to fulfill the so-called spirit of the contract, he forced himself to go to the barbecue restaurant to flatter. If she had chosen to believe Chun Fan at the beginning, there wouldn't have been so many complications later. "I was really wrong. I did something that made you sad. You have always been so loyal to me. I'm sorry. You had dinner with Tang, and just to make me angry, right?" It seemed that Lin Chiuyue realized her mistake from the bottom of her heart and apologized to Chun Fan sincerely. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked very pitiful and helpless. "How many times have you mad at me? I'm mad you once. Is there a problem? I want you to also taste what it's like to watch your lover dating someone else. I have tasted this kind of pain many times, and this is just your first time. It's good that you can understand this kind of pain. You have to know that you have only suffered once, but I've been hurt by you many times, and I have endured every time." Chun Fan's tone was still very cold, and there seemed to be no sign of easing. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me for making you suffer all these years." Woo woo. Lin Chiuyue burst into tears, her heart full of regret. Now she can give everything for Chun Fan. She covered her face and cried heartbrokenly. Chun Fan stood up, walked to his wife, and looked at her gently. Such a perfect figure, temperament, and her tears were like pear blossoms in the rain, which made her lovable. Any man would want to comfort her and give her a warm hug. So, Chun Fan embraced Lin Chiuyue's delicate body and held her in his arms. "Wife, I love you." Lin Chiuyue's body fragrance penetrated deeply into Chun Fan's nasal cavity and was inhaled into his lungs. At the same time, Chun Fan felt that the energy in his body was being directed to one place. Lin Chiuyue also had the same intentions. They were husband and wife, so why should they hold back? When the golden wind and jade do meet, it is better than countless things in the world. In this small storage room, Chun Fan and Lin Chiuyue. Boom! The door was kicked open. A very loud and aggressive voice came. "Chun Fan, what are you yelling about?" Frightened by his mother-in-law, Chun Fan instantly wilted. Lin Chiuyue was also shocked. She quickly stood up and straightened her pajamas, her face as red as an apple. "Oh, when did you two come back? You actually... you shameless thing. Why don't you get out of the storage room?" Dong Jinping scolded angrily. Lin Xie bit her lower lip, lowered her head, and quickly walked out of the utility room. "I'm so angry." Dong Jinping didn't know what to say, so she just slammed the door shut. Chen Fan was really scared just now. The two of them were in love, but his mother-in-law intervened. It was really terrible. On second thought, they are a legal couple. What reason does Dong Jinping have to stop it? This stop doesn't matter. The key is that Chun Fan has a psychological barrier. What should I do? Chun Fan is really helpless with such a mother-in-law. In the evening, as soon as Lin Guozhong returned home, Chun Fan brought the 4 dishes and 1 soup to the table. Chun Fan was in a good mood. His relationship with Lin Shuyu was finally showing signs of progressing. If his mother-in-law hadn't suddenly appeared, Chun Fan would have been able to have sex with Lin Shuyu in the utility room. At this time, Dong Jinping and Lin Shuyu were sitting at the dining table, and Chun Fan brought the rice over. Lin Guozhong changed his clothes and shoes, came over and sat down, saying, "What's wrong today? It's so quiet." He saw that Lin Xiuyue's cheeks were gloomy, and she seemed afraid to look him in the eye. "Ask your daughter what good thing she has done," Dong Jinping said with a cold face. "Mom, Chun Fan and I didn't accomplish anything." Lin Xiuyue raised her head and explained. "Oomph." In that shabby storage room, a man and a woman alone almost caused trouble. "Lin Guozhong, you have to educate your daughter. She is becoming more and more shameless." Dong Jinping picked up the chopsticks, picked up a few slices of mushrooms, and ate while scolding. Lin Guozhong glanced at his slightly shy daughter and immediately understood what had happened. Isn't this a very normal thing? As a husband and wife, there's nothing wrong with loving each other. Jinping, look at you. You care about this matter? What exactly do you care about? What's wrong with the storage room? We were in the cornfield back then. As Lin Guozhong spoke, he began to let himself go. Dong Jinping's old face flushed, and she quickly interrupted. "Stop talking nonsense, you old frivolous thing. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't mention the matter of your daughter and son-in-law anymore." After Lin Guozhong said this, he winked at his daughter. Chun Fan brought the rice and sat next to Lin Xiuyue. He picked up a chicken leg and gave it to her, saying, "Eat more. You've been too busy with company matters lately. Don't let your health get worse." Lin Xiuyue nodded and started gnawing on the chicken leg. Look at how harmonious the relationship between husband and wife is and how much they care about each other. This is what we should learn. Unlike you, who just nag all day long. Lin Guozhong said with a smile. "Eat your meal." Dong Jinping picked up another chicken leg and stuffed it into Lin Guozhong's mouth. "Now, I care about you." Lin Guozhong choked and almost vomited. After dinner, Chun Fan was washing pots and cleaning the kitchen. Lin Guozhong sat on the sofa, watching the news and smoking a cigarette. Big Boss Han Jian's company suddenly collapsed. He committed suicide, and his son died in a car accident on the same day. How bizarre. What did you say? Anyong, isn't that Mr. Han's father? Dong Jinping put down the sweater in her hand, came over and sat on the sofa, staring at the TV. After reading the sad news, Dong Jinping took a long time to recover. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried. Mr. Han died in a car accident. What bad luck. Such a good child. Why didn't he live long? Woo-woo. You still want Shuyu to marry him after the divorce? It depends on his fate. Lin Guozhong shook his head. How should I know? He was fine a few days ago, but now both his father and son are dead. It's so pitiful. Dong Jinping cried. Han Yansong's death was more sad than the death of her own son-in-law. I say, can you please not be so depressed? Why are you crying? He is not your relative. Lin Guozhong said helplessly. You old thing don't know how to be grateful. How can you be as heartless as that loser Chun Fan? Have you forgotten that young Master Han once celebrated your birthday? Such a good young man, educated, handsome, and a returnee. He took so much care of our family, and now he's gone just like that. Is your heart made of stone? Woo-woo. Dong Jinping cried louder and louder. Chapter 64, Chapter 064 Discussion. Lin Xiuyue thought her parents were arguing again, so she came out of the bedroom and asked, Mom, why are you crying? Young Master Han is gone. It's so tragic. Dong Jinping said with tears in her eyes. Don't cry, this is his fate. Lin Xiuyue didn't know how to comfort her mother. She could only sit over and let Dong Jinping snuggle in her arms, comforting her mother like a child. After a while, Dong Jinping finally stopped crying and her emotions returned to normal. Lin Guozhong then turned off the TV and said, Jinping, Shuyu, let me tell you something. Dad, what's the matter? Lin Xiuyue asked curiously. Look, someone called me today and invited me, your mom, and you to dinner. Guess who called? It was Lin Meiyun. Lin Guozhong was puzzled. Ever since the family split, his sister, Lin Meiyun, hadn't called him once, practically severing their kinship. Unexpectedly, she called this afternoon, seeming particularly enthusiastic and concerned, insisting on having dinner together the day after tomorrow. Lin Guozhong was a simple and honest man, and he didn't know why she refused. He then recalled that his sister had steadfastly supported his brother, Lin Guoxiao, during the family division, but hadn't caused him much harm. Lin Guozhong had always wished that the Lin family could end its divisions and unite as one. So, he accepted Lin Meiyun's invitation over the phone. "Oh, how could your sister bear to call you?" Dong Jinping's attention shifted to this matter again, as if the death of Han's father and son had been turned over. It was quite sudden. They just wanted to have a meal and keep in touch. "After all, we are relatives, so I agreed," Lin Guozhong said very honestly. He was afraid that Dong Jinping would be dissatisfied with his decision. Whenever there was anything going on in the family, Dong Jinping usually made the final decision. This time, Lin Guozhong agreed to Lin Meiyun on his own without asking Dong Jinping for his opinion. "Well, let's go together. That's a good thing," Dong Jinping said with a little excitement. This was beyond Lin Guozhong's expectations. Not only did his wife not scold him, she even thought it was a good thing. Old Lin, since the separation, the Lin family's businesses have grown bigger and bigger, and the longer they grow, the better they become. "In our family, you work in a small factory, and I'm a housewife. Thanks to Shuyu's spirit, I started a company. Otherwise, we would never have been invited to Grandma's birthday party last time. With so many relatives and friends, it would have brought shame to the Lin family if we had gone. Fortunately, my good daughter is capable and can become a female CEO, unlike that useless thing who only knows how to eat and drink all day and has no gratitude." As Dong Jinping spoke, she glanced at Chun Fan, who had just walked out of the kitchen not far away. Chun Fan knew that his mother-in-law had started to talk to him again, but he pretended not to hear and sat at the door to help Lin Shuyu polish her shoes. "Why do you have to drag my son-in-law into this? My sister invited us to dinner. What does it have to do with Chun Fan? Stop fighting among yourself all the time. If it weren't for the 3 million that Chun Fan helped Shuyu with after winning the lottery, the company would have been dissolved long ago. Chun Fan is also our benefactor. Do you know that?" Lin Guozhong said earnestly. "Dad, my aunt invited the 3 of us, but didn't ask Chun Fan to go." Lin Shuyu was more concerned about this issue. "No," Lin Guozhong said truthfully. Chun Fan also heard their conversation. He didn't care whether Lin Meiyun invited him or not. He just suddenly remembered Lin Meiyun's daughter Yijie. If I'm not mistaken, the story goes something like this. Last time, Yijie went to Dolphin Real Estate on behalf of the Lin family to discuss a partnership. To secure the deal, Yijie deliberately approached Uncle Lu the previous day, even willingly offering herself to the 70-year-old man. The next day, Yijie arrived to sign the contract, but was fooled by the double act of Chun Fan and Uncle Lu, and the contract wasn't signed. Finally, according to Chun Fan's instructions, Uncle Lu told Yijie to let Lin Shuyu represent the Lin family to discuss cooperation. Lin Shuyu is the only representative of the Lin family. This is what the old man in Beijing meant. After returning home, Yijie told her family about Dolphin's request. After hearing the news, although Grandma Lin was a little shocked and confused, in order to successfully achieve cooperation with Dolphin, she had no choice but to follow their instructions. Lin Guixiao's family was strongly opposed to having Lin Chua represent the Lin family in negotiating the contract. Their reasoning was very valid. After the separation, Lin Chuyu's family had almost no contact with the Lin family, making them outsiders. How could an outsider be allowed to represent the Lin group? Lin Guixiao's family was obsessed with inheriting the Lin family's wealth and was afraid that Lin Chuyu's family would get involved. Therefore, their attitude was unified and decisive, and they were determined not to let Lin Chua represent the Lin group in the negotiations. Even if this cooperation fell through, it would be fine. But the old lady was determined to get cooperation and attached great importance to the development of the Lin group. She had no choice but to ask her youngest daughter Lin Meiyun to handle this matter, invite Lin Shuyu to come out, and do a good job of convincing Lin Shuyu to agree to represent the Lin family in the beach real estate. Lin Meiyu agreed immediately. This was something the old lady personally asked her to do, and she had high hopes for her. If it succeeds, the old lady will be overjoyed and may have an advantage when the property is divided in the future. Besides, at the last family meeting, my daughter, Kit Yi, said very confidently that she could achieve cooperation with Dolphin on her own, but ended up failing. This is an opportunity for my daughter to save face. If they can convince Lin Shuyu and successfully negotiate the contract, then the status of Lin Meiyu and her daughter in the Lin family will be greatly improved, even surpassing Lin Guixiao's family. At this point, although Lin Guozhong, Dong Jinping, and Lin Shuyu didn't know what Lin Meiyun was up to whether she was asking them for something or was she really tried to stay close to her family. They all agreed and decided to keep the appointment. Dad, why don't you call my aunt and tell her we can take Chun Fan with us? Lin Shuyu suggested. After all, only with Chun Fan would they be considered a real family. Without anyone, the family wouldn't be complete. Take him. Dong Jinping's voice suddenly rose in protest when she heard her daughter's words. What do you mean by take him? Your aunt didn't even invite him. So how can we bring him? Besides, the Lin family doesn't have a good impression of that loser. Even though it's just a dinner party the day after tomorrow, I'm afraid bringing him along would spoil their appetite. Oh, why do you say that? Lin Guozhong looked at his wife helplessly and said, Chiyu means that it would be better for our family to leave together. What's good about that? You insisted on going even though they didn't invite you. Isn't that embarrassing? Dong Jinping complained. Mom, why are you like this? I'll call my aunt tomorrow. Lin Shuyu pouted, looking unhappy. No fighting. I tell you, if that loser goes, I will definitely not go. Dong Jinping was determined not to take Chun Fan with her. Chapter 65, Chapter 065, Life-Saving Straw.